way TE can win this is if they four-person escape. And they definitely going to go all out here with a Novelist and Mercenary to start things off on their picks.
Yeah. So not things are not looking easy. If they're unable to get a 4 escape, then at least try to get a round point win, which is to tie things out. So multiple options here. We'll see which one TE ultimately evolves into coming into the matchup. Now, Mercenary and Novelist picked here. Novelist, one of those few characters that we've been seeing not so often, but actually, certain TE members, I think they would perform very well with the Novelist. Have we ever seen TE with the Novelist yet? Novelist.
I don't think so.
It's alright. We'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. Kaka will be bringing in a hunter selection here. Fingers crossed. I mean, I think a lot of us want to see certain things that are unorthodox. So let's see what's gonna be. Now, Postman, fast decoding, great kiting if the letter is sent. Acrobat with the bombs, Novelist with great kiting abilities too. So yeah, very little support.
I think, yeah, they're more on just kiting and also just decoding. When it comes to support, I think it's like a every man for himself unless you get like the postman letters. So this still opens up a lot of possibilities because he does have room to work with in terms of bringing out the opera singer, because the clown coming in round number 2 saved the global ban for them. So they did ban out the Ivy and the Hullabaloo. I wonder, because KKK coming in as the late round pick here, he can go meta, or he can go completely just off the wall, like let's go Evil Reptilian, let's go Sculptor, let's go with a hunter you don't normally see. But we're going to go with the tried and tested opera singer in this lineup. Tell me, Chocho, how do you like the matchup between these survivors and the opera singer?
Yeah, I think Kaka with this opera singer, it shouldn't be a huge problem. We've seen him with the opera singer previously, so the question here remains, right, as to whether it's gonna be working out against Team TE survivors. We see that TE survivors actually heading more for a kiting team comp. And that's what we usually see in BO1, BO2, where the opera singer Ivy, Hula Blue, and Goatman would be appearing. But seems like they also recognize that Kaka with the opera singer picked here, they shouldn't hit for support. They should focus on decoding, get those ciphers pop, and exit. Because remember, guys, they need a 4K to win against AXIZ now. But if they're unable to win against AXIZ, they need to win the round points, which a tie would suffice. So let's look into their spawn locations first. We have the Postman at the most dangerous position at the center area, whereas Novelist is at the shack area, Acrobat near the front gate, near the front gate dungeon area, with the Mercenary at the red carpet. So Mercenary is furthest away from the opera singer right now, and 3 potential chase are just right in front of the opera singer, so everything is possible.
Yeah, so hopefully it'll go with the survivor's way, because a lot is riding on this first kite. We know how opera singer ramps up. We saw how well Pepe performed as the opera singer in a big map like Chinatown. So imagine like in Red Church, where it's quite compact compared to Chinatown, and there's a lot of structures for the shadows to go through. So looking at this persona builds here, we do have borrowed time actually on 3 folks except Maum, who is supporting the flywheel, as well as a Tide Turner. But we do see go for it.
Oh no, I'm just looking at Yang Yang's build. He doesn't even have self-heal.
Yeah, I don't want to say that, but...
Alright, so heading straight for this. Seems like Novelist will be that target. Now Mama trying to rotate to a safer area, which is the middle broken area where there's a lot of pellets to work with, establish a distance and gap with KKK. So stemming on that pellet, Mama is forced to rotate away, but able to get the 100% already. So changing positions, but no pellet slams registered, no hit registered here, and Mama is stuck at this corner.
Ooh, wow, forcing the pallet drop to happen, and Maum still getting that 100% on that book. KKK already has his first survivor potentially down, and the Terror Shock does register. And not even 60 seconds, first down. Great start for Axis Waves' KKK. And now everyone is kind of forced to rotate. Mercenary is already making his way towards the back of the church just so he can position himself for this rescue. So great start for Axis Wave.
Yes, absolutely great start. Now, Cyber's still being worked on very, very slow. I'm not sure whether a rescue here would be great because, okay, the rescue here can happen, but no double down, and if Novelist can force out a potential blink, that could be that could work out.
All right.
He made a
so
misstep.
it seems like
He couldn't teleport back.
Yeah, he did not. So now we do see that Malm unable to create that much distance. I think maybe just forcing out the Tide Turner. They do have another Tide Turner to work with in Li Bao's side. But the ciphers, they haven't worked on their last one just yet. 2 ciphers about to pop, so that's something to commend on TE's side. They really make sure that, you know what, ciphers are still prioritized. So in this position, Acrobat needs to pop a cipher and make the rotation to go for this next rescue while they do still have some resources available to them. And the blink being forced out, so Li Bao not in a good spot here. I don't think he's going to try and force this rescue to happen anymore.
Yeah. He couldn't also because there was still the shadow that's left behind the chair. Kakaka could just easily teleport over. So Kakaka made the right call to blink hit there, forcing another survivor to come for the rescue. Now, Cyber Progress is extremely slow. This is looking towards a potential 4K. But Novelist is able to fly to safety, unable to get the 100% just yet. Soon though, Normal.
Oh my goodness! I actually thought that, yeah, he was going to go for that pallet slam, but that's quite unfortunate. Unable to use the book. Just the constant barrage of offense. At least the mercenary was healed up. They're coming into this mid game with 3 ciphers still remaining, so at least they're trying to keep their survivability about them. But this mid game could be another story because this is a full presence opera singer. Blink is still on cooldown here, while he's gonna have to decide if he's gonna chase after Li Bao or the postman.
Seems like it will be the Acrobat. So. Oh, this is gonna be tough though because he doesn't have any blink, able to use his bomb to effectively get away from danger. Now Li Bao trying to kite out still, 3 more seconds to his next bomb, and Cypher is on a standstill.
Yeah, KKK unable to use a blink just yet to down this Acrobat unless he plays the mind games here. He's gonna try to go for another bomb, forcing it out. Gonna use the dash in to get Li Bao down. And unfortunately, they're still not working on their last cipher. They're still quite healthy, and unfortunately for the survivors, Li Bao is the one with a Tide Turner. So this next rescue could be a farm-off hit onto Li Bao for him to stay on the rocket chair even more.
Exactly, and wow, this is very, very tough because right now, clearly the 4K, 4 escape is not possible anymore. So what the TE survivors can do is to tie things out and get the round point win. But even that seems very, very tough.
Oh yeah. Now Yihua already using the elbow pad in this area. I cannot afford to hair shock here. KKK, wow, just farms off the hit right away just to negate the rescue from happening, or at least a rebound kite from happening. So last cipher is being worked on. They can go for the second rescue, but the rotation has to be strong on Yihua's side to make the approach.
Wow, and just like putting so much pressure on Yihua that's playing the mercenary right now. Does have another elbow pad to work with, but I believe he wants to save this for end game, but he has... Alright, he's able to get that basic hit, still able to conserve that equipment. And Li Bao does have a ball to work with. Let's see how's it going to be going. That's a blink!
Yo, he was able to blink through the mercenary. Wow, just negating the body block. And just like that, second survivor out of the game. And KKK, pinpoint accuracy in his offense, Chocho.
Yeah, very, very strong now. Yang will be the next line of target here. Will be able to pop that cipher, but he doesn't have anything to work with here. I believe does have a pallet. His little doggo, but other than that, it's very tough.
Saving grace here, these last 2 ciphers are quite close. So I'm not sure if he's gonna switch or he's gonna continue on chasing down. He's checking if anyone's at this cipher, but he might actually this 93% cipher actually might move, but I think he spots out. No, not quite. I thought he saw the scratches on the floor. Seems like Postman's here. Gonna have to go for a dog bite. Gets the hit though through the pallet, and he does not have self-heal. This is what we talked about at the beginning, right? I was like, huh, no self-heal.
Even in a four-man rank session, you won't see your teammates not bring self heal. Maybe you don't see a three, but
Mm-hmm.
you don't never see a no self heal. So I
Yeah,
think it could have been he forgot
same,
about it, because it's
possibly.
always happening, right? The self heal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now, saving grace is for this last pop to happen, for Mercenary to get healed up. Oh, but it seems like, is he gonna chair? Or is he actually just gonna? He might actually just chair. Let's wait and see. Yeah, he's gonna just go for a chair just to secure at least a three-person elimination and avoid the tie from happening. So I'd say a good call on Kakaka's side, because he knows that. All right, let's not get too greedy here and try to go for the four-person escape. I'm pretty sure he might already have an inkling that borrowed time is in the survivor's build, and Mercenary, well, one hit and he will be fallen. Mercenary actually using the elbow pad there. Huh. I thought
Why?
he'd save it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Interesting. Now here's the tinnitus being popped out here by Kakaka, trying to find where that survivor is, but he
Oh,
knows that it's not here. The tinnitus has already is not here. Wait, Kakaka, I think he might have missed the tinnitus.
he
He might have missed the tinnitus
did.
on the top left-hand corner.
He's got to go back now, with the overextension here, because the dungeon is already here. So he needs to down the mercenary away from the dungeon before he can even make his attempt. Does Kakaka know that the dungeon's here? Because
Mm.
Yihua could actually get the dungeon escape because Postman is about to
He thinks the
expire. No one
dungeon's at
is
the other
here.
side. No.
Yeah. So
All
now
right.
Yihua able to actually get the dungeon escape. But moral victory on T side. At least they negated the 5-point game. But your victors, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Axis Wave.
It's on certain character selection that was not ideal.
Right. So T's next match, I believe, is on April 14. So they still have some time to kind of recuperate and adjust to whatever they want to work on. Tell me, chat, what do you think of how are your apples doing with this prediction? Because it's 301 for Axis. They tied things out of just a girl.
Yeah. Let's see. Hullabaloo gone. No Goatman. Chongai has a few options here, depending on what he bans. So Novelist seems to be pre-shadowed here. So wow, Omni bring the surprise in. Trying to play on their own terms. Like bring in the Novelist. This is not something we see often, ladies and gentlemen. So probably a secret surprise. Even Chongai looks puzzled, like what's going on? What exactly is the game plan for the team here? Play around the windows, disrupt.
True. Maybe also to counter any a gamekeeper that he might have. A gamekeeper did really well, but that was that was overtime. But maybe also just bringing out characters that can be used in the global bans, because the first three characters will be globally banned. So I think maybe they don't want to bring Novelist towards that third round, if ever. And I mean, there's a lot of utility from that Novelist in this map, like you said, with the windows and the palette switcheroos. But I do like the Puppeteer, and wow, the third pick being the Gardener.
I like how they play a lot of peaceful pacifist characters, right? You don't see the coordinator, you don't see the antiquarian, you don't see the forward. Everything is just a support based and just being tanky. So
Yeah.
you can see that. And obviously with that going on, Chongai does not have to worry about harassments and OVs coming in. So this is just going to be pure kiting skills, communication utilities being used at the right times. Puppeteer to be super tanky, Novelist with clearly the attention should be on the Novelist here, simply because he's the one to make plays here with the switcheroo, like what you mentioned just now. So Fluff, I love this. Fluff is going to be on the Novelist, and you've seen how crazy he was on the Acrobat previously. So we'll have to stay and find out how Novelist will be implemented in this composition against Chong'ai.
I think it's great that Fluff is on that Novelist, because if you can take that same type of energy and that type of mentality from the Acrobat play to the Novelist, you can buy so much time with the just containing the hunter, getting some pallet stuns. But the thing is, I'm just gonna flip it back to Wolves' favor here. What if Chongai is kind of warming up? Because there have been a lot of those plays where the hunter round one was just kind of like, okay, testing the waters. Okay, I could see what you're doing now. And now round number two is when they come online. Case in point, Sprinter, with him just getting, I think it was like a one person escape in round number one. Second round, he popped off. He got a 4-man elimination. So, Omni, great job round number one. Don't think they can count out Chong-ai just yet, knowing that he brings out the Ivy.
Yeah, Ivy can be a pretty hard counter to this calm, right? Simply because Novelist has to look. True. And against Ivy, you cannot look. So that's and it's like, what should I do?
We never look though when we play.
We don't. We really don't. And that's why we survive longer than most. But yeah, I mean, maybe that's Chong-ai's. I think the ban pick phase went perfectly great for Wolves, simply because this Novelist just gets destroyed in terms of not being able to build the charge by Ivy. And not to mention, they don't have any skills that enable them to escape when Ivy comes teleporting in. So what are they gonna do when Ivy teleports in? The bubble?
Tank hits.
Tank hits? Yeah, hits, I guess.
But yeah, you bring a good point. No character here can pull distance. I guess you can make a case for Gravekeeper. But they unfortunately they don't have their acrobat. They don't have an antiquarian for the stuns. They don't have a seer just to keep them safe when they get hypnotized. So T-shaped spawn here. No one capturing the center location. It seems like the back gate is going to be occupied by Chong-ai here. So he has his pick on going after the Novelist or the Gardener. I probably, like you said, I think it's going to be going. He's going to be going for that Novelist to start things off.
Yeah, because your best chance is to just go up against someone who cannot look at you, right?
Can't look. So, John Cena, bro. Can't see me.
Can't see me. Yeah. The last tour shoutouts. But looking at the trades brought, it's gonna be a 6-9 blink from the side of Chong-ai. Everyone has borrowed time except for the Gardener, probably expecting Lays to be the martyr of the team. But yeah.
Make some noise in the chat for Team Omni because they need to get as much points as they can. And if you support Wolves, I want to see those wolf emojis in chat because Chong-ai right now is chasing after Lays at the shack area. But that's the beauty of Ivy. Can chase two people at the same time. Already moving on to Aqua here, just spreading out his attention. Gardener is about to get possessed here, but it's all good because he is actually putting his attention over at the graveyard area, just constantly rotating around the map to find his best possible target and commit to it. And it seems like he still has found, he's found the Novelist.
Yeah, Novelist, the juicy target, right? So what happens is Fluff will probably just be like using that book one and done. That's it. Because I don't think he'll be able to build that charge up. But Juan will be possessed as well. So what's happening here is he's just trying to put the tombstones, the presence across the map. And this being such a small map, it makes it so much easier for him to set up. So Chong-ai's done setting up. Now he can pursue with the chase.
Ooh, and just like that, able to actually get a possess onto the Novelist. And this is actually a great start. Constantly like pressuring. You gotta love the multitasking on Chong-ai's side. You can tell he's a really good it's that Ivy player. If you get kind of dizzy watching his Hunter POV. So now he's actually spreading out damage by getting the Gardener at 99%. Oh man, if he's able to get that possess, not looking back, just go straight. Don't look back. Don't look back.
99. What? The spray's gonna happen pretty soon though, so let's see if that's gonna be enough and hook. But wow, 100% spray is gonna happen, and all of that without relying on the blink, Potch.
Incredible start for Chong-ai over here. They haven't popped a Cypher just yet because of the constant harassment, the constant map pressure on Chong-ai, just moving back and forth with the main body, the ethereal form, like you said, also setting up tombstones. And now he's working on another target here on Fluff's side just for him to be chased away. They have to make this rescue happen. They do have some tide turners to... they only have one tide turner to work with because Lay's the one with the second tide turner.
Yeah, 2 tide turners. Let's see if that's gonna be enough. Right now, Chong-ai just getting ready to hit the Gravekeeper as soon as he's coming out. Juan needs to get out pretty soon, just so that he can increase the speed of his rescuing. Right, let's see. Before half, will he be able to make it? Chong-ai really wants to make rescuing difficult, right? Was aiming for that terror shock at that point. But fortunately, the stable rescuer, which Juan gets gets him off the chair, but Lace is unfortunately gonna go down. Nothing to help them escape the teleport, right?
I think, like you mentioned, like the draft really favored Chongai with this matchup because whenever he teleports, there's only split seconds for them to react. Or if they want to really commit to pushing objectives, they're putting themselves in a really bad spot to not be in front of a window or a pallet. So second time, the Gardener is on a rocket chair. Puppeteer is the only one that's healthy enough to be able to get it. We do see some removals of the tombstones, and Aqua's already on the case. Chongai blocking one of the ways to actually get this rescue going. Not healing up here. Already using the puppet form just so that he can get this rescue safe and sound. Final seconds, whittling down, gets the rescue and the bubble as well.
Wow, what a beautiful play. But again, look at all of this. This is the problem, right? Everyone, the possession, right? It just makes everyone forced to walk back. And Aqua, if it wasn't because of the puppeteer form, I think he would have gone down here. And just looking at the ciphers itself, wow, what a beautiful slam. Doesn't really matter because again, because of that possession, that fear being up to 100%, just bring them back to where he is. Chongai, much more comfortable playing this.
Oh yeah, 100%. With the way he's actually so I mean, the way he's switching back and forth, he knows how to pressure this map. He knows which target to focus on, which one to leave, which one to damage. Saving grace is that they did work on their last cipher, but now with this constant pressure on this Ivy, it's terrifying to even touch a cipher because Chongai just is just very spatially aware of which cipher to guard, which one to move. Even though we're still at the last two ciphers, we got injuries stacking up, we got utility that's being burnt out here, and now Omni's Aqua is on the vicinity for Chongai to down.
Yeah, this is such a smart move. And yeah, just using, without hesitation, just taking them down as fast as possible. He knows that if he stops one, it's just going to stop the others from decoding. One person decode, the other comes to rescue, just injuring them and dwindling their resources at the same time. It's just a smart move from Chongai.
Yeah.
And the map selection was genius as well because it sort of puts Ivy in a more favorable position here.
It does. Like you said, it's compact compared to like a Moonlit River Park or Ever Sleeping Town. That Chongai really knows how to maneuver around this map. Now another rescue attempt, able to actually get it, but no Tide Turner. So Gravekeeper does get hit. Puppeteer already using a little bit of the puppet form here just for him to be able to... actually, he has no more puppet form to use, excuse me. And injuries are just stacking up. Unfortunately for the survivor teams, that this is looking like a really strong game on Chongai's side, but you got to give it up to them for them opening up 3 ciphers, so maybe they can at least push for the cipher pop to happen.
Yeah, I mean Chongai is playing out of his mind, but so is Omni as well. Like they're fighting despite the disadvantage, right? They don't have any skills to help them run. It's basically just tankiness and the bubbles working from the side of Gardener and Puppeteer, but they're still holding on so strong.
Oh yeah,
like look, 4 ciphers have been popped throughout that 3v1 process, and they're already working on the last cipher as well. I foresee that this might be a very possible 3 or 4K situation. Juan's gonna go down, unfortunately. They hit through the window, but they are putting up the fights of their lives. And
yeah, they are. They're trying their best. They're like you said, with the way this was drafted, they're really trying to clean up the tombstones, get the rescues. Gravekeeper might be forced to go for the self heals, but now injuries are definitely stacking up. So it's looking like a checkmate situation on Chongai's side. Gets the spray, but forces out the puppet form to come out just to tank a hit, and now that's just gonna force him to actually go for Juan, who does get up. So he's used up the self-heal. He's going to try to destroy the awestrucken area just so that he can pressure the cipher. But Chongai already knows that's going to happen. Already puts another tombstone down, and Puppeteer has fallen down.
Finally going down. Still has the exit path to work with. Juan is the only one left. Oh Yikes. No, Juan! 100%. You cannot force that cipher. You got to make sure that he picks up the survivor first before you actually engage on the cipher, right? Because that was a little bit a very small mistake, but I think it's gonna cost them the game. 3 of them down now.
I would say an overextension because I think this was the 72% cipher, which is, I mean, you really just want to try to pop it because all of them have borrowed time. He could have popped it and everyone got healed up. So I think that was kind of an overextension on his side. Aqua destroying the Ostragon area is the only one that's left. We don't have any more exit path on Aqua. So once he's able to down him, it's going to be GG's. It's going to be I would say a clean game by Chong-ai, able to get another 5-point game. So just you got to give it up to Wolves for fighting until the very end, and especially after Chong-ai getting that blink terror shock.
Yeah, ending it with spectacular fashion, right? Just for the show, right? The blink in the terror shock. Wonderfully done by Chong-ai. Back-to-back 4Ks. What a game by Wolves. Shout out to Chong-ai. What a scary hunter he's proving himself to be.
Man elimination. That could be likely because now he still has access to the S-tier hunters.
Yeah, but having the survivors getting 4
should help out. Although,
do you just mix things up, or like is that a legit?
No, I actually bought this.
Like, it's a legit thing.
I bought this for 49 baht at 7-Eleven. That's approximately $1.50. So I bought a caffeinated protein shake for $1.50 at 7-Eleven in Thailand. That's actually a little less, like $1.48. It's great. Everything is super affordable. I love it here. Anyways, back into our not in Singapore. That's a whole nother story. Go to Singapore, you're gonna spend like $10 for this thing. So that's that's a whole nother thing. But anyways, we're gonna see Gravekeeper as the last man. You're still the rescuer on the table for Zeta, and we'll see what they choose. Looks like it's gonna be airplanes. They're actually gonna go no like I guess stable rescue. They're gonna go with fast decoding. They're gonna go coordinator, puppeteer, and arrow as possible tide turner characters, and they're just gonna completely remove the straight up rescue character being mercenary or officer or wildling or something like that. Which I don't actually mind this. I actually like a faster decoding team comp like this, especially in a situation where you really need to get one out the exit gate.
Yeah, and Zeta Survivors, it seems like they are quite optimistic about all their selections here. Actually, you know what? I think they might have just spilled like some powder or something. But it could be a possibility. You know, you mentioned that the division with this team comp, very fast decoding, but when it comes to individual kiting, you mentioned too that they are very stable. So let's see if Zeta Division is able to replicate the same thing coming into the matchup later on. But for now, it seems pretty solid. We did see something similar from Chinese mainland yesterday, one of the matches where they did a full kiting one, and only one person bought 3. Only one person bought 3. So, not sure. Maybe they might be going for the same thing, or maybe decide to play a little bit more safely.
Yeah, they also don't have 5-hour energy in Thailand, so unfortunately I can't get that. But
what,
I can
5-hour energy?
Yeah, you know what that is? You don't know what that is, do you?
No.
I think maybe that's an American thing. I don't know, or a Western thing.
5-hour
energy is basically like this little drink that it's like this small little drink you get. And it just has a ton of caffeine and gives you a ton of energy, I guess. It's probably just very bad for you. Yeah, it probably has a ton of chemicals, but yeah, I don't think they have that in Asia. I don't think we have it over here.
Maybe that's not Singapore approved, honestly.
Oh, they don't have it here either. I don't think they have it here either. But anyways, no, next time I had a coffee too, but that didn't work out very. I had a strong. I got on the can. It says intense, which means more caffeinated than the other ones or something like that. But it's still. I mean, it gave me a lot of energy, which I have now, but ultimately it's gonna probably wear off in the next hour. But we are gonna see the Hullabaloo here chosen from ZZ9 here. So this is yeah, I would imagine we'll see left right. Has to go for a do or die 4-kill build here to turn this match around. We'll see left right probably with abnormal. I would imagine here.
Yeah, normal. Yeah, I think he really needs to somehow slow the match down. But that is if survivors do give you the opportunity and if you're able to chair near one of those ciphers that is not yet popped. Now looking at our spawn location, we have a semi plus sign. Coordinator spawning at the center with aeroplanes right outside the graveyard. Novelist quite in the open at the fake gate area. And Geisha, we have our puppeteer. So the hunter do have quite a number of selection places, but any potential first chasers here?
We will see. Well, it depends if he spawns. Okay, well, I'd imagine he'll probably just go for Puppeteer. Could go for Arrow as well. Arrow is a pretty good chase as well for Hullabaloo because you can turn off the rockets with the jetpacks with the red zone. And I am currently back. I am currently back in Thailand now. Back to school in Thailand. So that's why we don't have 5-hour energy. But anyways, yeah, we are gonna. I would imagine Airplane is pretty good. You can, yeah, you shut off the jetpack. You can. Well, it kind of just depends as well where you spawn exactly. When you spawn in that area as a hunter, sometimes you spawn closer to corner, sometimes you spawn closer to middle 2-story. So that also will have an impact. It's actually gonna be excitement, so it is left-right as we predicted, but gonna go for excitement here in preparation of a potential novelist switch into pallet stun or a coordinator flare gun. This is gonna be the what are we in? This is the second half of round number 1 of Zeta Division Survivors versus the ACT Hunter of the Call of Abyss 8. I'm Yeleo, joining your show to bring you the live comment.
Let's get into this.
What is that
Zigzag
skin?
9 with the Hula Blue hitting straight for the Puppeteer, Hamitu, heading straight for the corner house area. So, how is this gonna be like? Is this gonna be a very long cut? Because clearly we don't have Zigzag with the first kill just yet.
Yeah, this is a pretty fast target to find. He's gonna... Oh, wow, he gets a very fast hit onto the Puppeteer. He was able to chip it, though. We also never seen this Hula Blue skin get utilized in a tournament, I don't think. But anyways, pretty cool. Pretty cool for the debut. Looks like we're going to see Puppeteer able to get that pallet down in time here. But ZZ9 already getting a first chip, which is pretty relevant. We're going to see another one forcing out another puppet here. He's going to just hit into it, it looks like. Walking through the pallet. There's one. He needs to be very careful. He doesn't get red zone out of his puppet here. Oh, he uses it right before he goes into... That's smart. He uses it right before he goes into the red zone. But ZZ9 really forcing out the puppets early here.
Yeah, great awareness of mine from Hamitu as well. Now one more black mark and Hamitu will be down. And it seems to be the case. Now we'll be cheering right at the corner here. We do see someone coming through on the bottom left. So should be getting for the rescue. The rest of them are still decoding. So as the Cypher progress, still pretty healthy.
Yeah, we're gonna see, looks like that's the which survivor is that? That's the Novelist that's nearby. Novelist does have Tide Turner here as well. Yeah, Cyphers are not exactly as far along as they would like here. We're gonna see using all the flips to get to the chair here. There's the rescue one of the puppets here, immediately gonna get knocked down though, so he has no opportunity to use the puppet here as Tide Turner is in effect. Looks like he's gonna choose to die near the coordinator, so coordinator can for the next rescue, but still holding that excitement. Still has that excitement ready, and we see these Hullabaloo picks being really, really good here. I mean, so many of these hunters are favoring Goatman, and Goatman, while it can be a hunter that gets 4 kills, they don't always seem to get. These Hullabaloos have been doing a lot better than the Goatmans have so far in this event. We're going to see the basement chair here as well. Now, he does not have abnormal, so this Cypher Rush is going to stay intact for the time being. I don't know if they'll actually commit to a rescue. I would imagine probably feed Tinnitus from a distance. There's no reason to say basement. They don't know the trait. He never abnormaled, so I guess there's no way for them to know, but they got to be wary of the excitement as well here.
Exactly. Now KZNK is still decoding inside the graveyard. Let's see where the last 3 ciphers could potentially be. It seems to be that it's quite far apart, so shouldn't be a huge issue later on when ZZN try to map pressure. Now Dolisu could be running into the hunter's face, and we'll be getting the second chase here.
Yep. Already 2 bombs right away here. Not able to flywheel as well. Misses the flywheel here. Can Doliso switch? He gets the switch into the pallet. Excitement's put on the wrong side. Oh, and he ends up burning the excitement there. That's a good play from Dolisu to get... Oh, he's going to fall early, though. Does he get the hit? He does get the hit and the down there. But, okay, the upside to this for Zeta is that the trait's gone. That does 2 things. That makes it so we can't teleport to the last cipher where I believe it's the coordinator is going to be... Or no, coordinator is going to be rescued. It makes it so we can't teleport to the last cipher machine. It also makes it so coordinator can save here and not have to worry about the flare gun getting canceled by excitement. So that excitement getting utilized there is actually really good for Zeta Division here. And a free rescue as well. And the flare gun with no excitement, that is really strong for Zeta. That's actually crucial.
Exactly, and now Shinami will be seeing the hunter's attention here now. Getting that first hit so quickly. Another black and red mark, and Shinami will be down here. Now Cypher is still being pushed just 60%, but still not quite fast enough.
Not gonna get it. Blocked there. Shinami trying to fly wheel to the PAL, but I think he's gonna go down here. Top of the Cypher, 70%. And ZZ9 does not have trump card because they use the excitement. That's again why this is so crucial. Now, I was thinking that Novelist would have gone to the... Oh, wait, no, he's going to leave. They can pop the Cypher, Novelist can save. Oh, they're going to leave the Cypher.
Can they pop, though?
Oh, they're going to leave the Cypher. He's actually not going to take the risk, it looks like. Interesting. ZZ9 may... I mean, typically you wouldn't abnormal in this spot because you don't have enough pressure for abnormal to be too relevant, but the thing is you have to 4-kill Novelist is going to take a Airplane is going to take a hit here. Can they get to that Cypher machine in time? Nobody has borrowed time though. Or Coordinator does, but oh, the Cypher's not ready as well. He can actually jump through this area, and he's going to go straight to that Cypher machine. And Dolisu gets found out here.
Well, Dolisu is not on his last legs just yet, so there is still an opportunity here. Well, he's able to negate that and gets that pallet slam as well. So this creates some time. Airplane is pushing the last Cypher. He's able to pop it.
Yeah, they're going to pop it. They're going to pop. He's going to need to use that jetpack early, but he gets it canceled, and he does get the flying jetpack off right before getting knocked down there. That's crucial. He does. ZZ9 does have trait back, but they can just split the exit gates. There's not going to be any way for him to 4-kill from this spot, even especially with Coordinator being at full health. It's just impossible. We're going to see Airplane is getting knocked down. He's going to teleport onto Dolisu, who will go down here in a second. Will he flywheel? Does flywheel? There's one bomb, the white bomb here. The pallet drop. Dolisu doing a very good job of not getting down, but I think he's going to get knocked down in the corner right here. Finally getting knocked down. Aeroplanist does have self-heal. He also has flywheel, which means both these characters have flywheel, so their self-heal actually goes quicker. It means they have sticker. When you build up into flywheel, it means you have sticker trait, which means your self-heal is faster. So the ZETA definitely wins round 1 because Coordinator gets out, but the question is, can they get a tie? That's going to be the goal here, is to try to get a tie rather than just a 1 escape.
Oh, and seeing KZNK on the other side of the wall, another white mark, and KZNK will be down here. And that's exactly the case. Dolisu also expanding her self-heal. Shinami's still at the gate. We'll be able to get one, but Dolisu...
He can't leave here. If he leaves this survivor, Shinami can just pick up the Aeroplanist. Aeroplanist doesn't have self-heal, but he's just gonna pick him up. And Dolisu might make it out the gate. They could even 3-skip... Oh, no, they're not gonna take the risk. I think they realize that the Hunter is coming back here. They're just gonna go ahead and take a tie. That's also fine. Just win this first round here, and ZETA off to a very good start here. 7-2 in the first round. Very convincing victory for this first round here.
Wow. It seems to be the case that for whoever Hunters comes out first of VO1 first half, high chance you're going to be getting a 4K. And in the second half, even if you pick the same exact Hunter, yeah, and I think one thing that really stood out also was something similar you mentioned, KZNK able to steal that Cypher while Dolisu was doing some distraction play on the corner. So really able to pop that last Cypher, allowing the endgame to happen. We could see that ACT Hunter and really tried to did what he can for that 4K. He knew that if VO1 ZETA division is going to get the advantage, then coming VO2 and 3 is going to be a lot.
So that they're really fearing the offer from Peter, which we get, it makes a bit of sense, as Peter's offer is considered to be one of the best offers there is. But yeah, it gives Goatman, has Ivy technically. I think Peter in the situation though would prefer to play Opera. Because it's a very consistent hunter, very good for getting ties, but they're going to go ahead and remove that option. So I do like the Opera Singer ban. I think that's perfectly fine here for ACT. And so we're going to see Aeroplanist as the next pick here. They're prioritizing decoding speed, it looks like, since, of course, they do have to play for a win. When you're, as a Survivor team, need to play for a win, we see them really prioritizing the decoding speed rather than going for a more tough guy lineup. It's more about the decoding progress.
Yeah, and I don't know, I do feel a little bit that, at least the vibes, when I look at Peter, he does seem a lot more confident and to potentially bring this to a 2-0. And for ACT side, a lot of serious faces that we're seeing here. And finally, we do see ACT confirming their last potential pick as psychologists. How are you loving this team comp, Eli?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is, it's not ideal not having a rescuer, but in a situation where you have to 3 escape, I think that's correct. Looks like it's actually going to be Gardener last. Which is interesting. I would have imagined Psychologist would be more optimal, but they're going to prioritize Gardener, huh? Okay. So they're going to go Gardener here. The only rescue... Well, you have a few characters that could potentially rescue. Sometimes we see Novelist bring Tide Turner. Sometimes we see Airplane. Sometimes we see Gardener. So definitely some characters that can rescue. Now, it is a large map. That's the only downside. Is playing this composition with fast decoding is good on smaller maps because it's harder for the hunter to cut off the survivors from a distance. When you get cut off from a distance, having a safer rescuer like a Wildling or Ops or something like that is definitely more optimal. But because they're forced to go for 3 escape, they have to go for faster decoding. So depending on what hunter Peter plays here, that's also going to be very important what hunter Peter play. I mean, imagine with having Goatman here, it makes sense to play Goatman, but he just needs to get a tie, so maybe he'll go something even more conservative. I don't know. We'll have to see.
I don't know. The way he's smiling makes me feel like he's not going to be going something conventional, though. Peter. Peter, what other hunters does he play? Night Watch, Sculptor. Probably not, right? It would be too risky.
Sculptor,
The fact that
what?
he just needs to clear.
Where did
He
that
just
come
needs
from?
a tie, right?
Yeah. He just needs to get a
Wax?
tie here, so it's not gonna be a sculptor. That's not even a. Is that a hunter? Is that even what even is that? I don't even
Sculptor? He's not. I don't get
know what
what.
that is, man.
Okay, alright, still
People
a
still
good
play
man.
that? I don't know they existed. Could be, but no, it's gonna be Goatman here. I guess well, I haven't seen a sculptor in a while. That'd be kind of fun though. I don't know. Or a nightmare. No, I'm just kidding. We're gonna see the Goatman here from Peter. We did actually see Nightmare in what was it? Was it IJL? No, Japan qualifiers, or was it IJL? I can't remember. One of those recent events. Do you remember what that was?
I think
Guys,
it's
what
IDL.
was everybody
I know what
watching?
you're talking about.
When was the Nightmare played? What specifically one? I don't remember. For someone who knows, please let us know in the chat. Anyways, we're gonna see the Goatman here from Peter, and yeah, just has to get a tie here. So as long as he has a good performance, should it be fine. Beating a Goatman is definitely not easy.
Yeah, and we do see a semi plus sign spawn location with Gardener spawning at the center, taking the toll for the team, and Goatman spawning at the Umbrella Gate. So first chase potential could be that Gardener that's right in front of him, and if not, there is that Novelist further down the road and Fire Investigator on the left. So options are opened. They are all kiting correctors where there is minimal rescue. There is no rescuers at all. So what would be curious here would be the personas that we'll be seeing in a short while the coaches come to the center of the stage to bow to one another. And fingers crossed, if you guys are supporting for ZETA, you would hope that they win this.
I didn't say anything about Kuro. I just said Sculptor's not a. I didn't say anything
Because
about Kuro.
Kuro means Sculptor.
No, I know, but I didn't say anything specifically about Kuro. I just said Sculptor's not a commonly played hunter. Okay, anyways,
Kuro.
gonna get into our match. No disrespect to Kuro, of course. But let's get into our match here. This is the second half of the second round of the ACT Survivors.
Called the Abuse 8. And we're heading straight for, seems like the Gardener, right? As predicted, she's at the center with that little egg around her as acting as a shield. So 11 will be taking the
egg
first
around her. What? What did you just say?
Little egg acting as a shield, and that shield
Oh, I heard
successfully
something else.
protects
Okay,
her, but
never mind. Sorry.
nah, but not enough for us to rotate away. But we'll be getting the first 1/4 hit here. 11 still has 3/4 to work with.
Yep, we're gonna see the cage get put up here. There's the switch. Oh, beautiful switch to get the hit onto the Gardener. This is a great start. If Peter, he has another cage. If he can just down the Survivor right away, I think the game's just over. He's gonna go for a gets the trap. There's the switch. There's the switch again. Gets the down. That is a super fast down onto the Gardener, and there is almost no cipher progress. I don't even what does ACT even do here? I don't even know how they can work out of this. They have to get a 3 escape. This is gonna be really difficult. That is a very fast down here for Peter.
Yeah, and to add to that point, Zen is right now in the vicinity. His cipher is getting interrupted, so kind of forced to come for this potential rescue. Does not have Tight Turner to work with, so... And the person that has the Tight Turner is either on the chair or has wanted order on him. So this is not an ideal situation for ACT. You mentioned, how can they come back from this? And let's see what ACT responds to this.
And so, I think, Gardner has to... I mean, Gardner's just going to go down. I was going to say Gardner has to somehow waste a bit of time here, but, I mean, this is the second time on Sheriff. I mean, they have to 3 escape this. Gardner's on Sheriff for the second time. They have 2 ciphers done, and they have very minimal progress besides that. Wanted on Fire Investigator, that's fine. It's going to be Airplane, so has to save anyway. Maybe they don't save and try to dungeon escape endgame against a goat. I don't really know. I don't even know what they do here. I mean, Airplanes is not going to make this rescue. Peter can just put up cages, prevent the save. So at this point, it's kind of just like, unless Novelist tries to switch. Oh, they're really going for this, it looks like. There's the cage. That's going to stop the Novelist. Down to the Novelist. Fire Investigator coming for the rescue. Can he make it in time here? There's the airbag. The 15-meter cage to close the distance. And misses. Takes the chip hit. Does make the rescue. So now I guess Fire Investigator is going to body block till Airplane has decodes all 4 ciphers? Question mark?
Question mark. Oh, but the hit still registers onto the Gardener, even though the person that slammed the pallet is Go, the Fire Investigator. So Peter able to move to the other side of the cage and still missing first of one of his swings. 11.
Oh, throws on the wrong side. Actually,
Yeah.
doesn't throw on the wrong side. He tried to throw the pallet down. I think what he tried to do is throw the pallet down, but the cage was right on the pallet, so it pushed him back to the other side. I think that's what happened there. But either way, that's going to be the Gardener on chair here for the last time. And send back to the minor. Peter just needs to get one more kill here, and Zeta is going to take a very fast 2-0 victory over ACT.
Exactly, and yeah, this is driving exactly the Zeta division's favor. Gogo trying to kite it out here. Another 3/4 quarter hit, and he will be down. Gogo missing the bling at the same time, but will this change anything? The ciphers are quite fast, Eli.
It's not going to change anything. Peter will still at least be able to get a tie here, I think, but he's really going for this chip. So he's making it so he can just use a basic hit to get the down here. There's the cage. Oh, he manages. He doesn't block him off all the way, though. He's going to get the switch. Peter's going to drop down. He's going to have an airbag. He can put it. Oh, cage actually runs out. He's just going to take a chip hit. That's perfectly fine for Gogo taking a chip hit. The last two ciphers are actually starting to get done here, so maybe that blink was bad. I mean, again, he just needs to kill one more survivor, so Peter has so much of an advantage here, but it's still tough. He's going to go for the block, and yeah, he's just going to get the chip to get the down here. They're starting onto the lost cipher machine, but it doesn't really matter. Peter's just going to secure one more kill here, and it should be enough for the tie.
You've been going well so far. Going well for your apples, I'm guessing. So,
yeah.
Heading straight into the matchup. Peter. Oh, XY is hiding there, but Peter with the goated eyesight, able to spot XY out, and airplanes will just fly.
Oh, he blocks him from leaving the cage. Oh, but he gets out of the cage, but he's still blocked. Triple cage here. What's going to happen? Does he get the hit? He finally gets the hit onto the aeroplanist. He was trying to block him from making the rescue. The question is, does he make it before half? And I think the answer is no. He's making it after half. Does he even make it at all? There's the switch. There's the hit. He prevents the rescue altogether. That's the power of full presence Goatman. 4 cages to stuff the rescue here for Peter. And that fire investigator will not be getting rescued. And Peter, even after the missed blink, will still be winning this game. Maybe even 4 killing here. The Novelist could try to save, maybe use a switch. Does he have a book? He does have a book, so he's going to make the save. But, I mean, what are we going to do here? Cypher's Prime, Flywheel, okay. But the Survivor's not going to the Cypher machine. The airplane's actually leaving. Interesting. Wow, nice move from the Novelist, really staying alive here. That's the Prime Cypher, I believe, if I'm not mistaken here. But, I mean, it's already over. Zeta's already secured a win. Peter's eliminated 2 survivors. Another missed hit there from Zen Shen, whatever, Novelist switch. And can he... Wow, kites out another cage. He will finally go down here. Excellent job from the Novelist. Great job from the Novelist. Wasting time there. We're not going to have that Cypher machine primed. It's only 76% of the way done. So Peter's going to get the Survivor front chair. He's going to cage over to that aeroplanist, or maybe just walk over to that aeroplanist. And this will be the 4 kill, I believe.
Yeah, seems to be the case. Peter will just casually take his time to eliminate the last survivor. Very minimal pressure, we could see. Now, able to jackpack away to safety as of now, but the hit still registers successfully, so this would be the end of our match number 3, ACT versus Zeta. Congratulations to Zeta Division for securing this win against the Chinese mainland team. They are very strong, and didn't expect them to win in such a crazy fashion. Now looking into our 11th player here, the Gardener, 69 seconds of containment time. Looks okay, but considering at the start it was less than a minute into the game, not the most ideal start against Peter's Goatman. And
Clown is pretty good in Lakeside. Basically, you just worried about the windows, right? So what they usually do is just bring confined space, block out the windows, then start charging, right? Then the opponents cannot kite you over and over again through the windows. That can work. Yeah, that can work. Maybe that's why he's banning out the Seer and the Embalmer now, just because those two, he just buys so much time just kiting him as well. So,
I guess in response, that's why they picked up Novelist and Wildling, just to eat those hits and also kind of cancel out the dashes with the Novelist. But you still kind of got access to the
Novelist.
A-tier hunters, though.
Novelist is cool. We've seen Omni use it yesterday, but the hunter Chong Ai brought out Ivy, and all of a sudden it was negated.
Negated it.
So, and Kakiri can definitely just play Shadow here if he wants to, right? So if ITZY's next two characters does not have the nimbleness or movement skills, I think he can safely bring out the Shadow if he wants to. See, banning out the Prisoner too. I think he can.
Yeah, he's kind of going for that, like taking out Embalmer just for no tie factor. We also have the Seer out of the door just for the single hit being negated. And Prisoner as well, at least he doesn't have to worry about any fast decoders. And finally, the Aeroplanist to top out the bans on Kakiri's side.
Wow, what a nice ban by Kakiri, honestly.
I mean, they have access to Acrobat. What else do they have access to?
Patient.
They have Patient as well. Is really good on this map. But Coordinator, this seems... I want to see Toy Merchant so badly, but unfortunately, we're going to go with Firepower here.
Let's go. Coordinator is pretty good. Yeah, just one and done, right? One and done. You don't even need to bother body blocking during mid-kite.
You know, every time in Call of the Abyss, I always get so scared when Martha drops her flare gun. Like her animation here when she spins it, and then she just... Dude, that's not proper firearm care, I think. Like, imagine if it drops and it shoots the wildling. Like, come on.
Oh my...
Well, be careful with your flare guns, guys.
Good thing friendly fire is turned off, so...
Oh man, if friendly fire was turned on.
Imagine, what are you doing shooting my boar?
Imagine
Omar
now.
deserves
Oh,
love.
can you imagine? Since we have Archer, what if the rework on Coordinator is you have to aim?
God.
You're gonna see so much friendly fire, I think.
That's not gonna be IDV anymore. That's gonna be IDV Friendly Fire Edition.
Friendly Fire Edition. Everyone's Coordinator. I do. Then shoot.
Yeah. Imagine playing that in 8v2. Everyone just brings out Archer.
Oh no!
We're helping you, Hunter son.
Yeah.
We're helping you. Oh, that'll be funny.
I can't wait for Archer to be competitive. Like I want to see the interesting team ups and the interesting plays that you can have with how you synergize Archer with the other lineups that you can bring to the table here. Yeah. So Kakiri
for now. Ivy. I feel like Ivy is pretty good here. I mean, obviously the Cypher control might not be as good because the map is just too big. You got to spend a lot of time trying to create the Ostracons right across the map. You got to make time to set up, and the setup takes a lot of time. Red Church would be a great place, Arms Factory too, but here, that's why he's taking a little bit of time. He's thinking, should I really go with the Shadow? I mean, none of these people can do anything but the Spider, Violetta.
Yo,
Violetta.
I'm gonna shout out Viper because Viper said off meta incoming. Trust. I'm like, Violetta? I mean, in a map like this, it's kind of good. You got to get your web shots on point. Also the placements just so you can get the speed buff. But wow, leave it to Kakiri bringing out the off meta. Wow. Not just with the clown, but with a spider.
I love Spider. Shout out to Gache. He was one of the initial Spider mains right during C qualifiers, IBC. Violetta, I mean, very viable. No one can actually stop him, right? Except for the flare gun. The thing with Violetta is the attack pattern is so predetermined. Like, build up your webs, use 3 or 4 to catch up to someone, land a hit, use the blink, right? I think that can happen. And there's no one to stop the speed boost. If you have an Enchantress, a Prospector, something that stops them. Here, no one can stop him except the Novelist and the one-time flare gun and Coordinator. So
I'm excited to see this, but like you said, it could be very predetermined that they could actually predict when he's gonna do those web shots, that they can just avoid it because it's a single straight shot. Hopefully, Kakiri is gonna bring in something new to the table. We gotta trust, right? Trust in Kakiri with how he's gonna do this one. Can't wait to see how the personas are going to be drafted as well, to see what kind of build he has. So we bring the Abnormal Detention and Trump card. Sorry, not Abnormal, sorry, Excitement. Just for the flare gun.
Yeah, I think that's a very smart move, right? Just get it done with. The cooldown's very fast too, so if he needs to change traits late game.
Do not adjust your your TV sets, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. We have a Violetta. We got a Soul Weaver making his way on Lakeside Village here, building up the thread holding, just making sure he doesn't spot anyone out, making a big rotation. Gonna go towards the small boat. No, not quite. Double backing, going to the shack area where Clover's gonna be at. This is the Novelist.
Yeah, double backing, right? He's like, okay, it's okay. I think I can safely take this route. Maybe I've built up enough webs. I think I can definitely do it. He does not have confined space to work with though, so it's going to take a little bit of time for him to catch up. And Kakiri, you see, okay, one web, maybe two webs. No, he's not even gonna do it. I mean, oh god, and he's at the exact opposite direction. Clover's gonna rotate away, so that's gonna give opening to Kakiri to get that hit. A little bit premature. Oh, nice excitement just to cancel out the switcheroo.
And now they know that he has that excitement. So let's see if Clover is gonna try and prolong this kite, because we already rotated from the shack area to shore. Cypher progress is looking real good here. He needs to down and down right away. He's gonna try and go for a speed hit here. He's gonna catch him off guard, but no, Orpheus is still doing really well here. Tries to go for another play here, trying to make him go through the pallet, and now gets the terror shock.
Yeah, this is like Clown, but better, right? Because you don't get you don't bang into the wall, right? But that's what happens when you are cornered into a tight spot, and with 2-3 webs, he can pretty much just noom around you and just catch you off guard. Fortunately, the Cypher kiting was pretty good. It was almost a 3 Cyphers kite, so not too bad by Novelist. And they do still have a flare gun for the later games.
Yeah, I like this. The Wildling just cleaning up shop here just for his just for Clover to be able to kite for a while. But look at that, just the down right away. And now, unfortunately for him, that was actually a quick rebound kite. Tide Turner's the only one that's carrying him away. We do have no other Tide Turners for him to work with. So now he's just going to go away from shore area while they work on ciphers in that part of the map.
Yeah, well, I'm not too sure if this is going to be enough for him. I mean, Kakiri is looking like he's probably gearing up towards a draw at this point. But, let's see. 5 seconds. Trying to hide behind the tree.
Excitement's online already, Nell, so Dahai needs to be aware of that. Flare gun is imminent here, but like you said, the Cypher progress looking real good. Goes for the excitement right away, goes for the spin, and now the flywheel. Oh my god, it might be a stuffed rescue. Not quite. He goes for the chair hit, but the rescue did happen though.
It did happen, and a beautiful flywheel to avoid it, but unfortunately, this is sort of like a farming situation, right?
Yeah.
Novelist could not do anything in response, but I guess that's better than not getting rescued at all, right? Honestly, I was thinking, if he actually dodged that and he chose to run away, wouldn't that give Kakiri like a moment's brain fog or something, like, oh wait, okay, I should stay back and camp? Then probably Fox could have came in to try and rescue. No, it's okay. I think it's the best course of action. Fox, one web, one hit, he'll go down anyway. So
true. Again, it's really when everything is up in the air here, it's so hard to make those split decisions. We'll just have to review it when we get back. But Kakiri now just trying to make the best out of a tough situation here, guarding the Cypher while they open up another one. Still holding on to the trump card. Needs to down this Wildling right away, but now it seems like Wildling one more web shot, he will be falling down as the last Cypher keeps on moving. Barmaid heals herself up. It seems like he already knows that they're opening up another Cypher, so he's got to be very careful with his next move here, and it's already split pushing 2 Cyphers here. Barmaid's already making her way towards the shore area. Dahai has to get away from that Cypher, and now we have trump card available.
Trump card available. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of catching them off guard, right? Because he knows that, hey, if Zion with full health is here, that's definitely the coordinator with half health, right? So, but the thing is, will he choose to use teleport? Because if he uses it, he does not have anything for the late game. He's gonna use it right now, trying to catch up to Dahai. Dahai!
Oh, what? Able to actually go through the pallet, and now gets the down onto the coordinator. They can work on trying to make this rescue happen to prevent the detention. Everyone is well, it's actually the wildling that needs to pop the cipher while coordinator needs to go for the rescue. Oh, barmaid, no. We're actually going to take a drink. So just relax, and this reminds everyone to stay hydrated with water. And Kakiri now is going to try to catch the wildling off the rotation here to stop the rescue.
Yeah, there's only one angle from the last cipher towards where the chat survivor is, right? So Kakiri definitely knows what's up. And he's not going to use his web here onto the boar, right? Because it's not going to help. It's not going to deal any damage or get him off the boar. So what happens here is he's got to aim for that double shot. Oh, the terror shot going in, but Cypher pop. The late game is going to happen. Oh, that block for a moment is going to buy a little bit of time. Muro running away. Dahai is the last one standing. Dahai going down almost instantly. But I think it's safe to say it's going to be a draw because there's no teleport available. However, no one is touching
No one's there.
the gate.
Yeah. Oh my god, Nell, it's so close. But finally, Fox able to touch the gate so he can actually go for more, but they might pressure this rescue situation from happening. It is quite close, though. We see that the barmaid might go for this rescue. Fox does have the boar to work with. He's gonna get hit outside the boar! And now, going back and forth here. Xian is in big trouble if he gets caught off rotation here, Nell.
My god, Zayan, I think Zayan knows. Oh my god, he's gonna get spotted here. Kakiri, what a turnaround. Now he's pressuring the survivors to make a choice. Oh god, he's gonna teleport. Fox has no board to ride on. 5 seconds, he's gonna miss that. But fortunately, he's gonna be able to get that board in time. Now he's gonna be on board. He's gonna be pretty safe. And all that's left is for Zion to actually open up the back gate. Maybe Fox can kite towards where the dungeon is, but it looks like a very possible 3K because I don't think the dungeon's gonna be open in time.
Able to get the hit, and you're right, Nell. Seems like we will be going for a 3-man elimination here with a Soul Weaver, round number 2 in this meta. Holy smokes, Kakiri just bringing out everything in Call of the Abyss here. The Clown, the Soul Weaver. I'd say that's actually a really good showing. It looked like it was going to be a tie, but a 3-1, he'll definitely take that.
Yeah, it's definitely better than just a tie, right?
Get the speed boost. So he was very, I would say, efficient and
2. Maybe indicating a very strong Goatman
possibly
ban pick here. But Raleig's gonna counter with a Novelist, so not sure how this is gonna work out, but we've seen them use this before.
Yeah, in your matchup, the one you watched, RC, or any match that you've commentated, has there been a very impactful Novelist? It just seems like you're always trying to get it. Mostly
0%. 0% win rate so far with a Novelist on the game.
Oh man!
When what I mean by 0 is it's not enough to get a 3-man or a 4-man escape, right? But who knows? Yeah. Maybe they're just sort of putting this out there just in case some
I guess spend it first while it's going to be globally banned, so they can afford to lose the Novelist. But they did safeguard their puppeteer to be able to use on the 2nd and 3rd round, so I'd say that's a good job in drafting. So I wonder what Hutian's going to go with, and if he's going to just try and counter the Novelist with an Ivy, or he's just gonna go with the metas to start off, just so
it's gotta be the Goatman, right? It's gotta be, because we've seen him play it during the qualifiers. His Goatman is actually goated. It's actually cracked. So, and that's in a bigger map, and this is a smaller map. So I reckon that this might be it. I mean, he's about to prove what he can do with it very soon. So I guess it's just a matter of confidence. Because if he's confident, just go with the Goatman, get the 4K, and get it off the way. It's always good to start strong, right? So.
Yeah, and it's a double-edged sword if you start out with not the meta, get the meta banned, and maybe they ban out the Goatman, you're forced to go Hullabaloo, and you're not even used to using Hullabaloo. Might as well start off on the right foot, prolong the game, and hey, maybe you'll be able to outlast your opposition hunter. So, gonna stick to Hullabaloo. We haven't seen this just yet, but I kind of trust in Hutian that he did do the due diligence in training this type of hunter. And so far, when we talk about win rate, right? Hullabaloos have been making the rounds when it comes to win rates. Like, I don't think it goes lower than a 3 survivor elimination. So, great pickup. Wanted to see the Goat Man, but I'm not knocking this pick because it can definitely do the work.
I mean, it's got to be one of these two, right? So He Tian making his pick onto the Hullabaloo, a lot of places that he can actually leap using the trapeze, right? So pretty good. Let's see if that's going to be enough for him to get this 4 elimination in the first game right here. As for the trade, I would imagine an abnormal.
I would love to see an abnormal. People in the chat saying, you know, it's a kind of a compact map, and once you're able to use that trapeze to just move on around, maybe hopefully like chase someone on top of a cipher just so they can use that abnormal. This could work out in their favor. And note that they don't have a dedicated decoder as well, so if you add that abnormal and have a Hullabaloo in the mix, it could lead to a really long game where you really dwindle down the attrition of the survivors.
And that's the game plan, I guess, just to really take out all the resources, just injure them, put them in a tight spot, right? But right here, it's not going to be abnormal. It's going to be Peepers.
He's looking for the Explorer. Okay.
Yeah, he wants to look for the Explorer. And Matthias is actually the only one that borrowed time. Even the Gravekeeper has flywheel.
Interesting.
Right? I mean, it's okay. He's expecting to kite. Even Raul has...
He Tian, not wasting any time, already making the rotations to head towards the middle part of the map. Seems like Rowley might catch his radar, the Novelist, at the shack area if he will turn right. In an open spot towards the left side, but he's actually going to catch him here as he drops the Peepers down. The double trouble, able to at least get the white mark on him, and another double trouble, but thank God Rowley was able to avoid it. So he's going to continue on the chase here. He does have access to the windows, and we might see a bit of switch happening from the Novelist book.
Yeah, I mean, Rowley's pretty good here. Oh my God, the switcheroo into the pallet. What a play! Aeroplane is like, goodbye. I'm gone. It's fine. But yeah, a pretty good delay on that point. Rowley gaining so much distance thanks to that exchange. And now that they know He Tian has Peepers, that's why the play happened. They're not afraid to do it.
Yeah. Go for any stuns, but look at that, the double surprise. They're able to at least get the black mark on him. Still no silence though, and still persistent on trying to get this this middle cipher. So now we're gonna see the book get a little more value here, and also this pallet. So let's see, double surprise just from the flywheel away now.
Wow, he missed his chance with the white mark hit just now, actually. Nice! The pallet, Rowley! What is going on? The hunted becomes the hunter at this point. Not a single injury yet. And, okay, sorry. That's going to be an injury right there.
Caster curse.
Yeah, but he's still doing pretty good. He's still doing pretty good. One white mark is finally going to go down, but damage has been done on the side of the ciphers. Watch. 3 ciphers kite right there.
Yeah, just the way that he was able to play that mid game, he was like, all right, I had enough. Let me hit you with a red bomb just so that I silence your skill and able to down you right away. Note that City's already here for that rescue. He did tell everyone by looking to the soul, like, I got you. I'm going to rescue you now. He's just going to wait for a little more just to buy some time for decoding and buy some time for rotation. This does allow He Tian to do a little cleanup on the pallets. That does give him an opportunity to get a backdoor rescue, popping in the last effort. So it's still all good. Rowley can head towards the corner side of this church just to buy some time and keep them away from popping some ciphers here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... Oh, okay, never mind. I think he just wants to leave this area. It's totally fine, simply because the 2 ciphers are, one is in the graveyard, one is in the front breakable. So the idea is just to keep the hunter away and get the 3rd person that's not decoding to come and rescue. But He Tian realizing what's going on, he's going to chair closer to the front breakable, although it's going to slow them down a little bit, but I'm not really sure what's going to happen here on.
Yeah, unfortunately, wanted orders on Kyrie, so he's going to have to be forced to go for the jetpack just to make his way towards this rescue. So gonna see a bit of a hit onto Aeroplanist, and now Rowley needs to stay alive here, but the last effort's gonna pop onto the Novelist side. He does not have borrowed time, so they can continue on this last cipher to have a 3-person end game. So this is gonna be huge for RC if they can get at least 2 people out. Oh, he's get a stun as well, Nell.
My God. Did he try to flywheel his damage? He tried to flywheel his last.
Imagine if you can do that. If you can flywheel your damage.
Yeah, but I guess the cipher's just gonna be popped, right? Because after all, there's only one borrow time, and that's on the side of the puppeteer, right? Here, Kira will be around the vicinity. He Tian is in a pinch so far.
Yeah,
he's kind of.
He's in a tough spot.
He is really in a tough spot. I guess the thing here is just to get a 2-man, but the dungeon.
Hang on.
God, the dungeon is
Kyrie
here.
has to be able to time this well.
Man,
The dungeon's there. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A 3-person escape. The pop-off on RC's side. My goodness, the way they played that so well was incredible. Going up against...
And ultimately, the cipher management by RC, it was just so fast. Just look at the time. 3 minutes and 3 ciphers and 5 cipher pop. God, how
Not all that double down situation. So yeah, just food for thought. Now that I'm thinking about it now, they will be picking out the Novelist as well.
And Novelist is pretty good against Goldman as well. You're able to switch into the hunter into the pallet, get a pallet stun, and help you kite. You can kite out one of the cages using the book. So any character that can help you kite out a cage essentially is going to be an effective character, and Novelist would definitely be one of those. The dancer with the slow boxes would be one of those. The puppeteer with the ability to take a hit would be one of those. So yeah, definitely a lot of good options. And also first ops are the best rescuer. They're really just building this composition here for the Goatman, I would imagine. That's what they're expecting Spencer to play here. Now the question is Spencer actually shifted up and go into Hullabaloo? Probably not, but it definitely would make sense, as Hullabaloo would be a bit better against this team composition than a Goatman. So it's really just going to be what is Spencer does he actually take the chance here and go for that Hullabaloo? As it's, again, I think he would prefer Goatman in reality. But we'll have to see what he decides on.
Yeah, it's just at this point it would just be a waiting game, and also which one Spencer is most comfortable with going against this team comp. GR, they seem pretty confident about this, still have a little bit of smiles and giggles there. So when it comes to pressure, still is on Prince's side. We can see him choosing the Goatman now. When it comes to spawn location, it will be interesting how they're gonna be forcing this out, because Eli, do you think the dancer should be spawning the center so that the boxes could be utilized, or should they go for the suboptimal having the first officer spawn in the center?
Dancer middle spawn is fine. You can also put Dancer middle 2-story. It puts you close enough to middle, which you can set up boxes. You also get the drop down effect. When Dancer drops down, she gets it's a 40% movement speed increase. So 2-story would be effective for that as well. So typically we'd see with this sort of team composition, we would see the Embalmer spawn over near the Geisha Gate area, or corner house / Geisha Gate area. We would see the Puppeteer over at Fake Gate. We'd see the Officer in middle. We'd see the Dancer middle 2-story. So put it in perspective, if you have the Tetris piece, the bottom left area would be Puppeteer. The one in middle would be Officer. The one to the right in middle 2-story is Dancer, and the one at the top right would be the Novelist. Let's see if that's actually the case. No, they're actually doing the spread out spawn. So changing up a little bit here. Interesting.
You had 4 things. You got none of them.
Thank you, Chocho. That's great.
But we'll be seeing the Goatman spawn right outside the graveyard area.
They did
this first officer doesn't puppeteer.
Hold on, I just want to say, okay, typically I actually
he's holding the energy can.
Okay, I actually get those usually pretty accurate, but they decided to mix it up. They heard the stream and they decided to mix it up. So they just wanted to give Chocho paid them to give her a reason to tell me that I'm wrong. That's what it was. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and then as he takes another sip of that energy drink and places it aside, we are seeing this ever-slipping town. This will be BO1. Second half between RVL's Hunter, Spencer versus GR Survivors. My name is Chocho, and joining me will be Eli O, and we'll be bringing you the live commentary of this match.
All right, we're gonna see Spencer go towards middle two-story first, which is the location of the
First officer.
First officer. Thank you. And yeah, he did actually bring excitement here, so this is a little bit interesting. In preparation, I guess, of a Novelist palette stun. So interesting trade, maybe a surprise option, trying to get a free hit that way. Definitely could make sense here, as Novelist is, you know, he's gonna want to chase the Novelist who's bringing excitement. He does find the Novelist first. Doing a good job of breaking line of sight. That's going to be key here. Breaking line of sight makes it a lot more challenging here for the go. There's the switch. There's the switch back. There's the switch again. No use for the excitement just yet. And finally does get the hit. So Spencer hitting through the switch there. Already off to a very good start here. AK pretty locked up here. He's also going to get... Oh, he gets hit through the drops the pallet, but because the pallet was up against the cage, that is a perfectly placed cage from Spencer. He puts the cage right next to the pallet, so if the survivor throws it down, you'll get pushed to the other side, which is exactly what happened. And AK is just completely stuck and gets down right away.
Yeah, and speaking about 4K situation for Spencer, this is definitely the good step in the right direction. Or AC coming for the rescue, a pirouette over, but another wall in front of him, that cage, and seems like this rescue might potentially be denied here. A double down situation even before getting rescued here. Eli, what's happening here?
Well, I guess Spencer gets a 4-kill, and this is going to be a tied round 1, I think. Unless something
highly likely,
crazy happens. I mean, obviously we know Spencer to be a very good hunter, but against GR, like, already just completely just destroying the survivor side so far. I mean, there's really no other way to put it. I mean, we're gonna see he's trying to do here, trying to get another chip out from the puppeteer. There's the cage, there's the switch. Novelist is gonna go through the switch back again. Novelist has flywheel, there's the flywheel. Spencer waits for the flywheel and just downs him. They don't have any cipher progress. Spencer still has trait. Novelist is eliminated here. Dancer's injured.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, there's just absolutely zero, like, such limited cipher progress here. I mean, this is how you come back from this. I don't see it.
Yeah, and also really unluckily, AC, which is the female dancer that just got up, had the 1 to order, but luckily Spencer decides to, you know, let him off the hook for now. But Iron will be seeing the next line of chase here. Just got into his puppet, got that first hit, so he will be able to play this out pretty long. Now the excitement will kind of be nullified here, so let's see how Spencer is gonna play this out.
Right. Looks like we're gonna see he's gonna take down this pallet here, and puppeteer trying to kite in this area. There's the cage. He's going to use it to block the puppeteer off here, forcing out another chip. He's just going to wait out the chip. He's going to use another cage to block him again. He's just going to lock him in here, it looks like. He's going to use another one, locking him in again. And but he gets the pallet stun. I think that was right before maybe the puppet wore off. I'm not really sure there, but Spencer, yeah, unfortunately, that's a slight misstep for Spencer. He would have loved to get the down there. Still in a dominant position, but you know, that play did give a slight chance to GR here, looks like. Oh, well. Oh! I guess.
Just an instant down, almost. Yeah, I was potentially expecting a flywheel or certain kiting pace here just to lengthen it out so that the ciphers could progress, but it seems like that's not gonna be the case at all. Hart will be coming for the first rescue. Still has the tech to work with, looking at the ciphers. Adding it all together, Eli, your math is good. How are they almost close to being done?
They are not. They have one cipher. Well, one cipher is about a pop at about 10 seconds, 20 seconds here. They have another one that's almost done, but then they still have to get to the last 2 ciphers. There's the switch. That will hit Dancer going down anyway. He may just change to the... Well, he doesn't even have to. I mean, it doesn't matter. There's not enough cipher progress. Everybody's injured. Dancer's about to die. This game is over. I mean, this is just incredible. And this is why RBL has consistently, you know, put on a good show for NAU every year. Spencer is just such a great hunter, and the fact that it's safe to say that Spencer is one of the best hunters in the world, and the fact that he, you know, coming out of the NAU region here, it's actually incredible for someone who doesn't play at a professional level. You know, for someone who doesn't get these professional level events, and he's defeating some of the best teams in the entire world, and it makes it look easy. You know, it's incredible, and this is going to give Rival a chance and NAU a chance in this very difficult match against GR.
Exactly, and of course we still have to look into how this match gonna ultimately turn out, how this 4K is gonna end quickly. Now Hart will be seeing that double down situation. AC trying to kite for his life here, doesn't have anything to work with except for the flywheel. Let's see, AC.
They do actually manage to get quite a bit of progress here, but it's not gonna matter. 2 survivors already down.
Tram?
The tram is going to not hit him, okay? And yeah, we're gonna see the dancer placed on the rocket chair here. Yeah, they actually got pretty close with the ciphers. They're gonna get down to 1 cipher, and it's 69% to be precise, if you want specific numbers. But yeah, it just it doesn't matter. He just holds teleport, so like if anybody actually goes to the cipher, he just teleports on the cipher. So there's not much survivors can really do against that.
Yeah, it seems to be the case now. It's a stalemate situation for them, but I guess GR survivor side still a never die attitude. We did see that from Sky today. Sky survivors at the Moonlit River Park, their never die attitude allowed them to, from a 4K position, had a 1 escape and prolong the match to a BO3. So I believe that GR has that same mentality, a very strong mentality. Now Iron trying to decode a 6 cipher here, only at 40%, but clearly it is not enough. Hart expanding his self-heal now. Let's see how Sprinza approach this. Is he gonna commit to Iron, or is he gonna teleport to the cipher? It seems like he will commit to Iron, and in any case, if this is a fast down, seems like it's not gonna be a pellet stun happens here. Iron still trying to kite it out, and the teleport happens onto the graveyard cipher. Hart does not have anything to work with. Let's see.
He's gonna double cage down the officer here. Officer does not have self-heal. And Puppeteer is, he knows the general vicinity of where the Puppeteer is, because he did see that cipher moving. So he's just going to cage over to that area and go ahead and look for, that survivor here. Let's see if he sees the trail in the distance of the Puppeteer here. Puppeteer rotating all the way towards the fake gate area. But yeah, I mean, Officer doesn't have self-heal, so he just has to find Puppeteer, and that's going to be it.
Exactly, and yeah, it seems like there is that trending hashtag NEEU fighting. It seems like it has made its way all the way to Team RVL side Sprinza with this fighting energy, able to end this match in a 5-0 fashion. So balancing things out right from the BO1 get-go, helping this team prolong to a BO3. Although it's too early to say congratulations, but Sprinza, what a tie situation with the same good man at Ever Slipping Town. But coming to this, your survivors, it seems like they aren't prepared, or certain inconsistencies coming into this. But looking at our match stats, we have 123 seconds of commitment time on Iron. Think is that
wait, hold on. I just want to say, I'm teaching everyone that math is fun. This is very educational. You guys are learning something now. Now you can all be very educational. Look at that. Okay, let's include education into let's include IDV into our education. Okay, so let's talk about that. Okay, so we actually have a Dreamwitch ban here. So that's not going to be on the table. They're not even worried about the opera singer. They're actually more worried about the Dreamwitcher, which definitely makes sense. XC's Dreamwitch, I think that's absolutely the hunter he would have loved to play here, but they're going to go ahead and give him Opera, but Opera is not a character that he's particularly as comfortable with, I would imagine, so there you go. And they're worried about the Dreamwitch, it looks like.
I do feel that Xiaocheng might be going for a N coming into this round, but at the same time, I kind of want to still see the BQ from Xiaocheng. It's been very, very long since I last saw him on that, and his Arms Factory too, so if he's trying to just... I don't think he's trying to tie things out. I think he definitely wants to win here. He's been tying from BO1 already. I think it is time to really break that tie streak and get something off from RD survivors. Now, they do have very strong kiting potential ones, and also finally a postman that helps in decoding, and your teammates kiting himself as well. So, Eli, what do you make of this?
Yeah, so obviously they didn't want to have to play Dreamwitch counters, which they're not, because they're not worried about it anymore. Now it really just depends on what character they're going to be expecting here. Pretty good, pretty decent comp for... it's not bad for Opera. I mean, Puppeteer is good against Opera. Novelist can be effective against Opera. Knight is obviously hit or miss against Opera. Postman's not that great against Opera Singer, but... yeah, I don't know if XC is actually going to go into the Opera anyway. We kind of talked about how Opera is not exactly a character he's as comfortable with. We know he does have characters like Bloody Queen, but Bloody Queen's just such a tie hunter, and because this match has been tied all the way around here, MRC is going to want to try to gain some advantage here. He's got Soul Weaver, but it's not a great Soul Weaver map. I guess it is still a playable option here, though. So, interested to see what they go. Oh, Anne is available. Anne would actually not be bad here. So, that might be an option for him as well.
All right, we'll see if Xiaocheng ends up with the N pick. He's been going for that. Also, I mean, BO3, so could be possible here. Yep, that's confirmed. Xiaocheng on the N against this team comp here. A lot of potential first chasers here, but ultimately comes down to the execution from both the Hunter and Survivor side at the Arms Factory area. And also, the spawn location is going to be a huge factor here.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like we're going to see... well, this comp against Anne, Novelist is pretty good. When she puts out the cats, you can switch to the other side and avoid the cats that way. Puppeteer's interesting. You have to use your puppet before, obviously, she does the jump. So you want to use your puppet while you're getting stunned. You have to use the... as a knight, you... Let's see, knight, how does that work? Knight's not that good because Anne can actually use it because you'd be like, okay, well, she's gonna cat me. Well, yeah, I'll just use my swing cancel right as she jumps, and it's fine. But that's actually not how it works because Knight, the Anne can then just cancel the cats after she stuns you, and that counts as using ability, and then she can hit you. So Knight's not too good against Anne. And then Postman is good to have as a Cypher Rush character against a TIE Hunter like Anne. Also, the dog can sometimes stop the jump, and you can, if you're able to hit the dog, Anne can also curve jump around it, but sometimes you can stop the jump that way as well. So, yeah, here we go. This is a very close match. 2 draws here. MRC RD. This is the first half of the 3rd round of the RD Survivors versus the MRC Hunter side. Emilio Jr. Chocho bringing the live commentary for this match.
Let's see if Xiaocheng is going to be able to break his own tie streak. Now heading straight for the center area. Everybody has already rotated away. We do see some blood trace on the floor though. Let's see who's going to be. Pin.
Alright, he's going to go straight for, yeah, that Novelist first. And kind of talked about how Novelist has a pretty effective kiting opportunity against Anne. When she goes for the cats, you do the switch and put the cats on the other side of you, right now, for example. He's not going to want to use the book here. He's going to want to conserve it. Let's see if he's... Oh! Actually gets stuck for a second. Does that give him enough time to make it to the window? It does give him enough time to make it to the window here, and he's actually going to be able to kite out the first cats, but he needs to make sure he positions in a good area here at this pallet. There's the pallet drop. There is a mind game here. There's the switch to avoid the cats.
Oh!
And that's exactly what we were talking about. Let's see if he's going to try to curve jump here. Nope, it looks like he's just... he's really trying to curve jump. This finally gets it. And there is no pallet here. Flywheel, does he have it? He does have flywheel. Able to juke the first hit. He can flywheel to this next pallet. There's the flywheel, able to avoid the swing. And this kite continues along here. And the switch again, able to kite it out yet again. Excellent job from this Novelist. Dodges the first of the cats. Mind game with the pallet. Excellent job from the Novelist. But he is going to finally take a first hit with this jump, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, finally the first hit after 1 minute 30 seconds into the match, and this is why this is RD's MVP player from their previous matchup against ZZ. Now Pin trying to still kite it out here. I think he will be down here.
I think he's cooked.
Yeah, he's cooked, you're right.
Finally gonna get knocked down here, but still a very good first kite. Almost has a 3rd book. It looks about 80% to a new book here, so he's gonna potentially have that for a rebound. We got Knight who can come in for the rescue here. We got Puppeteer that can come in for the rescue here. It looks like it's going to be Puppeteer as the rescuer of choice. Kind of an early save. Obviously, you do want to save early against Anne, but this is maybe earlier than they would like, I think. XC, he stuffs the Puppeteer. The Puppeteer, his puppet ran out there, and he was just half health, so he just got stuffed. The Puppeteer just... made a mistake here, unfortunately.
Oh my goodness. The moment he's off rescuer character, he's suddenly just not him anymore. Now Huan Xue coming in for the rescue. Hopefully able to not get stuff this time around because it was such an amazing kite by Pin. Now Zheng Kai able to get a double down rescue, but at least Hanxue is here to potentially aid Novelist in this kite. Let's see if Pippin is able to absorb the third book.
Yeah, he was able to use the book to extend this, but he's going to have the cats back online in a few seconds here. And the ciphers, unfortunately, are not ready. They could have been on if it was on a regular rescue, but he does cancel the ability here. Yeah, the puppeteer, yeah, just because he was stunned, couldn't switch to the puppet form. I mean, this novel is still doing an excellent job kiting this out. They just don't have the last cipher because of that stuffed rescue. That's just so unfortunate. And XZ is actually forced to use the warp just to down this novelist. But it's looking like a potentially tied game here at this point. We'll have to see. With one cipher machine remaining, XZ could spiral this into his favor, though. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about how it's gone from that first kite. Definitely a winning kite into now maybe a chance for the Hunter to even come back and win this here.
Exactly. So seriously, RD survivors, every single time with this slight missteps here and there, Hunters will be able to capitalize on that now. RD Huanxue will be getting the first hit here. Does have trump card to work with still Xiaocheng, but he's still just gonna hold on to that warp as of now. Cyphers is kind of moving, but quite slow. So let's see how Xiaocheng's gonna get Huanxue here. No stun?
Yeah, he's gonna get stunned through that pallet as well. He's gonna get knocked down. And let's see who has borrowed time. So Knight has borrowed time here, but Postman and Puppeteer both do not have borrowed time. That's going to be a big problem as we progress towards this end game. And it looks like we're gonna see XC is gonna go ahead and he's just trying to patrol this area. Puppeteer is gonna be able to get the cipher primed. The biggest problem is I think they don't rescue, maybe, or do they rescue? Yeah. It's tough because if Postman rescues and he gets stuffed, survivors lose because he doesn't have borrowed time, so they can't pop and get him up. At this point, maybe just send Postman to the exit gate, pop, and have Postman start doing the gate right away. This is where having no borrowed time is really game changing. So Cypher is primed. Puppeteer has it ready. No, he doesn't. Oh no, he teleports. The Cypher's 99 and he's gonna pop it. He's gonna down it with detention. Postman still gets to make the rescue because of this. If he didn't teleport, I actually think XC wins. But now, I don't know if it's gonna be a lot harder for him to win the game because he teleported there. I think that was the wrong play, but let's see.
Let's see. I'm not sure whether Xiaocheng will be able to see Huanxue from this angle. I think he might have. He might have.
But
now
even if he sees him, Postman can save, and then.
Oh yeah.
He does see him there. No, he didn't see him at the window. What? He didn't see him at the window. He's going back
is he
here.
Just hitting back?
CY is going towards the exit gate. I think he's going to go ahead and do the exit gate here. Yesterday the exit gate while also feeding tinnitus, but
can he see him? Xiaocheng? Cannot. There's this huge water tank just blocking the angle, so we'll have to manually hit over there to check it out. Now CY will be caught off guard here.
Yeah, he does see him here. Caught out in the open. There's the dog. The dungeon's in the vicinity, though. And Puppeteer is going to expire pretty soon. Oh, but he's actually running away from the dungeon. I think that's going to cost him here. I think if he pushed the dungeon there, that would have been his best bet. He's running away from the dungeon and just needs to land this cat here.
He finally gets the left.
Yeah, and that's going to be a 3-survivor elimination for XC. And so it ended up working out where XC was able to get the win, but yeah, maybe he could have 4-killed, because let's think about it like this way, right? If Postman goes for the rescue and he manages to cut off the Postman from a distance and stuff the rescue, okay, they can't...
Because Pin with that initial kite, let's look into it. 129 seconds of containment time, Eli.
Yeah, definitely a winning kite from the Novelist. It seemed like it would have been enough, but unfortunately they did fall a little bit short. That stuffed rescue onto the Puppeteer was definitely game man. Postman is quite good. He lets you get the dungeon ladder, you can get the gates open quicker, and you can play for a 4 escape quite easily. So Novelist as well, a recharging ability. We talk about recharging abilities being very important for 4 escapes and kiting endgame, and that's exactly what could potentially happen here.
That could be possible. Very, very difficult. FL survivors, all pressure is on the survivor side. They must 4 escape or nothing. If not, Meopai will be taking this win alongside with FT, and can't wait to see how this matchup is going to go now. Fire Investigator also being picked up here. Eli, how are you loving this team comp? Any chance for that for escape?
Well, Fire Investigator is... I'm not sure on Fire Investigator in terms of a 4 escape character, just due to the fact that he does run out of items quickly, and then he's kind of just stuck with nothing for kiting late game. That's the only downside to consider. I do like Postman recharging kiting ability with the dog. Has the quick gate opening lighters, which can help in a 4 escape situation. The forward, obviously, for support. Novelist is very good for support. Additionally, Novelist also has a recharging ability as well. You can farm that book back, so definitely some good options there for Meowpie. Are we going to see an An? Are we going to see one of these very good single kill hunters? I've known Meowpie to play Breaking Will in very weird situations. This is not one of them, so let's hope that's not going to be the case. I don't know. We'll see.
You're right, though, Meowpie.
Breaking Will's Breaking Will's kind of funny because it's one of those hunters that has a good chance for a 4 kill compared to some other hunters in the game, but is also like another hunter that can get 4 escaped. Like, is one of the hunters that actually can get 4 escaped, like, quite easily if the survivors play it well. So, yeah. So that's just something to.
My
think
gosh,
of. We've seen it before.
saying...
We've seen it before. I'm not gonna lie.
Saying Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph is.
Joseph. That's a little bit. Not a little bit. That's way too. That's way too risky. Meowpie here. I would love to see like maybe like a geisha. Just for that 1k? No,
or Wax.
It's
also fine, yeah. Wax is good because Wax can Wax is a character with, again, strong chasing abilities, and is fine, pretty good for securing at least 1 kill as well. Against this comp, you have a good chase into Postman, but the rest of it is not actually that good. I guess Novelist as well. Novelist and Postman are pretty good chases. If Novelist goes for a book switch pallet stun, you're still adding Wax to them. The Postman as well, you can, even if you get slowed down, you can still wax them as you follow behind. Fire Investigator can be a little bit annoying to deal with as Wax, but it's not the end of the world forward as well. But you could also just bring Fast Balloon pickup for that too. So I think Wax is definitely a fine pick for only needing 1 kill.
Yeah, and now these 4 survivors kind of need to break all of their ankles to try and go for that 4 escape. We'll see them do a do or die situation later on with the FL survivors if one of them is going to be eliminated soon now. But the question still remains whether the team fight is going to be happening in the earlier parts of the game or when the survivor is nearing to his last legs. Now, this is the potential last half, or definitely the last half between FT versus FL. At Everest Living Town, my name is Chocho, and joining me will be Eli, and we'll be bringing you the live commentary of this match. We'll see if the excitement does fight Meowpie in the back, though.
Okay, so we're gonna rotate towards middle right away here. That's the location of the forward, who's already going towards that 11 area. We see Maiken over here, the Postman, definitely going to be an optimal chase target. He has faster pallet breaking speed, it looks like. I think 2 on pallet break, on destructiveness, and he is going to commit to that Postman first. Definitely going to be his optimal chase target. Postman doing his best to break line of sight, only able to get 20% so far. And Postman off to a good early positioning. Again, has to be a 4 survivor escape here, so yeah, the excitement is interesting. Gets the dog here as well. Postman up to 44 now. And still, Maiken doing a great job of breaking line of sight. Can he get some wax here around this corner? He needs to get some. He does build up even more here, but it does drop down all the way down to 31% here. So Maiken off to a very good first kite, but he still does not have blink. He has excitement, so he's really worried about that forward. Has him trapped over this palleted area. 91. Can he get a basic hit? Not able to get a basic hit, unfortunately. Trying to... Oh, he baits out the flywheel. He does bait out the flywheel here. He's even going to wax off the pallet so he can't vault for a speed boost. Although he's just gonna take the window instead here, it looks like. And this is where having something like Warp or Blink would be better for getting this down quicker. Although Postman is going out in the open a little bit here. Able to dodge the dog as well, and able to secure the down quick enough to prevent a 4 kill. Unless the rebound kite is something crazy here.
Yeah, in the middle double story area is where the 57% cipher is at. Yuto will be coming for the first rescue with that Titana. Probably will not be harassing. They should know by now there could be a possibility of the excitement since Blink or Warp was not forced out. So sorry, trying to come for this. Let's have a Titana too. You don't rescue?
Ford's gonna stun here. Really excitement. He is gonna excitement right here. That means Ford does get. Oh, the dog doesn't do anything. It's excitement. He's gonna get the freeze and the down right away onto the postman there. And let's see if he can build up full presence as well. This could be pretty big if he's able to get full presence for this next camp. They do have to keep in mind they have to go for rest. Oh no, he's just gonna wax the rocket share. Okay. Well, interesting.
Makes the rocket.
I don't know.
Is that a thing?
No. Anyways, we're gonna see him on chair for the next time here. He's also gonna chair on a cipher machine for Sasori, which means he can just wax off that cipher. He's not able to get full presence. That's the only downside, but yeah, the ciphers are really just not far enough along here, and Yaopai again really just searching for one kill.
Yaopai, 1 kill.
Although
okay,
two would be better in terms of
2 would be better, but 1 kill at the very least. Sasori coming for the rescue. Is he able to deny this rescue? Nope.
He may not even. Oh, that's smart. He's just gonna freeze him. He's not even gonna go for the hit or anything like that onto the novelist. He's just gonna freeze him so he can't body block. Make sure he farms the postman and gets the postman down that way. So now we have to see the forward come in for harass. That's the only window of opportunity here. We're gonna see the acrobat or novelist trying to harass, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure why he's going so far into this novelist, but he is able to get the wax bomb damage onto the novelist here.
Excitement not ready. Not ready.
He might just wait for it. He might just wait for it. The last cipher's just now started, so he has time to wait here.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Just
now he can just go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Excitement.
Yeah.
Right.
He's gonna go for the excitement. Wait it out there. Get the chair. That's gonna be the 1 survivor elimination, which means that FT will be getting the victory over FL here.
Yes.
But you don't want to mess around here. Again, you really want to secure a tie. This is not the time to mess around in a situation like this. Getting at least a tie, which means that FT would win the round as well. Getting 2-round victories is super crucial in case it comes down to a tiebreaker for qualifying for the playoffs.
Okay, and the wax bomb manages to hit Yuto, so a little bit more and he will be able to down Yuto. Yuto does have borrowed time though, so Cypher's at 80%. Let's see if he can survive this.
98. Cypher Machine is not yet primed, and he's going to get placed on the rocket share. We are going to see Fire Investigator will be able to come in for the rescue here. Ford does have BT, but he's going to drag him over to this chair. No, I thought he was might take him to the basement, but he's just going to chair far away here. We'll have full presence back in about 9 seconds. So Fire Investigator is going to come in for the save, it looks like. Let's see if we can stuff this rescue potentially. He should be looking to where Fire Investigator is coming from. It looks like, yep, here comes the Fire Investigator. There's the airbag. He's going to use it to get all the way up to the chair here. Gets the... Can he get the full presence here? They have to go for the pop sooner than later. He cancels it, and they don't pop it. I think he thought they were going to go for the pop there, but they actually were patient enough. Excellent patience at this point. I wonder if Meowpie is just going to wait for his hot wax to come back, or wait for his straight to come back. I'm not really sure. He's going to... No, he's not going to break the airbag. Huh. I think he's just waiting for the hot wax. He wants to get the instant hot wax down play where there's no attack recovery. Let's see if he's able to get it here. He can just go for it right now. Ford's going to stay in the pallet so he has somewhere to go after the pop. He's really trying to bait them into popping here, and he gets the insta down. The discipline pays off. Ford is knocked down, and now he can actually go for a 3-kill here potentially. As Ford is down, nobody on the exit gate just yet. 520 had to leave there. He's going to switch to warp. He's going to warp to the gate. Does get tinnitus from one of the survivors here, but he's just going to go ahead and go back. Just going to want to secure the tie. He should have wax bombed the gate before going back through the warp. I know it's already secured and everything's fine, but I think Meowpie is... Okay, well...
Let's go, Meowpie! But him just willingly getting that tram, I think he is very satisfied with this result. Even if it's just a tie, and Sasori able to get the dungeon. FT, man, as a non-professional team, them able to go thus far into the global stages, winning against a professional team like FL. Not an easy feat.
Yeah, so FT is going to be moving on to 2-0 bracket in the third I believe starts out. Oh no, not the winners bracket. How does it go? It's they have a farther back bracket or something, right? A longer, a more challenging bracket.
Yes.
It's not like that. They have a more challenging bracket if they get.
何か外しが必要なのはオムニでしょうか。占い師骨董賞版、フラバルの番を受けて心理学者、そして小説家。
はい、来ましたね。
小説家ピックですか。
まあこの小説家、占い師が詰めない時の小説家、興奮が少し怖いですよね。かなり即ダウンにもつながってしまいますし、
これ以上スタンキャラクターを入れると、それこそ本当興奮採用は濃厚になってくるでしょう。
はい。だからこそ、でもオムニも攻めている。おお。
囚人。
はい。
解読速度上げてきました。
うん。
ちょっとハリンの警戒っていうのもやっぱしていますか。
そうですね。
あとはまあサングリアに対しても強いですし、
はい、
確かに時空の影に対しても強いですから。
まあそうですね。
傭兵版に対して一等航海士、これはなんか詰まされたような
そうなんですよ
気がしますよね。
だから案だったりも全然見えますし、詰まされていますよね、どう考えても。野人傭兵
はちょっとやっぱり匂いますよね。
怖い。
何か普段と違うハンターが出そうな。時空の影であればここまで野人傭兵版する理由もない
ですね。
一等航海士を許す理由もないですし、
一等航海士は強いですからね、むしろ。だからこれで結構アイビーはなくなってきているような気もしますが、この番をするから一等航海士を詰めるから、じゃあアイビーはないなという見て左右人格を積む、それでアイビーを出すみたいなことも考えていますかね。
まあ人格の読み合いももちろんありますが、まあ、オペラ歌手はマップ的に相性がいいわけでもないですし、そもそも編成的にもオペラ歌手に対して強いですから、
はい、
まあ出すんだとしたらやっぱりそのオペラ歌手時空の影以外には見えてしまいますけどもね。
そうですね、
その人格の読み合い云々を抜けば。さあ新案はオペラ歌手ですか。
オペラ歌手、
これはまあその人格の読み合いが一つあったでしょうか。
まあシンプルに囚人を追いに行く、まあこれも狙っているかなというふうに思いますね。
ちょっと意外なピックに思いましたけどもね。
はい、あとは囚人即ダウン取りやすいし、はい、墓場でチェイスされたとしても中央に異常かけてそこから追走で戻ってっていうのもできますから、まあそういった即ダウンの取りやすさからオペラ歌手をピックした、それもありますからね。
一等航海士小説家というかなりまあオペラ歌手に対しての編成は強いですけれども、
そうですね。
全てはこの後の人格次第。フライホイールが多ければハンターは読み勝ち、はい、室外見反射が多ければサバイバーの読み勝ち。スポン選択は囚人が美智子、心理学者が中央2階、そしてハンターは右下。ゲート前ですか。最寄りは心理学者。
まあこれ囚人が墓場に行ったのであれば心理学者も墓に行かざるを得ないので、そこでダブルチェイスになってしまう、だからこそ道子側に行くんですよね、だから囚人道子チェイスが始まってかなりきつくなってしまう、非常にいい脇位置だと思います、シアン選手は。
人格右下鬼没、サバイバーの人格危機一髪は一等航海士、そして室外見反射多め。人格面ではオムニが読み勝っていたか。はい、仲直りなしは囚人です。2ラウンド、第2ラウンド前半戦、ジジからシアンウマンオペラ歌手、心理学者方面、そしてその先囚人を見据えているでしょうか。中央に向かったそんなチャットを受けて墓場へ向かっていく囚人。
この追い込み方、非常にこの心理学者も動きづらくなりますよ。はい、これなんですよね。
結果2人が動かされている状況になっています。ただターゲットはやはり囚人ですか。
そうですね。
のまま追っていく動きを見せるシアンウマン。跳躍をしながら強電流との駆け引きになります。電車は残り2秒。乗車を狙うか窓枠を狙うか。1ダメージを受けて乗車を選択。
はい、これによってまた中央の動きにも圧かかりますから、
そうですね。
はい、
解読圧をかけながら、しかもこの後の囚人のチェイス、鬼没がある状態で迎え撃つこともできる。
はい、
さあ、そして小説家の補助が入るかどうかです。小説家の補助をいただって成功。 いいタイミングで補助に入ってきました。
ただ進出鬼没がありますからね。
強電流一つでどうこうできるか。水槽で戻った先、電車の影に隠れるレイズ。強電流は使わずに、
はい、
フライホイールもおそらく構えていましたかね。
はい、まあ使ったとしても少し伸びづらい、届かない、板まで届きませんので、温存という意味ではいいと思いますね。
この後のチェイスを伸ばすと。
はい、
ただ解読 60%、60%、3台が回っています。
まだ少しの、伸ばせていない、
はい、
回っていない状況ですので、進出鬼没があると考えると少し怖いですね。
中央の索敵向かいましたが、一等航海士はサイドから、当選棒やや距離は詰まったぞ。鬼没はあるが、ただダブルダウンを避ける形でアイテム使用、一等航海士 EU 救助になりました。
いいと思います。とにかくダブルダウンされない、これが大事ですから。
海中時計は使わずに来ていましたね。
はい、
特質は残せている。ただ使わずにダウン、囚人は囚人でそこまで伸ばそうという、
そうですね、
意思はなさそうでしたね。
つないで解読効率を良くする、それを狙っていました。
心理学者から感情転移、伊藤航海士、
はい、
体力は回復していきます。
特質がありますので、
はい、
これ救助は絶対挟みたいですね。挟まないとなると心理学者がこの後瞬間移動で追われてしまうので、そこだけは警戒していきたい。
一等航海士にかなり強めの圧かけをしていましたが、追走で戻った椅子前、小説家との駆け引き、ため攻撃1ダメージ。
はい、
小説家のスキルはまだ溜まっていません。
はい、
強電流、板の駆け引き、フライホイールもありましたが、
はい、
攻撃が届きました。囚人ダウン、これにて飛び。
この後の動きですよね。心理学者の動きは揺れていますので、しっかりと離れていった。だとすると誰も回すことができないんですよね。
そうですね、
はい、小説家1ダメージ持ってる、はい、糸返しはアイテムを吐かせるだけでいい、揺れたらすぐ瞬間移動ができますので、これかなり厳しいですよ。
かなりサバイバーが追い込まれている状況となっております。向かう先には一等航海士、懐中時計を使ったギリギリのところ、攻撃は回避、歩いて惑わしていく一等航海士です。解読の揺れを確認、瞬間移動で心理学者、板の駆け引きは、
いや、いい読み合い、
先倒しが完了。荒川乗り越えて室外剣反射、この板も読み合い制したのシアンが板間での1ダメージになりました。
みちこの暗号機が唯一この一番回ってる暗号機ですので、ここに寄せられるとなると少し難しくなりましたね。
英雄を使ったのを見て次のポジションに移動する判断、はい、
ここ地下室ありますよ。
そうなんですよね。
さらには時計ももうございませんので、
かなり墓場でのダウンは苦しそうなサバイバーです、
はい、
少しでも地下室から離れよう、時間を稼ごうという動きを見せていますが、心理学者のダウンを避けることはできません。
ただこの間にみちこの暗号機かなり回せていますね。
それを見るや否やシアンウマン守りに向かう判断、近づりも選択肢にはあったと思いますけれども、はい、それよりも特質のクールタイム稼ぎたい、全体的な釣り回しをしていきたい。
結局ラスト暗号機がこのみちこということは、今からじゃあ、はい、おーうまい、この S 字と墓場を回すというのにも、その墓場とみちことめちゃくちゃ近いので、はい、S 字を回しに行かなければならないんですよね。ですのでそういった暗号機の寄りも少しある。だからこそかなり有利なのはシアン選手ですね。
入り込んだ一撃はギリギリ届かず、板の読み合いを制したシアンウマン。はい、一等航海士盤面ダブルダウン、
瞬間移動もたまりますので、
そうですね、
もうこの後みちこを回すことはできない。
回そうものなら瞬間移動で即ダウンからの寄せなんていうことにもなりかねませんからね。神経を回し始めた心理学者です。
墓場が揺れるとなると見えている小説家に一気に圧かけますから、
はい、新規回し始めていることも読んでいたシアンウマン、少し回力圧をかけに行きます。追走で戻った椅子前、まだ救助に寄ってきていない小説家、その姿は捉えている。はい、あとはどのタイミングでアタックかけるか、そのシアンウマンの動き次第。新規の回力を回しているというのは確認できた。だったらGO、小説家へ向かいます。
はい、
鬼没はありませんが、板の読み合い、
暗喩もギリギリ
はどうだ、いたーって成功、暗喩はさらにたまりました。
大きい、
裏から心理学者の救助、椅子前に到達、4割救助成功です。
4割間に合いましたね。
さらに瞬間移動、向かおうとした先、暗喩で入れ替わって、ただ先回りのシアンウマン、心理学者の台、
起死回生入っていますからね。
結果としてこの暗号機寄せることもできますし、 盤面いい形を作れているのはシアンウーマンでしょうか。
ここから一等返しが全然圧かけれないんですよね、暗号機に。
ノーアイテムのサバイバー、チェイスを伸ばすことはかなり難しい状況です。
今の耳鳴りから大体小説家の位置も分かった、イコール別に一等返しに圧かけてもいいし、みちこだけはでも絶対回せない。
板の読み合いを制した小説家のターン。
これ追走ありますよ。
椅子前到着、救助は成功、ただ心理学者は即ダウン。徐々に盤面は崩壊している。
いや、しっかりと起死回生を吐いてるの分かってるからこそ、心理を釣らずに小説家を釣る。
こうなるとあとはもう一等航開始を追うのみ、救助させなければいいというシアンウーマンです。アイテムを漁っているその音を感知したシアンウーマン、アイテムを漁りきれずいたかんでのダウン。さあ GG シアンウーマン追い込みました。4人釣りになってしまったというのも、スキルの回転をさせることできなかったというのも、チェイスの伸びにつながらなかった一つの要因ではありましたか。さあ先ほどの第2ラウンド前半戦試合データになっております。こうなると GG サバイバーまたしても1逃げでいいよというラウンドですが、
そうですね。
Goldman, but from the side of MRC, Nanako will be choosing out that Novelist. Novelist buff did come true, though. We can't forget that that range increase is absolutely insane on the side of the Novelist as well, especially when it comes with, pulling distance up against the Hulu Blue and the Goldman as well when it comes to tight containment. However, still can't forget, once again, you don't necessarily have to play the meta characters right now. You could potentially opt out for an Ivy, could potentially opt out. Well, maybe if not for Opera Singer, but Ivy here wouldn't be such a bad choice if you want the first chase. A Novelist ASAP, but you know what? Very respectable bans here on the side of Zhengzheng, because that mechanic and that antiquarian is basically S-Badge Xiao Di, first mechanic, S-Badge antiquarian from the side of Nanako as well. So with this side, we try to get as much of the comfortable picks out from the side of MRC as possible. And for Zhengzheng right now, what hunter do we really want to play? Would it be the big two, or do we want to opt out for? No, we'll be opting in for Goldman here instead.
Yeah, just trying to add on to the lead here. As we talked about, this is perfectly fine. We kind of talked about how, as a hunter here, if you're able to get a 3 elimination or a 4 elimination, you essentially put MRC in a position where they really just want to. They're kind of going to have to win 2 rounds in a row, because a 6-2 deficit, obviously, that's difficult to come back from. A 8-1 deficit is incredibly hard to come back from. So let's say it's a 4 kill here. They're up 8-1. Then MRC basically has to win 2 rounds in a row. They cannot afford to tie around. They have to win 2 rounds in a row, essentially. And even if it were a 6-2, it's likely that they would have to try to win 2 rounds in a row as well. It's just so hard to make that comeback. So add as many points here. Obviously, it does go by rounds, but if we do have a tiebreaker round, which is very common, those extra points are so crucial in the long run. So just tack on as many points here as possible for the hunter side, and just give ACT more of a lead.
Yeah, we're going to be able to see Goldman here spawning by the entrance of Graveyard, as Novelist spawning by Geisha, the Priestess spawning by Transform, alongside with the Puppeteer at Balcony, and of course Gravekeeper in middle. It seems like Novelist here definitely will be a potential first chase. However, we cannot forget that this Goldman does not have to drop down a cage until he's close enough towards the Novelist, or we're at a better position. For now though, it'll be Excitement with Tremor Detention on the side of our Goldman, alongside from Survivor side, Knee-Jerk Reflex on Puppeteer, Tighturner Knee-Jerk Reflex on Priestess, Tighturner on the Gravekeeper, and of course Flywheel Knee-Jerk Reflex on the side of Novelist. This will be MRC versus ACD here for game 1, match 1, second half, in every.
Alright, so we're going to see Goatman rotating towards the middle area here in the location of the Gravekeeper. Not going to commit there, most likely. Let's see if he actually goes for this Survivor here. We're going to see the pallet get dropped here. Just going to use this time to take down this middle pallet. And nope, just going to go ahead and get a shovel out, get some energy out of that item. Going to take down both of these pallets, so these survivors will not have this to work with later on. And we'll change targets towards, looks like that's going to be the Priestess Shouty over here at corner. No, I'm still trying to find a target. Finally catching sight of the Novelist, which appears to be his optimal chase target.
For now, though, 100 stacks of resentment on the side of our Goldman. Novelist does have quite a nice containment area here, as we do see quite a big cage as well, but Duncan is going to get a little bit confused here himself as well. We cannot forget that we have a book here to use. I was going to use it, but that's going to be excitement pop out here instantly, as we're going to be able to at least cancel one of the cages, but that's a first hit registered pretty early on. Around 75% storybook here will be regenerated, as not the best cage here to use, but we do have a flywheel here to at least negate it once again and to get our book out on time. But that will be a flywheel out as now. Cage. Ooh, got the hit there on time. Got the hit there on time.
You know,
a little bit unfortunate though. Yeah.
I'm wondering if he even needed to use the book in the first cage. The cage was going to expire within the next second or two. I feel like he could have actually conserved that. But I'm not really sure. It would have been very close. I guess played better safe than sorry. Did get the excitement out. So definitely an optimal start here for the Hunter side. And we're going to see who actually comes up with the rescue of Tide Turner, Gravekeeper, and Priestess. So we could see that being either. Looks like Priest is going for the backdoor save here, able to get all the way up to the chair without getting caught up, but gets the portal canceled. And we're going to go ahead and see the rescue. Again, Cypher's not quite as far along as Survivors would like. We're going to see the switch there with the Novelist, but I don't know if that's going to do much. Oh, he's able to kite out
we
the
missed at the cage. There's no cage. There's no cage.
I think Priestess broke it. I believe Priestess broke that, so he was able to kite that out. He's got one more cage to work with here. Is he able to get this down? He's got him caught in the open. He should be able to get this one.
But it's still a nice rebound kite though. We're almost 3 Cypher Machine done here from the side of Survivors and Gravekeeper. Yes, we still have a shovel left, but at least the good news here is we've wasted so much resentment on this side of Goatman. I think it at least can be a tie guarantee game on this side of MRC. A little bit unfortunate though for our Goatman, but now I think the main question will be, we are currently not max presence. Resentment will stack a little bit slower compared to the usual. Puppeteer and Priestess decoding the last 2 Cypher Machines. No, Priestess finishing up her own, and that will be a Gravekeeper on his way in.
Gravekeeper coming in for the rescue here. There's the cage. He's going to go for the basic hit to get the Gravekeeper to half health here. Novelist going to try to farm as much book as possible. There's the switch. Swing and a miss. Switch back, trying to get this behind the Novelist here. He should be able to, oh, he swings too early. Can he get the hit here on, and he does get it right around the corner to down the Novelist here. The last Cypher Machine now at only 18%. Trait back online. It's not a tie game just yet. Definitely still a possibility for a win here on the Hunter side, with traits still available, 2 injuries on the board, and the last Cypher Machine with very minimal progress. It's definitely a possibility for Goatman to turn this into a victory here.
Yes, however, we cannot forget that currently Priestess and Gravekeeper is healing on the side too, and Wanted Order is not on the side of Hunter, as we're going to be able to get that heal on the Priestess, but who's going to be chased? That's going to be Priestess body block. We still do have a trump card to use here for either Teleport or Blink, but from the side of Priestess, 2 portals still left on our hands to use, can still contain the Goatman here for a pretty long time, but now the question is, will we change? No, we won't.
Yeah, that's a pretty fast find from where the Survivors were healing as well. Being able to immediately get on top of them and start committing to chase here. Shadi forced to work around this pallet here. Walks through the pallet and he gets the down here onto the Priestess. That's relatively quick. Grave at half health still. Puppeteer, of course, can rescue, but that Cypher is just now being started and trait is still available, so it's going to be very difficult for MRC to get to the end game here.
I feel like as long as Puppeteer doesn't really give out his location from his breeding, everything should be fine. But for now, Dundon's trying to look for where that Puppeteer is. We're going to be able to break the cage for a no damage rescue. However, this is still quite an early rescue here, as Priestess is going to be able to get out Wish Dash Portal. Now then, the question here will be, do you want to go in with a double cage scenario where we can destroy the cage, or will Puppeteer here just become the main chase, as Priestess is going to be able to sneakily, slowly fade away from the sight of Goatman?
Yep, we're going to see continuing to the Puppeteer. Oh, Puppeteer doesn't use the ability. He doesn't use the ability. He's going to take a half health hit. Now we're going to see the teleport away here onto this Gravekeeper. There's the switch. Okay, he is able to get the Gravekeeper into the cage there. Will he be able to knock him out of the shovel here? Still missing that hit. Finally knocking him out of shovel. Gravekeeper able to cut out of this cage. He's got one more follow-up to work with, though. There's the switch. Gravekeeper gets knocked down at the window, and they are stopping to heal yet again here. So Cyphers are not far enough along for MRC, and Gravekeeper getting shared towards middle. This allows the Goatman to pressure these Cypher Machines a lot easier. Could be detrimental for this match. Let's see. Although the last Cypher Machine is pretty far away, it's all the way over at Fake 8.
And I know. I mean, I know a lot of people say that Puppeteer's healing is kind of a debuff. However, up against a single hit hunter, being able to heal 2 survivors at the same time is absolutely crucial. Priestess, however, does have a portal here left to use on her hands to get straight towards the sheriff. For now, we're going to be able to hear that tonight is, but it's a Priestess you're going up against. Do you really want to try this? Dun dun. As Priestess here, instant portal straight towards the sheriff right now. We're going to be able to take that portal as well, and it will be a before half rescue for the side of Gravekeeper. That's really nice as well. We want to try get for the body block, and we did manage to do so too. Cypher Machine Crit at 87%. Dun dun. 94 Sackles remaining.
He down him. He down him before his prime, though.
Goes down instantly.
He can pick him up. He needs to pick him up. Does he pick him up in time? He picks him up in time before the Cypher pop here. Gravekeeper did have BT, so that is a big miss for MRC. That's a crucial timing. 1 second later, MRC would have had a 3 survivor endgame. Now Priestess is in the vicinity. Will he be able to cut off the Priestess here? She does not even have a portal though, so she's just gonna get knocked down. And he could even teleport to the gate. I guess you don't want to risk Priestess healing up. He's gonna chair. If he teleports right away, he might have enough time here to get to this Puppeteer. Although Puppeteer does still have a puppet, he could take a hit and then get the gate open, so I think he still makes this no matter what. He will make this out the gate here. Looks like he's gonna put up a cage though.
Hold on, cage.
Double cage. He comes back. There's the break. He's gonna put up another one. Is this gonna be enough?
We need to use our puppet first. No, we got the hit instead, and we're out.
Yeah, 3 survivor elimination though, still perfectly fine. We talked about how a 3 kill here is, and from there on, we saw the first 10 ended up being pretty quick. We see the containment time here, 65 seconds. Definitely not, and that's with a rescue being in play. So it's just the power of this Gohan. It's such a hard character to kite against. Novelist, I think out of all the characters here, probably the most optimal chase target. He was able to find him relatively early. There wasn't didn't take him too much time to locate that survivor, was able to get him down. The excitement ended up being the correct trait to have. Sometimes we kind of ask like, oh, is this
because they haven't just chosen him just yet. But as you're speaking, a Novelist here being chosen isn't bad. We could do a switcheroo here in between the palettes as well. But not only that too, I feel like when it comes to Novelist, there's like so many counter plays you can play up with him. You can potentially pair him up with the Flooring here, the Fire Investigator here, into, you know, switching in between the palettes, get the Fire Investigator to actually drop the pallet down, or even choose out the Aeroplanist in this map. It's a big map after all. Aeroplanist gets a 20% extra stun time duration on that pallet when there's a survivor nearby, but no, there'll be a barmaid here instead when it comes to a little bit more of a soft support. Maybe we want the Force Wilding here to rescue twice, but with a team comp like this, it's a little bit more of a knack on the support side. It's a little bit more of a, it's less, let's say, solo containment wise. It's more like team fight, team fight, team fight. We want to aim for as much fights here as possible. So potentially speaking, they are kind of maybe eyeing out on a Geisha. Opera Singer team fighting is definitely doable too, but even if you do pull distance, she's going to be able to catch up to you way too fast.
Yeah, Barmaid is not good against Opera, to say the least, in most circumstances. But yeah, Novelist here is good. Fire Investigator for support. It's going to be Opera Singer as predicted. He's going to look to chase that Barmaid early on. I mean, I kind of get, it's like, okay, Barmaid, we're trying to cover our grounds a little bit here, but I feel like it was pretty obvious that Hutian was going Opera. We saw him prioritize that against RC. We know that's his most common round 2 hunter, so interesting, but to see the Barmaid, but yeah, anyways, we'll have to see here. Again, they only need to get 1 survivor out the gate, so I think that's really just what they're going to go ahead and aim for. As you mentioned, we'll probably see limited borrowed times where they're just going to prioritize having kiting builds here. And looks like we're going to see the Novelist 4-stop, Fire Investigator in 2-story here. And the Opera's going to have to choose which one they want to chase. We will see that first stop Cypher getting locked off, so Barmaid will have a little bit slower decoding, and we are going to get into the match here. We do have actually 3 borrowed times, only 1 survivor with no BT. That's going to be the Novelist here with the full kite build. This is the second half of the second round of the Wolves Survivor side versus the Sky Hunter, and I'm Yaliho, joined here with Kuroshiro, bringing you the live commentary for this match.
We're gonna give Try Chasing 487 here a try. A Novelist up against an Opera Singer, though. I don't think this is gonna be the best matchup, especially with the fact that this Novelist recharges his storybook really fast too. We're gonna run Trump Card Attention alongside with Max Peller Breaking and Berserker, as we're gonna drop down so many remnants nearby. With that Shadow Dance back, it's not the right remnant, unfortunately. Hutian, that's 1 faulty Shadow Dance, and with that 487, a knee-jerk reflex straight towards the next double pallet window area.
We're going to see him breaking that pallet here, trying to get as much distance as possible. Is this Novelist, faulting that for a boost. Going to go ahead and transition back towards these pallets over here. Novelist still waiting to use that ability. Might give me the pallet, walks straight through the pallet though, and gets the hit though. Nice aggression there from Hutien to get that early hit onto this Novelist.
From Hutien's point of view, I'm going to get stunned anyway, so why not just go through? But even with that in mind, look, 47 uses that storybook right now. We don't have Shadow Lance ready, so at least that's somewhat of a good news. But Blink will be ready in the next 3 seconds. We did not have knee-jerk reflex ready on our hands to use from the side of the pallet, but there's at least one more window there left for ourselves to use. Do we want to blink here? Hutien, blink, the flywheel didn't really come out just so we're still trying to bake it, and the flywheel did come out. And that's down.
Is able to get that flywheel baited out there. He's going to go ahead and share near this 4-stop area. Will we see the Wildling come for the rescue? Looks like that is going to be the case already on that boar. Just to ensure he doesn't get cut off from a distance here. Taking down that pallet as well. Does he see the Wildling? Does see the Wildling here. Going to try to force the Wildling to save as early as possible. But that's going to be very difficult to do as this Wildling is just so fast on this boar. And he's kind of staying in an area where he can't really dash that well. Yeah, here comes XMX for the rescue here. Cypher Machine's already starting to wind down a little bit. They're able to pop 2 at this point. Beautiful rescue from the Wildling. Novelist trying to farm as much book as possible, but he's going to not get knocked down through this pallet.
It's okay though, because I do feel like maybe if possible here we could get Wildling to rescue once again, but it seems like right around now Wildling's just going to stay nearby to give Tinnitus instead. But actually speaking, we could just set out 487 here as he's summoned without our time, so there's really no need to rescue him once again. But that's going to be the doubling immediately on the side of Wildling. Wildling having boarding 2 seconds. We could actually just walk in and get on towards the board to body block for our Novelist and to get him to have another storybook ready, but it seems like nope, we're just going to play more of a safer route, getting on the board, and we're going to waste some time before we actually rescue.
We're going to see the switch back here. Wildling is going to come in for the save. Just try to waste as much time as possible with the survivors to decode before getting off that board. We're going to see another Cypher Machine being popped here. Finally hitting that Wildling there, and there is the rescue onto the Novelist here. Novelist so close to getting a book, about 60% of the way done there. Wildling can be the pallet, try to keep it alive a little bit longer, but he's just going to get knocked down here. Nowhere to go at this point. Hutien not wasting any time, trying to even double down the Wildling here. Is he able to do that? He's really going to commit to a double hit here, and he is going to get it onto this Wildling. So pretty good spot here for him. Going to go back and get that Novelist. Is Novelist, nope, not able to self-heal here even with that sticker. Getting it placed on the rocket chair. Now Wildling going to get shared right after that. Wolves looking to get down to 1 Cypher Machine here, but still 1 more to go.
I do think it's okay since, Barmaid's Cypher Machine is done right now, and Barmaid could just, use her speed doubling to come a little bit closer towards the chair. But for now, it does seem like the Barmaid's Cypher Machine are being popped open. We do have to rescue here no matter what. If we don't rescue, we have to give Tinnitus, or at least stay near middle to give some sort of pressure for Hutien. Hutien himself knows that he needs a formal elimination here, so the longer he waits, the worse it actually gets. But if we do decide to change chair here, it's a Wildling we're talking about. The moment he gets rescued with a doubling, you're not going to be able to get him down once again. On the side of Sky right now, it's just too hard. It's too hard for a hunter here. Wolf Cypher Machine currently at 60%. Barmaid can start running in right about now, since by the time she reaches towards the chair, probably will be already primed.
And we do have borrowed time on all 3 of these survivors as well, so this is going to be very good for them in the end game. Hutien, he really just wants to cut off this survivor from a distance. There's the hit. Barmaid still has a speed drink too if she wants to utilize it, which she will. Gonna flip back, but not enough to prevent the rescue. Cypher Machine is going to be primed here. Wildling getting knocked down. There's the Cypher pop. 3 survivor endgame. Wildling onto the board here for Wolves. And Hutien, well, he is playing very well here. I don't know how he's able to 4-kill this spot. It doesn't look like it's going to be possible as of now. Wildling's just going to run circles around this area, and I don't think he can get him here. He has to teleport, teleporting onto the Fire Investigator, but yeah, it's pretty simple. Wildling can just do the other exit gate and make sure they get 1 out the gate.
Yeah, I mean, from the side of Survivors 2, they just have way too many resources here to use nearby. Deacon having 3 pallet access here. We could potentially still... Wow, what a pallet mine game, as we did get that drop down too. The question now being, we probably won't be able to take Dungeon, and it is behind Tent right now. However, Deacon, just so much time bought that we got the hit right over the pallet. A tie game here for Hutien, honestly speaking, it's not bad, but it's just not enough here. XMX may not have been able to prove himself to be a really good harasser when it comes to rebound kiting, but at least, you know what, we still managed to tie this one out. And let's congratulate then Wolves for winning up against Sky for our match 2 of day 5.
Indeed. Well, so the convincing victory here. Nothing to take away from Skies. Hutian did have an excellent job there on the Hunter side.
Maybe not so much. 81 was too much of a deficit here as we move on straight towards the match stats. We see here, right, like 47 didn't really contain that long. It was only 81 seconds. But since it's such a big map and Opera Singer can't really map control, Cypher Machines were done.
Want to add extra support, extra kiting, or extra mobility?
Patient?
Novelist. Novelist. How is the Novelist Opera Singer matchup, Chocho?
I don't think I've seen it just yet. This might be the first time we are seeing the Novelist.
Yeah, in this matchup, right? Because usually you bring out Novelist to counter Gamekeeper, you counter other Goatman.
Yeah.
But here, because the Opera Singer moves really quick, I'm not sure if you can get any recordings done. This could actually open up Yan, if he wants to pick up Ivy. Because that heavy counters Novelist, because you can't even record the face. You can't even look at the Hunter.
You know, I'm scared he surprises us because I know Yen does have like a Dream Wish in his character pool. Might surprise us here and there. But if from the Chinese mainland side, we've been seeing very standard BO1 and BO2 picks among the 4 S tier hunters. So I don't think Yen is going to surprise us too much here. Either the two. Could be an Opera Singer here. But we've seen him play the Ivy. Didn't see much success against AWG. Yeah, only got a 1k. So... Oh.
Proving us wrong. Sorry, Chocho. We have to look at the script. It's updated. They updated the Google Docs. We have to follow that. It's the Ivy. My goodness. No, this is good. You gotta face your trauma head on. You gotta. He's known for this, Hunter. He's brought it out in the qualifiers. He's performed all right, but maybe his recent standing wasn't so good. So he's gonna try to let it rock again. Because usually it's Goatman Ivy. But I share your sentiments with how you reacted there, because if this goes sideways and it's the same as AWG, then ITZY immediately wins, and the mid-Zs are going to be very happy too.
Yeah, and now that I think about it, you know what? You usually want to avoid having the eye contact with the IV, right?
Yeah.
But I remember KZNK bring out the painter, and then you have to look at the hunter before you draw the painting. At least you need to look at her one time. To get the full face, right? And then you draw the draw. And KZNK actually did an amazing kite, by the way. But Novelist, you gotta like, eye contact?
Yeah.
Eye contact all the way. So I'm not too sure how it's gonna work out for Novelist. It's gonna be pretty difficult, I feel. Novelist will be spawning at the shack area, while Embalmer inside the big boat, safest area. So potential first chasers could be the Dancer or the Novelist, but could definitely see the Novelist being an easier one here.
Yeah, it just honestly counters his entire skill set that you have to kind of go for regular kiting abilities. Maybe the Dancer can support with those boxes, but you can kind of negate his book already from the get-go. So this was a great pickup. Even though it's high risk, high reward, since in the big stage of Call of the Abyss, he hasn't performed as well as he'd want to on the Ivy. But considering he's bringing Insolence, Detention, and Blink, I think should be an easy first chase, while the Novelist unfortunately does not have Flywheel, just has broken windows. Borrowed Time though, but he might not even need Borrowed Time because he might be the first chase. So once again, folks, we are your commentators. That's Shocho and Potch Spice. Let's head into
do or die situation. Could be the potential last half that we're seeing of Do versus seeing ITZY. Let's see how Yen is going to be getting that potential 3k coming into this matchup. Now ITZY, that high, we'll be seeing the first chase. Female Dancer.
Female Dancer not wasting any time dropping her music box just to make sure this will be an alright kiting area. However, they already know it's going to be a shadow with the tombstones. They have to make sure that they're going to starve this Hunter of Presence. And just like that, we are going to see the Novelist get leeched on already, and a spray. So 40% left. He cannot look at this back or else he will face the consequences of that, Chocho.
Yeah, and now Novelist just becomes a lucky guy kind of sort because you can't make eye contact at all. So 66 on this already. Another spray could work out here, but I think still unable to get that now. Cyphers are being pushed, all 4 of them. So let's see how Clover is gonna be kiting. Seems like he's doing a pretty good job until the spray happens.
Yeah, the spray was very timely here, and that unlocked some presence for the Hunter. So Clover has to make sure that he stays far away from any ciphers that are being worked on. So far, no corruption yet. So he's doing an okay job thus far, but it could change in a snap of a finger. So we do see that he's already moved away from that tombstone. He's rotating towards the center. Good rotations and good cipher progress on the side of the survivors. Oh, wow, able to make a switch happen just for him to allow him to go back towards the logs area here at Small Boat.
Oh, and the spray successfully on him in the blink. Registers onto him as well. So now not even a full 3 cipher, but close to 3 cipher kite. We see the Novelist on the chair. I think honestly it's actually a pretty decent kite already, considering it's a Novelist, a direct counter. So yeah, pretty good job. Vox will be coming for the rescue. Does have a tech turner, so should be pretty stable. I don't see how he would be denied here.
Yeah, and considering how the ciphers went in the previous half, it's already 2 minutes and they've already done 2 ciphers and they're working on their 3rd one. Well, 4th one's being opened up already. The 3rd one is set 78%. But now we do see a spray onto the wildling. Corruption area is going up. Gonna get a terror shock! Oh my goodness, Chocho!
Oh my goodness, I feel like I accidentally jinxed that. Like I feel like, oh, he's not gonna be stopped here. He's just gonna get the rescue. But terror shot was something that we did not expect at all, coming from ITZY survivors. Now Yan able to potentially turn things around with that one play. And Embalmer, he's trying to go for the balloon trick here. Get that double hit.
Yeah, he's gonna have to save way past half. Trying to go for another scare. Gonna get hit and able to down the Novelist and chair the wildling in the process. And Yan, this could be his moment for him to be able to get more than a 3K. Novelist is down, wildling's on the chair. Embalmer tries to get sprayed here, and he's just trying to pick up the pieces from that excellent terror shock here. Gonna do another pickup here.
Yeah, doing another pickup here. Let's see. He will be able to chair him, so it means a free rescue for the wilding and a 100% scare on Xian.
Oh my goodness! Able to get another terror shock, denied him, but he's got the coffin to work with. But no one can save the wildling anymore unless they stop cipher progress. But just like that, Chocho, in one terror shock situation, able to actually get the advantage here. We do see the Embalmer though having that tide turner effect, and now the wildling able to actually get on his boar. Embalmer does pop that last effort. Just a back and forth here, and unfortunately I don't think the dancer alone could make the ciphers go any faster.
I think not just the decoding, right, but the female dancer is the only one that can come for the rescue, but how is she even gonna come close to the chair? We saw someone that can come close to the chair but got a terror shock. So this is how scary Yan's mind game can be with the Ivy. We should not be underestimating him here. Now Fox will be seeing the next chase here. Female dancer, is she rotating to the chair?
We don't have eyes on the dancer just yet. It seems like the dancer is rotating away. Oh no, Fox able to get the 100% corruption, and now he's just putting the finishing pieces on this masterful play, just stuffing that rescue attempt and making putting everyone on notice that is what you're dealing with in round number 2, folks. Dahai now's only chance here is dungeon, but he's not even going to chair the wildling and look for Dahai.
Wow, nothing else to say but wow, because this completely turned things around. ITZY initially having the upper hand coming into this before this matchup started, and suddenly, Yan with this one single play, now all the pressure is back to ITZY coming BO3. But before we end that, let's look into this first. Dahai trying to cut it out, does have one more box to work with, but Cypher is completely not enough. You want a wilding to decode? He's just going to decode really slowly as well, and Yan has full vision of wilding.
Exactly. It's coming down to the exit path war. Once he's able to down the wildling, that's almost the final nail in the coffin here. We're gonna get the down onto him, and now we can focus his attention completely to Dahai. So, I mean, I think it was a checkmate once the wildling was already down, but now it's even more of a final hurrah here for the survivors here. But you got to give it up to ITZY. They did really well leading up to that terror shock, and from there it's like they had to scramble, they had to sacrifice their cipher progress, and ultimately Yan looking at a 5-point game here.
Wow, that terror shock was something all of us didn't expect. And Dahai trying to hide it out there, thinking he's the explorer, but Clearly he's a dancer with white clothing, by the way, so very, very hard to hide there. So Wilding already expanded his self-heal that high. The moment he's down, probably a surrender, and this will definitely confirm the 5 points that Yin will be getting here in this group stages against ITZY survivors.
Yeah. So Chocho, while we put a cap on this game, could you tell me about the point difference if it's going to be a 5-0 in round number 2 for the team Dou? What they're coming into round number 3 with a point advantage. What does ITZY need to get? Is there a possibility of overtime, or if they have to meet first the 5-point game, right?
Yes, they have to meet somewhere with that 5-point game. But from there, we'll still play the second half because this is the group stages. But Dou will claim victory if Yang gives another 4K.
Okay.
But coming BO3 is going to be tricky though, because it's all where the unorthodox hunters start to come in. We have the Wax Artist, Geisha, BQ, Sculptor. In fact, Sculptor also came into the group stages.
So I'm sure FT, if Adi's watching, shout outs to you. Take down notes. We'll share our notes. We'll share our notes with you, my guy. What the heck?
He's I love his personality though. Like even during the interview, the interviewer also mentioned that the FT has a pattern of bringing one E person and one I person, one extroverted and one introverted person on stage for the interview.
Who else is the extrovert?
Kuga.
Yeah, it's always Adi. Who's the other extrovert in FT? It's just Adi.
Yeah, I guess Man is just by himself.
Shadow, Mini Blue, Kuga. Dude, they're so quiet.
They are very quiet. That's the case that we are seeing from the FT survivors. But speaking about FT, I managed to see their behind the scenes after they won against FL on the social media Weibo. And I am just gonna post it on my story later on and just show you guys because it's super duper cute.
Follow
you guys should definitely go take a look.
Chocho on Instagram, guys. Just to see that story. And Chocho does regularly update with stories on any updates on the Weibo gaming side, so do give her a follow. Who is Chocho, right? Who is Chocho?
Who's Chocho?
Who's Chocho? Like who's Chocho? Like who does Chocho belong to? Or who is Chocho? Oh, okay.
Just who's Chocho? Who is this Chocho?
Who is this Chocho? Who is this goat man? It's Alex's goat man coming into the mix here. I do like that they picked up Novelist here in this match, because we were talking about how Novelist has been used in just to counter this type of meta. It did work out a little well up against the Ivy, but you might as well bring it out now in round number 1. Dancer, Aeroplanist, and First Officer as well. While we see a semi-T-shaped spawn here with Aeroplanist at the center, First Officer. It's 2-story middle and Dancer at the 11 area. So Goatman might actually go after the Dancer, but what are your thoughts, Chocho?
Yeah, Dancer. Can you imagine, like, she tries to pirouette and then the cage happens and then she just pirouettes into the Hunter's face? That's gonna be the case here, I feel. Let's see if Alex is gonna be able to do that later. And yeah, seems like they're besties, holding the hands, shaking so intensely. But Alex, trunk at detention as well as the peepers. GR survivors, we do see that we do see a standard build on the Novelist as well as the First Officer. And 3 tech turners coming into this matchup. Let's see. Ever Stepping Town, BO1, first half between GR Servers versus WBG's Hunter. My name is Chocho, and joining me will be Posh Spice, and we'll bring
Alex, the goat man, making his rotations around, spotting out AC, the female dancer. Did not put down any music box just yet. Needs to make sure it's going to count. Drops it in this strong palleted area. Seeing if he's going to go for this area. It seems like he will. Just to break down the box. But there's another box to work with here. So buying a little bit of time here. Just cleaning up shop here, because this will haunt him in the future. So he's just making sure 2 boxes have already been spent out. AC, 1 last box to work with. And in this area, drops down a peeper here just for the mind games. At least they know that his trait is peepers.
Oh, and getting that swing straight away in that first cage. So building up that resentment, another one can be seen here. I think he pirouetted away successfully, and now Novelist will see the free hit coming into this.
Oh, they swap away
nice.
AC. Okay, AK. Oh my goodness. Yeah, with a bit of a switcheroo here, continuing to get it, but yeah, he's gonna have to give that free hit. So 2 injuries on the board. AC unfortunately has no more items to work with. AK though Does have a bit of book to work with. He is playing with fire here since he is in this caged area and will be falling down. So a bit of over support here. Not looking too good when it comes to the ciphers though.
Yeah, so AK, just really unfortunate that he was caught out in such an awkward position at the corner trying to break the cage. So that really ended up costing the entire team. Now we at 1 minute 40 seconds and not even a single cipher pop just yet.
Iron now forced to actually go inside the cage here. Might be a bit of an early rescue, so he still has a bit of jetpack to work with. He's gonna try to break the cage, but this trades off a hit. At least there's gonna be a tide turner. AK just forcing him to eat that hit, but wow, actually able to actually get a hit outside the cage, so AK still survives.
Exactly, and we'll get the final effort. We'll be seeing the chair once again, and finally, the first cipher just popped. Fifth cipher still hasn't yet been touched, but looking towards more of a Alex game, having the upper hand here compared to the survivors. We do have 2 half healths here.
Yeah, it seems like they're kind of content here with going for just a tie, or not even a tie, 1 survivor escape, but it really depends on how they're going to play out this next couple of seconds. Heart being the main rescuer, he's still got a pocket watch to work with. Iron's actually going to try to go for a backdoor rescue. I'm not sure if that's going to be able to catch him off guard, but we do see that he does get cut off here, so this is going to be very dangerous.
And denies the rescue. It will not be Heart able to come in for potentially a terror shot here. Oh, a free rescue.
Yeah, and going for the Novelist as well. Good farm off hit and a double down, triple down situation if he goes for it. But no, Alex doing an amazing job. And Chocho, Cypher progress are at a standstill here because of the downs, because of the injuries. And Alex, the GOAT man, able to finally get his first survivor down and out. Oh, not yet. Sorry, this is Iron. My bad. He didn't even get an AK yet.
Yeah, so immediately able to snowball, and by the time this free rescue happens, AK gets on the chair. He already has a momentum where aeroplane is. The moment he gets on the chair one more time, he will be second chair already. So really forcing that rescue, and Alex having the upper hand coming into this matchup. Fifth cipher has just been touched, but now all of them are actually not decoding. Luckily enough, it's the first officer that has the wanted order rather than the other 2.
True. So Hart can kite this one out. He does have a bit of a pocket watch to work with. But the thing is, he's going to have to kite for a really long time just for them to even threaten the last cipher pop. Note that they only have 1 borrowed time, and it is on the first officer. I like how that they're kind of rallying back in this and trying to heal up. But, I mean, it's the GOAT man. He can catch up so quickly. And they're really trying to force the case. I don't know if they're able to actually heal in time.
No, it seems like the answer is no. Now, Iron trying to it out here, does have another jetpack to work with. Will be expanding his last one, it seems, and unable to potentially get out of this cage, and will see the hit as well. So first officer will be coming for the rescue. Doesn't have any items to work with. Look at them. They are all itemless.
Itemless. That is a good point there, because not only are they itemless, they don't have well, female dancer has a tide turner, but it's too risky to even go for a rescue at that stage. So it seems like first officer has to eat that hit, and I think it's only a matter of time for the checkmate situation to happen. And not even 5 minutes in the game, Alex has himself a 5-point situation here, Chocho.
Yeah, it's the way how Alex is able to really build out those resentments to do up the double cage, able to get so close to the survivors and capitalizing on all the tiny mistakes and missteps coming from Team GR survivors. So amazing stuff coming from Alex, and this is why he's one of the most feared hunters and well-performed hunters in the group stages. Yeah,
and this is a big, tall task to go up against if you're the hunter on GR side, to duplicate this type of domination or this type of success this early on. I think, like you said, just capitalizing on the overextensions and the over support, and all the cages have honestly counted in this momentum. So Hart, the last one left, just once he gets downed, he's already used up the exit path. It's going to be a GG. We do see that Hart is going to open up a chest over there at the basement area, allowing the dancer to actually get up.
He kind of made a misstep there, but he has so much resentment to work with, it doesn't even matter. So, first officer able to get half a ball, but what can half a ball get you? Get you nowhere, I guess.
It could get you a little
the GOAT man.
Yeah, you can't. Maybe just go for a stun for a highlight, but at this point, Alex is securing himself a 5-point game.
Oh, and able to spot out Hart. I'm not too sure, maybe it's because of the 3 best friends on top of him, but Hart trying to kite out here. Does have a ball to with. Hopefully he's able to use it so that it's...
Oh my goodness, and able to actually get it and not even able to use majority of that. No, that's the case, Chocho. Whenever you want to look for like a pocket watch, it just gives you something else. It gives you perfume, it gives you a football. It's like, I don't want a team fight. I want to be able to heal up. And Alex not even caring. He's like, I don't even care about the tram. We're gonna keep going here. And AC just trying to buy a little time, I guess. But I think it's easy to say that this is a 5-point game on WBG's side.
Yeah, what a great start coming from WBG, and not expecting anything less from Alex. He is still on that 4K win streak. This is his 3rd win streak, and yeah, more to come, in fact, because we will be seeing VO2 later on, but it's still a little bit early to say whether this is gonna be a evened out game coming second half, or WBG Survivor is able to get a 1 escape at least going against the Hunter of GR, which is most likely gonna be near.
Yeah, I'm actually looking where AC is at right now. He's over at the 11 area, or one of the corners of the tram. He's gonna bleed out before the first officer, so they can't even pressure dungeon at this point. So yeah, again, just I guess trying to whittle away the mental stack, but Alex is just having a good time, just like trying to practice his cages and just going around. Yeah, GG's gonna go to WBG.
Yeah, and it just shows how reliant Alex is on that Tinnitus, right? He can find moving survivors, but he cannot find the ones that are crawling. But finally, AC standing up, making use of the flywheel, but before she even breaks the cage, Alex just blinks over, secures the win, and expanding both their self-heals, securing that 5-point lead right from the get-go. Amazing stuff coming from Alex, but at the same time, GR survivors. What a devastating start, honestly.
Dominating start. How WBG started things out here with Alex getting a 5-point game. Tell me your thoughts on this matchup, Chocha, as we go through the match stats.
Firstly, Female Dancer really tried to waste as much time as possible by placing the boxes, right? And that did waste time, but you just get
difference maker here for Survivor side, because obviously I think execution-wise Alex has that, and we could kind of assume that he's gonna play the same type and just try to bait out skills here. But what are we seeing now? Oh wow, Novelist is the 3rd round pick, so really harning on this Novelist meta. But what would you want to see on a Survivor side that can possibly counter an opera singer?
Opera singer. I would love to see lah, but I can see it already. But I would love to see them potentially picking a acrobat or patient. Actually, I would love to see that happening in
transitions.
Yeah, especially at the small boat to the 11 area. That is a very great kiting area for them. But
you know what else I see? I see Yanni in chat. Don't be hurt, bro. We see you. Sorry, we just like so much is happening right now, and what we do see on screen right now is the final lineups of the survivors. So unfortunately, Chocho, they don't have that safety or like acrobat or patient, but they do have a Weeping Clown that we did see a little bit of in the previous round. They do have the Fire Investigator, which has been kind of hit or miss for me lately, or like the matches I've seen. So let's see, because it's honestly a little unconventional, like the way they drafted this lineup, because they didn't consider Puppeteer, they didn't consider Acrobat as well, and those weren't even banned by Alex or the globally banned. Yeah,
and they also didn't pick up the Seer when they had the opportunity to. They picked up the Novelist. So prioring the Novelist over the Seer, I guess they do want a character that has a potentially stronger kiting potential as compared to the Seer. So yeah, I guess trust in their teammates. GR, this is the team comp that we're seeing here. But as for Alex, question still remains as to are we going to be seeing the opera singer or the Ivy? If we're seeing the opera singer, Agria.
Agria. Alex, Opera Alex, which it's Agria.
Sandlex.
Sandlex versus Sanjin. Okay, it's a mirror match of hunters, but I would say a variety of choices of survivors here. Not going to be cypher rushing, but more on sustain. But you can only sustain for so long, and you still have the threat of ciphers not moving fast enough and him just depleting your resources one after the other. So looking at our spawn points, though, let's talk about it.
Alright, so could be potentially seeing the same kind of spawn. Yes, we do see that. But this time around, the Whipping Clown will be at the big boat. Fire Investigator will be at the small boat. Novelist also at the shack, opened for Alex to go chase. So 2 options opened. Fire Investigator on the left and Novelist on top. Let's see what persona they're going to be bringing out here.
So it seems like, wow, Confined Space, Blink, and also it's not going to be sort of the same, but he is going to have Detention at the end game and Blink. While we look at the survivors, they did bring in 2 Tide Turners. They have 2 borrowed times as well, so quite the...
Right, so Joseph Ming will be commentating on this match first. At the start, let's look into this. Sandlax coming straight for the Novelist at the shack area, but will be rotating straight away outside. But AK, as of now, still has yet to see the Hunter face to face. So let's see, how is he gonna kite it out here? Does have the book to work with, but the flywheel still on 25 seconds of cooldown. Able to get the first hit this quickly
on AK, let alone, so it seems like a bit of a deja vu situation from the previous round, but AK really has to make sure this rebound kite works just enough for them to pop a little bit of Cypher. Is able to actually get a big pallet stun here, and now he's collecting more of the page here just for his skill to come online. But out in the open here, it seems like he might get another hit, but we do see that he's able to drop down the pallet just in time. He is interrupting the Wildling Cypher, but I like how he's pre-dropping these pallets and not taking anything up to chance. Blink is already online for him, but he's going to be vaulting a little too soon for Alex to get the down on AK.
Yeah, and looking at the ciphers, not progressing as fast as we like it to. And in fact, only a 1.5 ciphers. This is not looking too good for the survivor side. Alex potentially gearing this up to actually having a better standing coming into this matchup.
Yeah, so GR need to rally back in this mid-game for, not even mid-game, close to mid-game, because AK still has his second rebound kite. Be able to work with. Heart just gonna buy some time for some ciphers to pop. He's gonna be put out of his bore. Oh, a bit of a traffic jam situation, but the flywheel able to actually make it away and gets another pallet slam. AK with a highlight of pallet slams here for the ciphers to move to a respectable rate, but this kite still needs to last a little bit more longer here. AC is here for some support with that balloon, but able to get through. Oh my god, able to actually try to double back, but Alex downing AK.
OMG. Able to get that hit right away, but if we look into this, his blink has still yet been expended. We've seen this before. We've seen this. So
flashbacks of what happened to Bailu here. AC able to actually bait out a hit onto the balloon there. So now Fire Investigator does get that hit. Novelist AK still has to build up that book. He has to go through the window here, able to actually get the last effort, and unfortunately AK will be sent out in just a bit. But this does allow Alex to kind of snipe out where everyone's at. Cypher is at a standstill because everyone has to heal up.
Exactly. So Alex still trying to chair this Novelist. I think this will be, this will definitely be his last chair. And Cyphers are just for that Cypher. But we'll now let go. We'll see that Alex has clear direction when it comes to where the survivor is at. AC, half health.
He does have this shack area to work with, so he can kind of balloon his way. Oh, but it seems like he's going to balloon his way out towards the logs area. He does not have any more balloons to work with. Oh, wow, and now the blink is expended for a blink down. Note that there are 2 ciphers that are moving, so they might pop these ciphers before they go for that rescue, because you might as well threaten the last cipher from popping. Weeping Clown or Wildling can go for this rescue, but it's going to be a no Tide Turner rescue, by the way, Chocho.
Yeah, this chair, we've seen it before as well. We've seen it before. But at least this time around, the blink has been used, so it won't be the same kind of situation that we're seeing here. Heart will be coming for this rescue. Once again, there is no Tide Turner and ciphers. We still need 1 full cipher, and Iron still making a run, making a dash to that cipher. Not enough. So Heart seems like he's gonna go for a over half rescue. Iron, will he be able to get this cipher up though?
And what's hard is that Fire Investigator does not have borrowed time, so it's only gonna benefit Heart So Hart needs to body block for as long as he can. Alex well, actually just checking, he does not have that trait swap for him to work with. So Hart about to run out of boar, and now it's going to be so close here. He's waiting for the right time, just forcing out attack recovery, and now the body block needs to happen here. He's going to switch, and he does get the fire investigator, forcing Hart outside of this way, and this is going to be Alex being able to chair his second survivor. So they can go for that pop. Alex is going to have to go for Hart, but they still have borrowed time to work with.
Exactly. So Hart able to release himself from that bounce. So now last cipher is at 95%. Iron is close to the front gate though, so this could potentially secure a one escape that GR needs. So Hart still trying to kite it out here. The board will be up in about 18 seconds. Alex can do nothing here because he's already expended his blink. No teleport.
Oh my gosh.
And can only tunnel down on Hart.
True.
But we need to remember where the dungeon is first.
Where is the dungeon? Is it at shore or is
it's
that
not
center? Oh my gosh, so it's all the way at the end there. So now Hart getting that hit, they go for that pop. It's actually right next to the Weeping Clown. So now great time that was bought by for Hart to be able to be on the board, and they're already opening up the exit gate, Chocho. So again, rocky start to rocky middle, but they just need one out, and Alex is kind of focused on this situation here in front of him, and the Weeping Clown, unable to use any of his rockets, might actually get the only exit that they're gonna get.
That's all they need. That's all they need for the round point win, and that's exactly what GR is gonna do here. Iron just gonna wait out the gate, whereas hoping that Hart can potentially go for this, but a blink hit will be registered. Alex recognizes the fact that he will not be having the 4K that he needs here for his team. So GR ultimately winning the round point in BO2.
Can I just say, like, the drafting guy?
前回の試合
あ、前回の試合を含めて。
すいません。
なるほどなるほど。はい。
全試合含めて。
まあまあ負けなしですね。
いい成績すぎますよね。まあここで3セット目2-2が来るのかとかもいろいろありますよね。
まあ、あまりにもネンジンが調子良すぎるがゆえの采配なんでしょうかね。
はい。
またこの後も。
So wave over. Oh my goodness.
Wow, wow.
I'm
Adding
seeing
salt
it
to
now.
the wound. How dare guys in chat, I want to see the red hearts for Weibo. They need it now more than ever. They need 4 survivor escape just to survive this. But I see Trisha Ko, I see RYHQ that have been loyal from the beginning with GR. Love to see those pink hearts. Let's spam some red hearts here because they need it now more than ever in this matchup. Even like the draft, look at the globally banned survivors too. They don't have access to Seer, Acrobat, Aeroplanist. So now they're forced to play round 2 GR. And they're forced to actually get not just one escape. They need to go 4 survivor escape. So I'd say GR drafted masterfully coming into this. And now Jin can just go for... it's still going to be a little tough, though. These are some team fight survivors here. So Jin Fuzz were cut out for him, but he just needs that one survivor elimination.
Yeah, wow. Jin really went hit on when it comes to harasses. Everything just canceling out of the way.
Yeah.
So 0 rescuers from WBG.
Hermit.
Really,
I'm kidding. No, don't go Hermit.
no, but they're literally banking on everything they have with this team comp, WBG.
Yeah.
Wow. Jin, let's go.
Okay, let's go, Jin. Oh, what's he gonna bring out? I see the red hearts. I see the pink hearts. I see Sasa with the blue hearts. So just any hearts in general. Spam any emoji you want because Weibo Gaming need it now more than ever. But if you support Jin and want him to succeed, all he needs to do is just that one survivor elimination. Ooh.
One survivor elimination against WBG though, so might be quite difficult. Quite difficult. They will be playing a lot of team fights here, I think.
They will. And this is what's scary because Weibo Gaming is not really known for team fights. But if you force them into a corner, that's what's very scary. And chat predicted it correctly. We're seeing the Jin Disciple here, the Jan, the Jin. The Jin An.
That's almost a curse word.
It is? Oh my gosh.
It's almost a curse word.
Forget I said that. And with the Jin. There we go.
And yes, great stuff. So what is the name now?
Jin Disciple.
Jin Disciple, safe. Jin Disciple.
That's safe. Okay.
Wow. So yeah, Great stuff coming from both sides. I love to see the fight here. We've been seeing GSRS fighting it all out, right? They've only played 2 matches and they've always been fighting for that 4 escape. So WBG, show us what you got. But before that, let's look into our spawn locations first.
Ooh, a lot of pressure on Weibo Gaming side. Not gonna lie, Chocho. I feel like I need that stress ball too because they need to get a 4 survivor escape. We're seeing a T-shaped spawn here with a clown at the red carpet. Embalmer's gonna have access towards the church. A middle broken on the painter side, while the right side is gonna go towards the novelist.
Oh, changing his mind, seems like. So he's gonna finalize at the front gate area. Novelist nearby. Nope, still not indecisive about it. Back broken. He has finalized his choice. So painter, we'll be seeing the painter here. Let's see how is he gonna kite out.
Okay, so you think the juiciest target here is the painter? Is that what you think he's gonna go for, or anyone else?
I think it's best if you don't pick his poison. Just go with it.
However,
we've seen hunters that PTSD.
Choosy.
Yeah, being choosy about it. It's not gonna work out here. Let's just get the chase on, and we'll have the coaches shake their hands as we proceed into the persona page very soon.
Ooh, I'm getting nervous, Chocho. I want to see the persona builds. He's gonna go for a warp, insolence, detention, just making sure he has that end game potential. While we do see 3 tide turners, they're gonna try to go for a full rescued comp here. Seems like they want Juan to be the one to go for the first chase because he has a full kiting build. Well, not really.
Jinseipo, let's go, because 1 kill is all you need in this matchup. Let's see how is he gonna be playing. He will be exactly. This is what I said. Okay, he's being choosy. All right.
Exactly what I said. He's being choosy. But like you said, okay, he just wants to cut off Juan here. Juan actually looked like he was gonna kite on top of a cipher here at red carpet, but it's not the best to kite out an and. So now we're gonna see a silence, possibly onto the painter here, while some insolence is kind of building up. We're gonna see the before the leap could happen. Now first painting is out of the way. He's got to go back into the drawing board and literally paint something out here. So warp is gonna be ready in just a bit. For him to be able to work with. Great stuff so far on Juan's side. Let's see if he can continue on here. Oh my god, able to get the silence and the immediate 90-degree turn there, just for him to be able to get the jump.
Exactly, and we did see that he has been embalmed. So even if he downs here, at least Cypher progress will still proceed. But we do see that the 3rd Cypher is quite slow from the Embalmer side because he did the coffin and all the setup. So because of all the time wasted, let's see if Juan is able to make a good trade-off by kiting it all.
Oh wow, the cat able to get the silence because the cross was actually placed there and no hit just yet. We're gonna see another placement. He's waiting on it, able to get the hit. Oh god, the pallet slam got punished.
For sure, and I'm not sure if you guys saw it. Jin looked back at the cat and was like, dude, you betrayed me. You're supposed to be coming here ASAP, but you came late.
I'm the disciple. You follow me. What's going on here? Deduct and pay for that. Late fees. My goodness. He didn't pay for the overnight shipping. Okay, it has to be fast. But now we do see that the painter has already used. Oh my god, and the warp is just gonna catch him up right away. And unfortunately, Guoka is here for the support. He's going to use the cross just to create a jump scenario here. He still has a bit of that shield, and he cancels out the painting. So now it's going to buy a little more time here. Guoka has to be able to protect him as long as he can, but this actually puts the last cipher at 80%.
Yeah. So, oh my goodness, stun once again, a double stun. But now he's at the other side already.
Oh my god.
What does it matter?
Weibo Gaming survivors able to actually stay alive in this matchup. So, last cipher is still here at 50%. No abnormal to work with. He's really just focusing on Juan at this point. Juan still has a painting to work with, but he wants to get that silence. The cross, unable to get it just yet. So he's going to be on a bit of a cooldown here before he's able to use it again.
So, still trying to cut it out here, guys. We need to know that WBG survivors must get a 4 escape to bring this to ABO3 overtime. And Juan will be seeing the hit once again. So this will be his second chair.
Second chair, but Chocho, look, they got tide turners. Anyone can go for this rescue. It's really going to come down to the endgame pop. We don't have warp just yet, so we can't pressure any of these ciphers or the last cipher down. So Huyi is already making his way towards this mix. He needs to stuff this rescue. He's gonna drop down the cat and see if anyone's in the radar here and put the cross down right next to that pallet. If he's able to, oh my gosh, he cuts out Huyi. And just masterful also, because this is the first chair, but the painter has to start from the 0 when he's there. So this buys enough time for the Cypher to actually get primed here.
Yeah, great stuff coming from this, and love the passive that Painter has here as well. Cypher has officially been primed, guys. So one rescue, one very good rescue, and perhaps the Weeping Clown stun would work out here.
Okay.
Let's see how are they gonna play it out. Let's see.
Oh, gets the stun, but the cat able to get the jump onto Juan. He still has to put the cross down. Able to actually get it down, not quite. It's gonna be very tough. Able to get the jump. He's gonna go for the hit, force the last effort, and now they just go for that end game pop. Juan has to survive here. They need a 4-survivor end game, and Warp is ready for Jin to use.
And good news, he still has a painting, right? So this leaves so much room for a potential, but a Warp. Is he gonna place the painting preemptively? It seems like he will.
Able to get the stun, and the painting is there for him to work with. He's not looking towards the painting just yet. Everyone needs to get out.
No!
Juan going the wrong direction. There is a painting for him to be actually just kited out in. We do see that Perseca is here too. Actually, anyone can get it. He's going to shift his attention to Perseca at this point, and now downs Perseca.
Oh my goodness, what a shift. But now Jin will try to cheer this person as far as possible, and the person that has the tight turner right now is the Embalmer. So Embalmer has to come for this rescue. They are trying to heal him up though.
Yeah, they are. They're trying to open up they already opened up the exit gate. They're gonna get that heal. He's gonna have to just stare at this painting just to get rid of it. So detention is still on a minute here. So it's still all good. They're gonna try to recuperate their resources here and try and gain as this team fight as possible. It's still very scary for Jin because he needs to make this detention work, and he needs to get more injuries on the board, because if everyone's running around and there's no more detention, everyone's healed up, it could be GG's for GR here.
Yeah, so WBG, let's get your fight going. We do have Guoke that's over there. Jin, you can see him. Jin decide.
Wow!
Able to get the hit.
Oh
So
my god, able to find and he can't even go for the rescue. This is the beauty of An and how well he is in terms of getting a tie situation. Huyi now forcing out some activity here. He just wants to make sure. Goes for the rocket, able to get the hit, and now the rescue attempt happens. The cat is ready, able to actually get the stun. He needs to get the jump. Able to actually get it. Oh, he flywheels through, but no! Novelist is down!
my goodness, now Hui is still in the vicinity, able to get that pellet slam. They are going for this team fight. And Bama has finally stand up. He does have a flywheel. Are they
no more
able
detention,
to
by the way.
this?
No more detention. So they're going to try to force this one out. Everyone is going to get silenced. They just pick up. No pallet slam. That's going to be the win condition for our friend Jin here, for them to be able to secure the win over against WBG. He's going to try to go for more. Oh, man. If he's able to get Guoke here, it's actually going to be really good. Flywheels through, but no, gets it down. So he's going to try to stack up more injuries here. WBG's got to counter. He needs to at least try to get as much survivors out as possible. That's what's happening with Guoke. They don't have any more team fight left in them. So they can try to attempt a rescue here, but it's going to be quite risky.
Exactly, but they seem like they're just gonna be settling for the tie. They really can't do this, and also we can see how happy Jin is to able to secure a win for Team GR.
Incredible stuff. I mean, the Embalmer play and just made sure that Embalmer, the painter's chair would be not off cooldown, so it'll stay longer for them to prime that Cypher. They really thought this one through, but yeah, when it came
to play here, looks like we're going to see Novelist first into the airplanes as well, so maybe just looking to prepare for a Hullabaloo go man here.
I feel like from the side of RC, they do have Rowley, who is the decoder of this team. We could potentially maybe see a prisoner coming out as well, but I'm just more surprised that Mac was not one of the highly chosen characters, especially when you want to go up against an Hullabaloo or Goman. But then it'll be Gravekeeper here next to Ban. If we don't choose a rescuer here, then Pit Topper's fourth ban has to be Mercenary here, no matter wash, because the top 3 survivor picks for rescuers are Gravekeeper, First Officer, and Mercenary. You could still get that wilding though if RC wants, but it seems like we're going to just opt out for that Puppeteer instead.
All right, so Puppeteer is the next character selection here. Still a rescuer to go. Pitstoppers has a choice of banning Mercenary or Wildling. Let's see which he opts to choose here. Considering that it is round 1, well, it's not a large map, so Wildling isn't necessarily as important. I guess it depends on which character he'd rather have to deal with here. So
you know what? I think we don't have to ban.
Well, I guess now they get to choose which rescuer they want, unless they want to play no rescuer and just have Aeroplanist and Puppeteer as main rescuer. But
that's also fair too, but what I was more surprised is we didn't ban Merc, because if they do choose the Wildling, Hullabaloo can hit past the Wildling Spore and damage him and force him down instantly, So I'm just more surprised that the Mercenary there wasn't banned from Pitstopper's side.
Yeah, I mean they had it's interesting because he was going for the rescuer style ban strategy. We see this sometimes, right, where you ban rescuer first, then you ban another rescuer, and then you're like, okay, you're putting him on a clock to choose a rescuer character, and you're like, okay, we're just going to ban out all the rescuers here and leave them with, I guess, no safe rescuer, and we're going to have, that's going to improve our camping, essentially, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, Officer first, Gravekeeper second, Mercenary third, but then he just, interestingly enough, just goes into Psychologist. I don't think RC was going to pick Psych there, so I don't know, but if anything, it would have been maybe not the Wildling, but even some other sort of I don't know. It's hard to say. Obviously, we're not in the mind of these players, but it looks like RC going with the pretty obvious Mercenary pick there now that it is available, and we'll see how this is going to work out here for Pitstoppers. What hunter opts to lead with here? Are we going to see the Hullabaloo? Are we going to see the Goatman, or maybe just going to the Ivy, which we've seen him do in the first round? Although we would think that the Hullabaloo might be his optimal pick here.
Honestly, for this team comp with the Aeroplanists and Novelists here combined, realistically speaking, that 20% extra pallet stun rate from the Aeroplanists when there's a survivor nearby is absolutely crucial, especially when you want to pair up with Novelists. But for Pitstoppers here, choosing out that Goatman, we have to go Excitement here then, no matter what, if we want to chase after Novelist. Because really for Novelist, once you get that changeover and the pallet stun, your cage by that time would be over. So you're going to have to be forced to use another 40% resentment stacks just to get the cage up here once again.
By the way, I'm now up to 70,000 apples. I just got my 1,200 bonus for checking in for 5 days in a row. We caught up to Kuro. Let's go, dude. Now I gotta pass you. We'll see. Anyways, we're gonna have Pitstoppers on that Goatman, and so let's see how this works out for him. Yeah, I think this team comp is really good for RC. I mean, Puppeteer, as we know, a very strong kiter against Goatman for wasting a cage per ability. Aeroplane is very strong kiter against Goatman. Jetpacks are very effective for kiting out of Goatman cage. Novelist can kite out a Goatman cage using the switch, maybe a switch into a pallet. We've seen that be quite consistent. And the fact that they're able to even get the Mercenary at the end there, just a strong rescuer. So for going against Goatman here, I think RC definitely, we kind of talk about which side got the better ban pick, which side won the ban pick. I think RC definitely got the strongest, one of the strongest ban picks they could have gotten in this situation.
Yeah, and not only that, with this area selection mode we go, it's going to be Novelist here spawning right in towards the entrance of Graveyard. Aeroplane is in the middle, Puppeteer at Shack, and of course Mercenary on the left-hand side. We're going to be able to lock the Cypher Machine at Graveyard with Constraint there from Goatman and Voodoo being trump card. However, Goatman spawning on top left of the map right now. Probably the best chase here would still be Mercenary, even though he does have that mini tie turner for himself, but he is still just that 2-hit character anyways. What the question we have in mind is, 3 survivors will have to rotate in Shack, middle, and of course Mercenary, and the Novelist can just decode by himself without any worries. But we'll move on then. Right after that fist bump from Sato, it'll be the handshake between the 2 coaches.
All right, let's get into our traits here. It's going to be, he's going to bring Excitement this time, so that is in preparation of the Novelist. We've seen this be common before, where Goatmans go Excitement. If they go for the switch into the Pallet, you get Excitement that and still get the hit anyway. Mercenary, no BT. We're seeing a flywheel-tied Mercenary here. Crow, this is going to be very interesting. Only 1 survivor bar time on the Puppeteer. This is the first half of
Well, the revelation has come true from what we've talked about yesterday as well, with, you know, Flywheel on Mercenary. But for now, though, it'll be throwing potential alongside Wish Quench. In effect, it seems like we're bringing Exhibitionists here too, Wish Wanted Order and Berserker for Pit Stoppers, Persona and Trish. First chase seems like it would be us wanting to find that Novelist. However, so back here, still decoding by himself as a puppeteer. It's just one tie turner on himself, though, so it might be a little bit dangerous.
Here we go. First chase will go onto the puppeteer. Soba will use that puppet. He's going to just go ahead and use that time to break the cage here and transition to the next pallet. Pit Stopper is having another cage ready. Will he use it to block the pallet here? He's going to just take the hit onto the puppeteer. It looks like already getting up to half health. So pretty good start here for Pit Stoppers. Will he take the hit? Oh, he actually hits into the puppet. And that allows the puppeteer to get a free cage put out of the way there.
Not only that as well, we do have enough resentment here for our next cage ready, but Puppeteer still has his little Lewis to use, so with this we're going to be able to break the cage on time with only 30 stacks of resentment left on our hands to use. It does seem like this Goldman might just be a little bit too tired to be angry at Puppeteer here with his containment. That's going to be a beautiful attack charge attack hit here, but just not enough.
One more cage here from the Goatman. There's the switch. Can he get the down onto the Puppeteer? I think he's going to get it right here. Does get the down onto the Puppeteer here, so still able to get the down pretty quickly. I think not quite as quick as he would have liked, but still definitely a pretty good position here for Pit Stoppers. Now, he did bring excitement, so there's no abnormal, no peeper, nothing like that. Mercenary coming in for the early rescue. Does he see the Mercenary? He sees the Mercenary early, but the flywheel, it would have missed. The hit would have missed anyway, but the flywheel coming in here. It's so funny to see a flywheel on Mercenary. It's just you don't see that animation very often.
And not only that, Eli, it's a chip damage hit there on the Mercenary, so Mercy can rescue
hit.
once again if he really wants to do so. That's going to be hit over straight towards the Puppeteer. We can't use our little Lewis's anymore, but we're still in tight turn time anyway, so it doesn't really matter on that side. But for the second rescue, Mercy can allow Puppeteer to rebound Kai as Mercenary Cypher Machine here closing on towards 60%.
The question is going to be, Pit Stopper's definitely on board for a tie, but how can he propel this into a victory here? Mercenary only at a chip damage. That's not optimal by any means. Obviously, you want the Mercenary to be at half health so you can down them later on. This also means that City can rescue a second time. That is very crucial here for these survivors as they can continue to promote Cypher Rush while Mercenary saves again. They're already onto their last two Cyphers, and that 60% Cypher the Mercenary has will be the third one. Pit Stopper still holding it straight here. Will we see the Mercenary come in for the rescue? Looks like he will come in for the second save. Pit Stopper's not sure where the survivor's coming from, but he does now see him here. Will he take the hit out of the Mercenary? He is going to take the hit. We are going to see the rescue, but now, because there's no tide turner Puppeteer, Crow does get that ability back.
Puppeteer being able to do the brilliant little Lewis there for himself. However, we still have another cage already on our hands to use. With this Puppeteer, we're going to be able to go straight towards the other side, but there's a pallet there left to play around with. We did not get the hit over the pallet, and now that's going to be such a long pallet mind game there as we both go straight towards the other side. Puppeteer there, not realizing that it was initially locked, and Pit Stopper is going to be able to take that home. It definitely is a guaranteed tie game here, though, but 260+% Cypher Machines.
Yeah, that Cypher Rush is so good for RC here. It's going to be very hard for Pit Stoppers to turn this around. He does have trait, so he has a couple options. He could go for Mercenary, he could teleport away, he could save it for Abnormal. There's a few options he could go here, but those last two Cyphers already with a lot of progress. He's got a double switch into the Merc, but the Merc gets the cage break, although he doesn't necessarily need... Oh, he's gonna elbow pad the other way past the Goatman here. Mercenary holding that flywheel. We're gonna see City use the flywheel, but he missed the flywheel through the pallet. He flywheels into the tombstone, and Pit Stopper is able to get the hit there. And just like that, Pit Stopper is getting the survivor on trip. That Cypher Machine is going to be almost primed by the time he gets the chair here. I don't think Pit Stopper has enough time to get to that top broken unless he instantly goes for a teleport, which he is going to do. Cypher's 95. Novelist will go for that switch. And
a little bit hard here to play around with. That's the flywheel coming out, but the cage is going to dissipate here just on time. We can't forget, Mercenary now can go look for an item for himself. He's decoding a new Cypher Machine, but he can look for an item for endgame. Double decoding. Right. Bad news here for Pit Stoppers. We've no endgame potential here at all because we barely any resentment left on our hands to use. Yes, Novelist may be a chip down, but it doesn't matter. That's going to be the exit gate. They're open on time as well. Mercenary already at that exit gate. Novelist trying to buy a little bit more time for himself. We don't have a pallet here left to use anymore. We don't have flywheel, but at least that's still just a down. 40 stacks of resentment on our hands to use. Kiria with one hover jetpack out. We can make it straight towards the other side, but right around now, not looking towards the right direction of where that aeroplane is. Arrow is already
he doesn't
out.
get it. Yeah, he doesn't get the trap there. That means Airplanist will make it out the back gate with the Mercenary. That's going to be a tied game here for RC. This is a very good result for them. Again, getting the tie against Pit Stoppers, putting RC in a strong early position. Very strong tie from them. You saw by the time the first survivor went down, the last Cypher machine was already, I think, 75 or 80% of the way done there. And then the Airplanist went to rush that, considering he had
The very first stash back on Mercenary side was honestly speaking brilliant. However, the match stats here we go. It's actually so by here with only 88-second containment on Dash Puppeteer. He did have just Titanner in that game, but only just Titanner were able to decode for such. Yeah, I feel like Prisoner wouldn't be a bad choice here, but Novelist.
That works.
The recent. Yeah, that does. Yeah, that works actually. But now the question is, will they all be bringing Flywheel as well? Because from like, you know, the Psycho and the Embalmer side, you're gonna really need Flywheel here no matter what. Because I don't think they're able to contain for long.
Indeed. And so now the question is, what hunter does Aka play? Does he want to just play Opera, play the safe pick? Does he want to play Ivy, which go a little bit more aggressive, go for the win here? Does he want to play even more aggressive, play the Clown? All those are options here. Does he want to go something completely different and play a Mad Eyes? I don't know. That doesn't seem too likely. Moonlight's not exactly the best Mad Eyes map, but he definitely has so many options, so many things Omni needs to really consider here. And I'm really excited to see what Aka does pick. I would love to see something a little bit non-traditional here.
He does still have his Hermish. Like, if we think about it right, Nightmare from his COA regional qualifiers is still very doable too. Because, like, look, like Nightmare can be like, if he thinks all survivors brought Flywheel, Nightmare would be the right choice. If he thinks all survivors brought Knee-Jerk Reflex, Clown would definitely be the right choice. But there's still also Opera and Ivy that we weren't also talking too much about. But from the ban picks here, it does seem like with the Priestess there being banned instantly alongside with the Anti-Curium, Aha kind of wanted to go with the Clown. But no, it'll be a Nightmare here instead, as we have just mentioned.
That's insane. But we're gonna see a Nightmare from Aka here in the round number 2. For those of you who don't know, Nightmare is considered to be one of the weakest hunters in the game, and we're going to see it here in the second round. Now, Nightmare did get a buff at one point where he can break pallets with his jump. I think it's if what is the exact mechanic on that? Yeah, that's right.
If he gets stunned, yeah.
Yeah. But even so, that wasn't considered to be too strong of a buff, making him that much better. But you see, you know what? This will be fun. This will be fun.
Yes.
So.
Yes, the thing with the thing with Nightmare is it's not only just that has been buffed as well. His movement speed boost initially early game has also been significantly increased. He has an 18% speed boost from poaching and from the 8% Hunter's Instincts too. So I feel like for Aka here, it's definitely used to catch up to either Embalmer or Psychologist here for the first chase. However, for area selection mode we go, it'll be Mercenary at Northbridge, Aka out Southbridge as the Nightmare. We are going to be able to see Novelist here spawning by 4th stop, Psycho at 1st stop, and of course Embalmer here in 2 story.
Yeah, if Akko can win with Nightmare here, dude, I will lose my mind. I'll be genuinely impressed. Seriously, Nightmare is that would be insane if he wins this match here, winning the series for RC on a Nightmare pick. That would be one of the craziest highlights of COA for sure. We're going to see the trump card detention with Warp here up against the Omni Survivor side. And they actually didn't bring Flywheel at all, so if he went Clown, that would have been pretty good as well. But we're going to see the second half of the second round of the Omni Survivors versus the RC Hunter side of Eli Journey with Crochure, bringing the live commentary for this match.
Hello, survivors! The Nightmare is going to be on his way in as Lace is going straight in towards basement here. We're at least able to hide away from the Honda. But the question is, does Aka know this mid-tier strategy? Because this has been used quite a lot in ranks before. But right around now, though, Aka still trying to look around to see where this Embalmer is. But I think right around now, probably would realize that there is someone in basement. Oh, no, we don't. Okay.
Wow. Yeah, Lay's wasting a lot of time here. Aka's still yet to find someone hiding. Does he check the basement? Uh-oh, this is going to be a problem for Lay's here. No, he doesn't see him hiding behind the chair. He can't get the vision on him just yet because he's behind the chair.
Oh, no, we definitely see.
Now we see. Yeah, now we see. We're going to get the hit onto the Embalmer. Lay's definitely wasting some time there, but I don't know if it was enough time wasted. Definitely enough to get some Cypher progress, so not bad, but he can actually just warp and drop down right here, please. Oh, he doesn't even make it to the window, I don't think. Does he? He does not make it to the window, and Lay's unfortunately going down quickly to this nightmare. And Aka off to a very good start here. He's even going to get basement here onto this Embalmer. Embalmer may be forced to use the coffin early, but no, it looks like he's just going to go for the chair into 2-story here. Aka never he got it down without even using the jump. That's I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I mean, to be fair, we did waste quite a lot of time.
We did waste a lot of time. Excellent job from Lays.
Yeah,
great job from Lays to waste time in basement there, but Aka's still able to get the down. We're going to see the coffin getting utilized first here as well.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised that didn't attack recovery cancel, I'll be fully honest with you, because Nightmare should be able to do that. He should be able to hit right before he reached towards the ground and attack recovery cancel. But for now, it'll be Embalmer down on the ground here once again. We're barely reaching that 3 Cypher Machine Mark 2 as Juan will be instantly rotating towards this chair. But no, it seems like he's going to leave, and with Aqua being nearby... Oh, wait, Psycho does have a Titan. Okay, then if that's the case, it might just be a double hit on the side of Psycho.
All right, we're gonna see can Lays get a rebound kite here. Hopefully, oh well, no rescue at all. Yeah, it looks like it's just gonna be Psychologist straight up. Aqua acknowledging nobody's saving since 2 Cypher Machines are being worked on here. The chase is going to be onto Aqua at this point. Aqua kind of trapped in a bit of a weak pallet, so he's able to get that first hit. He's not gonna get this pallet stun either. Aqua's gonna take a second hit right away here because of that. Oh, he really thought he was getting that pallet stun, but he wasn't able to do it. Will Aka switch to Blink here and Blink onto the coaster? We might see him do that. Nope, he's just going to warp to... That works as well. Just going to warp straight to the second stop platform, and we'll just knock him straight off of the coaster. Aka getting another fast down here onto the Psychologist, and a Nightmare pick from Aka is actually working out very well for him here.
I feel like Aqua gave too much free hits on towards this Nightmare as well, especially with the fact that Mercenary Cypher Machine here will be locked once again. We haven't even started the last Cypher Machine yet, and that's not only the case too. This is a Psychologist without a borrowed time as well. So in that case scenario here, no matter how well you want to do, Mercenary is going to have to body block endgame in order to allow Psycho to at least somewhat rebound kite when there's no one at the exit gauge. For now though, still trying to look at where the Mercenary is, but if Mercy comes into rescue twice, maybe Psycho with that stress mark can do us some good, but even so, Mercenary on his way in, that's gonna be instant hit, instant rescue there. But we could just go for Mercy instead. No, we're gonna go for Aqua instead.
Yeah, can he get this hit? He does have this pallet to work with. He's got the double jumps. I think Aqua's gonna be down here. Yep. Is gonna get knocked down here at this area. I think he needed to transition to the back pallet, not that pallet right there. That was too weak of a pallet there. So we're gonna see him get knocked down there. Working on that last Cypher, and Novelist also has a Crow on him, so we might see Aka teleport to... He's gonna teleport to that Crow, I think. Yep, teleporting onto the Novelist. Novelist is gonna get that switch into the pallet stun here, so that's gonna buy some distance for him. He's gonna be able to transition away towards the back area of tent, and they do have another Cypher Machine already being worked on here, although Aka will have it straight online in a moment.
The thing also is that we can do a double teleportation here, excuse me, as I hit landed straight on towards the Novelist. However, Fluff here on the Novelist with around 60-70% storybook recharge rate. We could potentially teleport if we really wanted, but we're going to aim for Fluff to get him down as soon as possible, as we did break that battlefield from the Revelation on the side of Aka, but it's okay, we can still double dash it if we want to, and that's going to be Novelist going down. And that's why Novelist isn't such a great character when it comes to going up against a Nightmare. Because it's as we said as well before too, right? That change allowed Nightmare to get a free Revelation stack in which he's allowed to dash through pallets with those charges. So if that's the case, we can maybe teleport towards Aqua now, or get Mercenary down for a double down scenario.
Yeah, we do see that Cypher Machine almost done here, 80%, so Survivor's getting a bit close here. There's the hit onto the Mercenary. Will Mercenary make the rescue with the elbow pad? I think he might just teleport here. He's going to Crow teleport.
Oh wait, Mercenary didn't walk through the elbow pad. No, Mercenary didn't get the rescue. He didn't walk through the elbow pad properly there. Not elbow pad, pallet probably there. And that's Psycho already a hit.
I don't think Mercenary can self-heal in time. Psychologist will make the vault here, so he's able to kite a little bit longer. I guess the only chance here for Omni is if Mercenary can self-heal in time and get the rescue. That would be the only opportunity here. It's Mercenary's heal 70%. It's gonna be close here. I don't know. 90%. I think he makes it. I think he actually does self-heal just in time. I think he self-heals just in time here, Kuro. Yep, he does, and he does get the rescue. So Okay, not out of it just yet. That's a very important save here, although it's still going to be very challenging.
Yeah, that 35% cipher machine near tense, it's definitely not enough, especially when Mercy had to be the one that used up that self heal too. But I do feel like from Aka's side, he probably, you know, I mean, to be fair, you know what, Omni did deny that breakdance face off that Soba was inviting them to, so Aka here will be denying their win in this case, since they didn't really join for that mini party that they were initially having. For now though, we know where Novelist is, as he does not have any storybooks left on his hands to use. He is an instant down. If we just want to teleport over to get him down, that will be a guaranteed 3-man elimination. That just means that Orsi will be able to take the game home within 2 games.
We're going to see the jump onto the Novelist and the down there. Again, Aka only needs to get a 3-kill here, and he will be winning with Nightmare, a hunter that obviously we know it's technically possible to be played since we had seen it one time before, but extremely unlikely. But he pulls out Nightmare, which is considered to be one of the weaker hunters in the game, and actually getting what looks to be at least a 3-kill, maybe even a 4-kill here onto Team Omni and winning the match. We're going to see him chase onto Juan here. The early game was pretty good for Omni. I mean, we saw Lays did waste. He wasted a lot of time hiding in basement. That was an excellent job from Lays there. And he gets the elbow pad canceled on the jump. Novelist is going to be able to get back up, but Aka can just go right back with that crow or with that trait. But yeah, we saw the early game. Lays wasting a lot of time in basement. Excellent job from Lays. I think cyber machine was 60% by the time he got found there. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to kite too long as he was trapped in basement.
The locker here that we do see a sticker on the ground, so Aka knows this already himself too. So I would say hiding away from the lockers with blue sticker on the ground definitely would not be enough. But let's congratulate an Orsi here for winning in the very inner depths of that basement. I feel like for the Embalmer, maybe he could have like walked out during that time too, when given the opportunity, and maybe pulled even further distance out. But from the side of Omni, we just focus a little bit more high on hiding, which is the more safer.
Opera singer, oh sorry, not opera singer, the Goat Man or the Hullabaloo?
I think there were times where he decided the majority of the time would be Hula Baloo. Yeah, I think he's more comfortable with the Hula Baloo, but then again, Leo's memory works well with that Goatman as well. So I think he's just going to look at the team comm and then be like, okay, yep, if the Goatman suits the team comm, then he's just going to go straight for it. But as of now, as we see the Novelist as well as the Puppeteer, I don't think the Goatman would be a wise option here.
Yeah, we did see how the Puppeteer could just eat those hits. We also saw how well Team RC was able to counter the Goatman with the Novelist strat. So maybe Hullabaloo could be the option for Peter here. And note that, yeah, Explorer can hide out, but with the double surprise too, he can kind of spot someone out within the area, so maybe that could give him a little bit of inkling where the Explorer could be at. Again, I'm in Team Explorer. I don't want him to be found out, but if you're Peter, you want to be able to down the Explorer ASAP.
Yeah, and we might not be seeing the Explorer spawning at Factory because as of the rate of Explorer getting found, right, if he spawned at Factory is actually quite high because you don't have enough time to rotate out of the Factory and find a good hiding spot against Hunter because Hunter's going to catch up easily. Yeah. Especially if it's a Goatman, the cages.
I remember there was one match we saw where the Explorer was just had to kite out. Like he had to go at the second floor and just kite away from the Hunter. And that is possibly going to be the case if CY wants to get first chase. But going up against the Hullabaloo, you definitely want to prime your ciphers accordingly. So yeah, maybe give Explorer like a corner spawn or somewhere where there's a grassy area just to make sure he hides away before a first chase could actually happen so he can get those pages.
Yeah. Maybe spawning at the center, the most dangerous place could be the most safest place for the Kurt to hide.
Wow,
such a big area.
Eye of the hurricane? Like you think that the center of a hurricane is the most the safest spot?
Exactly. That's how it works.
Okay. Oh, look at that, Chocho. Big Kurt Explorer here is gonna be at the center here. Nice prediction there. Easy predixies from Chocho over here.
And I'm trying to think of a Hula Baloo times Peter name. What should we have here today?
Peter Baloo.
Peter Baloo. Yes. We have Peter Baloo in the mix here. That's such a great name.
Peter Baloo. Okay. So, talk to me about the spawn. The persona build here, because we do have Warp, Insolence, and Confined Space on Peter.
Yeah. Right, Peter Ballou, we do see the confined space, right? So usually we might see a trump card for him to potentially play out the late game better, but with the warp, maybe it will.
Peter making his way towards the center where CY is actually at, but guys, keep quiet in chat because you don't want the Explorer to be found out. But Peter already making his way. He's trying to look on the ground to see if there's any Explorer here, and it seems like Chocho, he might be on the path to see CY. Oh,
Stop running! Just hide. Oh, but luckily enough, Peter did not see him at all. Luckily, but
he's still running, Chocho.
My goodness, CY! Oh, when it comes to the mental preparedness for that, it seems like he kind of panicked there, which allowed him to actually become huge form and then just run in the open. The blood trace on the floor, CY. So he will be seeing the first chase here, less than a minute into the matchup, but still, no damage on him.
So, I'm sorry, Explorer 101 from Chocho, stop running. Just don't run and just hide away. CY, unfortunately, did already get hit. A warp here just for him to be able to go through this pallet. So very aggressive start by Peter. Unable to down him just yet. He's going to have the trapeze. He's already built up enough, I would say, presence for him to be able to be threatening behind this pallet here. Gets a double surprise, and just like that, under 2 minutes in, has already downed our friend the Explorer here.
Oh, seems like the prophecy where you can't chase what you can't find is not happening here. But then again, we have Pin Novelist getting a wanted order, so kind of forced to come for this rescue early on. So this is gonna increase a lot of pressure in terms of the cipher progress. And Pin, let's see if a free hit can be given here.
Oh my god, he flywheeled. That was a very costly. Oh my god, he's gonna go for a double down situation here. CY needs to hide it out. Chat, be quiet again. Okay, be quiet. We have to. Shh, stop running. Oh no, he's still running. I think he's gonna find him out.
Why are you running? Don't run. Just become small. Don't panic. Just hide.
Wait, hang on, Chocho. I think we were able to hide away here. We're not seeing CY, so this aggressive start might have played off well. CY is out of sight, out of mind. He's already behind. I don't know if I don't know if Peter's gonna find CY here. So there we go.
Good stuff. Good
choice
to run, CY. Might be my calling. But Zhengkai will be seeing the Hunter's target now is a full health first officer, and he's utilized his first watch, so it shouldn't be a fast down. Luckily enough for CY, he lives to see another day and will be able to pick up those 50% pages on the ground.
Okay, RD back in this matchup here. At least they're able to threaten that page pop, but having the first officer be chased here is going to be a little detrimental. At least the Explorer can get healed up and go for a rescue because he does have Tide Turner, but Zenkai has to be very careful. Didn't pop the watch because he did get silenced, and now he does fall down. Second survivor onto the rocket chair, though, but it's still their first chair, so it's still all good.
All good, definitely. And Novelist once again has the wanted order, but this time around he seems to be far away. CY, if we see him.
Oh my god! No, it's fine. He's still running, Chocho. He's still running. Stop running! Oh no! CY gets found out, the first target, and now he's gonna get spotted out without even using the page, I believe. We're still at 49.
Oh my goodness! What a I mean, I think he kind of caught him out because of the pages that it kind of popped up from the ground. So now the 49% will be
at
left
least on the ground,
yeah, whoever comes for the rescue will be able to pick that up. So still opportunity for them, because look at the ciphers, 3.5, including the cipher progress from the Explorer is gonna be 4. So fifth cipher is also being worked on. Let's see, Huanxue, is he able to come for this rescue? A puppeteer though.
Yeah, he could eat some of these hits. I like that he used the puppet form right away so he does not get silenced, but he's gonna have to eat that hit. Another red bomb could silence him, and he couldn't get the rescue. Oh my god. And now Huanxue out in the open here. He just needs one more black mark for him to fall down, and Peter relentless with his offense.
My goodness. And so 49 page is still on the puppeteer. They need to somehow pick this up and like go for the cipher, but all of them are half health. They have not prioritized healing at all. Focusing on that cipher rush, but still Peter able to capitalize on the situation that he's in, and ultimately with this kind of build, on the hula balloon that
Yeah.
we don't usually see. He's able to still pop off very well.
Honestly, I haven't even seen the confined space be used, but trust in Peter Ballou over here for him to be able to pop off with this this type of build and this type of hunter. There were those opportunities, those windows of opportunities for the survivors to be able to kind of swing the hunter, swing the favor, but I don't know how he was able to predict that the explorer was in that spot. That warp just finding CY was kind of the checkmate scenario for him to find his first survivor that he did chase out. And like you said, the survivors didn't prioritize healing up. So this rescue attempt is going to be very dangerous for either of these two. Pinpin is trying to force that Cypher because it's the last one. But we do see that Peter now is faced with 3 survivors. All of them are injured. And this last Cypher is at 74%. So we're going to see them try to rush it with the page, and they're able to get it.
All right, so this kind of opens up an opportunity for them to get potentially a 1 escape. So both gates should be rushed now. Now Peter, a bit lost in the action, but will prioritize on sharing Zheng Kai as of now. Both gates still untouched, guys. So the room for a 4K is still definitely on the table. We do see that the back gate is being pushed by, I believe, Huan Xue. So Pinpin.
Oh, Pinpin might get cut off here, but the warp is actually gonna catch Huan Xue here. He's gonna have to stop. He's gonna have to move on away. The good thing here is they're still injured. So, well, one of them is injured. Huan Xue, he can actually eat a couple of hits before he does fall down. This allows them to actually open up the exit gate. Nice use of the puppet. He does get silenced here. There is a pallet to work with, but the rotation has not happened yet. First officer gets saved though. 3 survivors. Endgame still Chocho.
Wow, this is so lucky. Now able to negate that one as well. Another red mark and black mark. He will be down. Huan Xue really kiting for his life here. Helping his teammates bring out some time to open up that gate and exit. So this actually opens up so much room for them to tie this round against Peter. Huan Xue.
Okay, oh my gosh. So now Peter has to be very careful here with how he's going to play this. But I feel like, can he actually make it? He has to go for a double surprise, but everyone is injured. So one more trapeze would do it. They're actually going to open the gate, so now they can be able to go. And just like that, Peter, his 4K streak has been struck down by RD because of that page.
My goodness, what a turnaround coming into this matchup. We saw an instant down scenario coming from the Explorer, but somehow Huan Xue still trying to fight for that chance here. Does not have anything to work with rather than the puppet. But he keep getting negated because of that red zone.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate. But hey, you know what? RD getting a tie game here is actually huge. And this is up against Peter. He was actually the big performer of Team Zeta getting the
Divisions Hunter.
Yeah.
So amazing stuff coming from Team RD. But looking at our containment time, we can see there's actually not a lot. It's not a lot. Actually, you know what? It's the fact that C was able to hide it out and, you know, dig out a single page. I think he's really done his job as the Explorer here.
For sure. Even though getting chased out early on, it was totally fine. It was really the overextension of our friend Peter over here. Yes, Zeta picks up an Explorer in the mix, but they opted to go for actually some stunners in the group and a puppeteer. So leaving the Explorer wide open. And I have to say, like, when it came to the first match, the Explorer really came in clutch for that last second pop. So not allowing that to happen. I don't know if Chocho is going to give the blessing in this team unless she sees an Explorer come out here.
Not on me, not on me. It will be on Hajibu or Hajiman, whoever he decides to pick here, coming BO1. But it seems to be, at least that Zeta Division, they are going for... We don't usually see the coordinator so early into the matchups. So it could be possible that Zeta Divisions are trying to garner more than a tie game here against Hajime. You know, because since Peter has fallen slightly shorter, let's see if Zeta Division is able to get potentially a 3 escape, but would be a huge ask coming into BO1. And we see the Enchantress, so them potentially expecting the Goatman here.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Enchantress get picked up. Man, our Hajibu thing's not going to happen. I think the only person who's going to call him Hajibu is his significant other. But anyway, Enchantress coming into the mix here. This definitely solidifies that they've been using Enchantress as like a core member in their team or like in their lineups for the longest time. This is IJL, right? They've been really banking on this character, and the fact that they saved Enchantress for even round 2 and 3 says a lot. But compared to the compared to RD Survivors, Chocho, how do you like this lineup versus RD Survivor lineup?
Could be a bit biased since I love Kurt.
I knew it. I knew it. Bias, Chocho. I'm kidding.
But if we look at it into perspective, both sides had a novelist. Both sides had a novelist. There's no designated rescuer here if we're looking into perspective here, Zeta Division. So that could be one of the liabilities we're looking into. But if nobody goes down on the ground, there is no need for a rescuer. So really a lot of Cypher Rush in this team comp here. Zeta Division trying to potentially gain more than a tie.
Okay. Wait, they have more Cypher Rush than having a Kurt on the team? Without having a Kurt on the team? Like, I'm asking, comparing it to the previous one. I think maybe the previous one has more Cypher Rush, or the threat of that. While here, yeah, hopefully no one falls down because they have that sustained. But for me, it's like they want a team fight. And that's what's scary, because Hajime could, I don't know, it seems like the top tier hunters, they thrive well in team fights because they want you to get close because they can put you in their area of effect, which is going to be in the Goatman. So, sorry, Haji Boos. Goatman. Haji, go, Jeffrey. Jeffrey. Haji. No, I can't think of anything. You got anything, Chocha?
The chat said Hajimen.
Hajiman.
Yeah, so they they cancel out the goat, so Hajiman.
Hajiman, okay. He is the goat. Okay. Huh, okay, so now that they did bring this out, how are you... I mean, I guess they really drafted for a Goatman since they have this Enchantress and as well as the Novelist. No silence.
I do feel it's quite risky to not have a designated rescuer, since they do have more sustain when it comes to kiting and also easier to hit towards rescues. But we have our coordinator at a very safe spot in the factory area, Puppeteer at the center, Enchantress in the shack area. So Goatman could potentially go for the Enchantress at the start since she does not have any stats to work with. Puppeteer, we've seen Yan being choosy with the Puppeteer, right, against the Goatman.
Yeah.
But the Puppeteer kited very, very well and got MVP at the end, Zien. So...
yeah, I think you brought up a good point. Like, since there's no rescuers, this is kiting. They're relying on no one to fall down, because I guess you could say Coordinator could bring a Tide Turner, but not really sure if they're gonna use that in their persona build. But we do see Hametu and Kazuneko on with the Tide Turner here, but Hajime did bring himself some excitement just to protect himself from the stun, a trump card, and detention. So he just wants to secure himself at least a detention down. But folks, this is the second.
Hajime heading straight for the center. We do know that the Puppeteer has a Tide Turner built, so would be an easier chase here if we look at this in paper. But Dolisu, we see that he's hiding. You see, that was what CY was supposed to do, but no, what Dolisu did that instead.
Dolisu should be, not an Enchantress, but has to be an Explorer. But Hametu not wasting any time, already going for the puppet form, absorbing a little bit of that hit, forcing out the attack recovery, and he will go back into regular form in just a bit, forces another hit here as he is in puppet form, but this is feeding a lot of presence, and 2 hits have already happened before the 1 minute mark did grace us.
Wow, a pretty early half health already coming into this matchup. I don't think Zeta Division was expecting the Puppeteer getting chased here, especially with that Titan build we see there. So Hametu, let's see if he's able to kite it out again. Able to use the puppet though, trying to force Hajime to hit him. But Hajime is just really patient at this point in time. No blink to work with.
Whoa! Oh my god, and the excitement able to actually counter that pallet slam. So at least now they know it is already an excitement trait that they have. This is actually open season for the Coordinator or the Enchantress to get those stuns in, but it seems like we are going to see the Novelist on the lower left side of the screen make his way for this rescue, since he has expended that trait. Doesn't have to worry about a blink, a teleport, abnormal, none of that, while everyone's 2 other survivors work on the ciphers.
Yeah, Kazuniku slowly but surely coming for this rescue. So should be a pretty stable one. He's able to get within the range as well, so we'll be able to get this regardless.
Flywheels through just for him to cancel out the cage. Gets the rescue and also gets the body block in the process. So nice work by Kazuneko. Not just a kiter, but also a stable rescuer. But have to be careful. Hametu does get the last effort. So quite unfortunate there. The rebound kite does not sustain up until the tide turner ends. But 2 ciphers already done, Chocho. Now it could either be the coordinator or the enchantress to make second save.
Yes, but what is interesting here is that I thought that the 59 cipher was on Kazuneko's cipher, but it's not. Shinami is gonna come for this rescue. The Olisu cipher might be interrupted here. We do see that there was a little preemptive let go just in case, to prevent a free hit. Now Shinami is here with the gun. He knows. Wow. He knows.
He knows.
Excitement's not ready just yet. Yeah.
I guess he doesn't want to trade off a hit here just so he survives. And not, oh, sorry, the puppeteer not having any tide. He's able to actually use the puppet form and now gets cut off in the process. So now can he break it in time? Goes through it once again, and the down is going to happen. So Hametu, unfortunately, will be sent back into the manor here. No more coordinator gun. We don't have any stacks on the Enchantress. And Hajime doing a great job just tunneling down the survivors because he still has detention for endgame.
Right, so creates a lot of opportunities coming into this matchup. Yeah, so Dolisu will be seeing the Hunter now. Excitement probably won't be used unless it's a 3 stack, but Dolisu still trying to farm those stuns, but the hit is not registering onto him, so it's going to take a long time.
Yeah, so these cage placements so far working in favor of the Enchantress. We do see Shinami in the area. Swing and a miss so far. So nice kiting by Dolisu as the Enchantress. Does have 1 stun, but excitement is already online for Hajime. It's going to be harder for him to actually go for chases here since he does not have blink. He can't go for like a teleport. And Kazuneko is tiptoeing around the area.
Yeah, preemptively, like, you can go off that cipher. So good idea coming from Zeta Division. Hajime, that's the thing about Goatman. If you don't have vision of survivors, you're just going to be wasting your resentment on absolutely nothing potentially. So great hiding coming from Kazuneko, and Dolisu able to capitalize on the opportunity and try to decode, but the teleport happens onto him.
Okay, so now Dolisu knows he has no more excitement to work with. He's going to try to break this cage just so he gets a stun to move on along here. He does have a pallet, but he's going to get punished as he drops down that pallet. Does get a stack to work with, but he needs to survive a little longer if they want to prime that 81% cipher.
Yeah, and we do know that Dolisu does not have borrowed time as well. So they just gotta pop it. They don't wait anymore. And
able to actually get the down here, and I think they're just gonna go straight up and pop it. Detention endgame for Hajime. He's already used up the the teleport, so now they can actually escape this with a 2 survivor escape. So Chocho, your OT Queen reign continues because we are gonna go BO3, baby.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Hajime trying to get towards the other side, but it seems like it will not be enough, which helps, yes, exactly, secure that 4-4 situation here. Confirming a BO3.
Jojo. BO3 queen over here. Let's go. I'm actually gonna get that title soon.
Potentially, maybe turnaround situation, get 3k, 4k there, which is an even dire situation to come back from. Belonging to a BO3, I think it's all about surprises coming into this matchup. Let's see if MZ potentially have a 3rd hunter that he could be playing here.
On Lakeside? Hopefully we'll see some interesting picks here, but I mean, the meta is just so juicy that you can't ignore it. You gotta just go for it. But banning out the Novelist and the Puppeteer, not going for the Seer, not going for the Mechanic, nor the First Officer. The usual bans we usually see at the first 2 of the Hunter. Going with Novelist and Puppeteer. Any analysis here, Chocho, why he banned out these 2 characters?
Set things up, which buys up time in the early game when it comes to decoding. So from what he said, they are going to be selecting the Novelist.
Okay, so we've seen a lot of good highlights. I mean, coming from AK, coming from various hunters from the IJL region, also using Novelist to counter the Goatman or counter any hunter that are single hit hunters. Hopefully he doesn't bring out an Ivy, because an Ivy would definitely counter out this Novelist. By the looks of it, though, he did bring out a Clerk in round number 2. He has his Opera Singer ban, he has his Hullabaloo ban. I think he could go with something kind of crazy here. I mean, that's just me. You know, might as well make a statement and make a huge one at that. If you have a pocket hunter, if you have like a surprise pick, an ace up your sleeve, Bring it out. I think Seiyun's saying, yo, bring it out. Don't worry. Trust, fam. We got...
Feaster.
Do it for the plot. Do it for the feaster. Let's go.
Do it for the plot, exactly. Feast. Oh, Feaster, really? Just gone from, like, nobody is talking about Feaster at all anymore.
Who? Never heard of
Feaster.
him. I'm kidding. No, I know. I know. Oh, Feaster. How would you rework Feaster to make him viable for competitive?
Make the tentacles a bit smarter.
Smarter. Instant hit.
Because if you just, if you circle around, right, then you will be able to negate the tentacle hit.
Ooh,
but we will be seeing the
Clerk.
clerk for the third time, I think.
Yeah, and in the previous match, he got a tie using this clerk, right? And they don't have anyone to rush ciphers, but they do have the novelist and the wildling to kind of stun her out of recording any ciphers. So
Yes.
I think they might have, they've done their homework in this, and they have the priestess just to pull distance and the seer just to negate one hit. So hopefully MZ is going to be ready for this matchup. I'm excited. I want to see some Clerk. I know Clerk was was meta for a little bit, but not as long as other characters. So let's see if MZ could put respect on Keegan's name.
And for MRC side, I think they might be potentially gearing up for that 4 escape once again for that perfect score to end their matchup here. Now looking into this, we are seeing the Balding spawning at the center here at the Geisha area, and Hunter will be spawning between the Priestess and the Novelist. Most likely he's going to be going for that Novelist here. So let's just wait and see while we wait patiently. I'm trying to think how they might potentially force escape using this team comp. It's pretty strong, right? Because we still have the Wilding and with the Boar could potentially body block. If Seer is able to absorb another Owl, that could help as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see also the traits that they're going to be bringing to the table. So it seems like Excitement, Trump Card, Detention, just to avoid the stuns of pallets, I guess, or any going through Holy Keys here. But we do have 2 Tide Turners, a full kiting build on both the Seer and the Novelist. So once again, folks, MRC.
MZ heading straight for this Novelist once again, as predicted. Let's see how long Nanako can kite here. We do know that when it comes to pallet plays here, Clerk could potentially play around that against Nanako here. So Nanako does have a book to work with. Flywheel will be up in about 33 seconds. We could be expecting a really long kite here.
Yeah, so now we're going to get a window recording in this area. Nanako has to be very careful. We see the Seer Owl recording him as well. He will have access to that in just a bit, but he's doing pretty healthy right now. I think he's going to try to bait out a trait, which he thinks might be Blink, but little does he know, it's Excitement. So Nanako just raw kiting MZ so far, making the ciphers almost reach that 50% mark, and unfortunately unable to block this window, still holding on to this pallet as well, starving him of presence. Gonna go for that switch just so he has access to that window once again.
My goodness, he can play 1 year with this like 2 window and 1 pallet area.
Yeah.
Nanako really not giving a single opportunity, not even giving the distance for a basic attack.
I know.
That's how bad this is right now. And Seer is spectating. Let's see if a basic hit will be registered here. They don't know it's not a blink here.
Wow, and the charged up attack gets predicted there, and at least he gets a little bit of presence. Now this does allow the portal, and now he's actually seeing 3 survivors. Hi. And it's Xiaodi that's gonna take this kite.
Yeah, Xiaodi attracting the hunter with the beautiful priestess skin we're seeing here. Does have another puzzle to work with, so we shouldn't be seeing an insta-down as well. No Seer support coming into this now, and Nanako trying to attract the hunter's attention as well. They're trying to teamfight here.
I mean, I think Nanako wants, because he has the regen of that book. Xiaodi still has to regenerate his holy keys, and maybe they want to go for a team fight, but no, we're gonna see a drop down onto this pallet. Recording, oh no, able to actually use it, and that was such a risky vault. Able to bait out the excitement. Xiaodi still stays alive, and none of them are hit just yet because they used the owl to absorb the first damage. He's gonna drop down, and Xiaodi's on the 2nd floor, forcing MZ to rotate to a new target. It seems like he's gonna try to record Nanako.
Well, things are just gonna go downhill for MZ, while MRC is having the upper hand here, surprisingly, coming from the survivor side. Now, we saw that, right? It was just a little bit slow hands coming from MZ with the excitement, and Xiaodi also My goodness, playing with fire over there. So now it's just a back and forth with Nanako as well as Xiaodi, right? When it comes to these characters, yeah, really. Playing with the clock here, it seems kind of almost like bullying, in fact.
Yeah, because they're still forcing the cipher and now able to actually get a book and also a palette slam. They know that excitement has already been used and Nanako taking things away from the graveyard cipher. We do see that the palette break recording was there. Nanako goes for a flywheel, still unscathed. He's going to get recorded here for some palette drops. But we do see that his book might be ready for him to use. You just have to wait for the proper position for him to use it.
Oh my goodness, and another pallet stun! 3 minutes and a half into the match, and Clerk is still not first skill just yet, guys. And ciphers are almost prime.
Yeah, I mean, this is MRC at their prime right now. So Nanako recording another book here. And MZ still playing things very conservatively. But look at that, Nanako just hiding behind these pallets, trying to go for a pallet slam, but finally able to unlock first presence here. Novelist now has to be very careful not to be caught off guard. Last cipher is already primed though. They could actually just pop it because Nanako does not have
just pop.
Able to get the drop on him, and now they pop the cipher.
Yeah, and Dungeon is at the center. This is giving so much room for that 4 escape here. Now Nanako will be switching over and will get that speed boost at the same time. Now blocking the gate from opening. Now that is a key play coming from MZ while Nanako getting that basic hit.
Okay, still hasn't used trump card just yet. He can actually, he blocked out the exit gate. This is still all good. They are taking turns trying to decode this exit gate. He's just gonna camp this one out. I thought he was gonna use trump card to just go for that teleport, but it seems like he's being pressured to stay here because of Hwasi.
There is so... Oh my goodness, a bling play coming from Hwasi. I think when it comes to this Survivor side, seems to be a little bit not too stressed about this matchup.
Yeah.
But
Xiaodi's here. Imagine they just get a 1 survivor escape. Xiaodi getting the rescue, but the seer unfortunately doesn't get the flywheel. So MZ, a man on a mission here, trying to get the most, but this actually allows Hwasi to go for the rescue of Nanako. But is he actually going to get it? Able to actually go through, and the Priestess portal, everyone is here. Wildling still has a board to work with to just provide some support for the exit, but Seer's about to fall down. And now goes back and forth. Okay, he's gonna clean up a little bit of that holy key. And now go for the chair maybe, but this allows Nanako to try and record a little bit of that book.
Oh no, a basic hit!
Wow,
flywheel successfully survives for another day here. Now Seer, can he struggle? Can he struggle?
Oh my god, able to get the struggle. But so we do see that Nanako is down. Love Left is here. Has to be very careful because he can go for that push. He might have to do a bit of cleanup before he tries to chair any of these survivors. Wow,
able to rescue the Novelist. Can he body block? He will be able to swap it around and get that speed boost. I see this balance, but it's gonna be crucial. Seems like he will miss the opportunity. Now Love Left still in the vicinity and the pick is nowhere near being done. Let's see the Princess Portal at the same time. We do see the team fight on the bottom left as well.
No detention anymore, Chocho, so they could go for a heal strat. They're allowed to take some hits here, especially on the Priestess and Wildling side. No push. We do see the pickup happen, and unfortunately the Wildling is not there. We do see a knockdown onto the Seer side. He's just swinging for the fences here. MZ trying to get as much damage on the board as possible, able to secure that 1 survivor elimination, and he might actually get a tie game.
Oh, I don't think MRC survivors are gonna just settle for the tie. We see on the bottom left, Wilding is coming. Priestess is trying to set up portals, maybe long portals to even get off with this. Wilding has a tight turner to work with. This is gonna be a 3-man game card for MRC survivors. They are not gonna back down.
Okay, so MRC still trying to gun for more survivors out of here. He's gonna get a hit. Is the timing right? He tries to fly with, or no, he tries to go through here. There's no portal just set up just yet. He needs to be able to hit the
hit,
Seer.
Xiao
Xiao gets that hit, but the long portal is there and able to actually get the S. Oh my god, it's through the pallet. And now MZ goes through the blink here. Wants to go for the hit, but the Seer has an owl.
And going for the dungeon coming from the Wilding. And this will then secure a 3 escape coming for MRC survivors. So an 18-1 victory here.
Bro, it's Easter Sunday, I believe, April 20. But yes, do tune in for that if you guys want to support ZZZ, because they need it more than ever with how this match played out. Hopefully they kind of go back to the drawing board and try to figure out a strategy to go up against ACT. But here we have the match stats. Get an amazing performance. The kiting time on Nanako, 200.
Lock in. They gotta be focused, because right now, if they get, they gotta get at least a 2-man escape, and that's gonna help them a lot in round number 2. But getting 3-man eliminated, or a worst case scenario 4-man elimination, and Yan's efforts will go to waste, so those survivors need to pace themselves. Kakiri does not look really bothered. Seems like he's just really focused here, and apparently he's gonna ban out the fire investigator. So definitely looking, I agree with you, it's definitely looking like a Sangria mirror match choose here.
He knows that you know, he's a very good hunter. He knows that he definitely 3-kill for him is definitely doable here. The question is more going to be, can he actually get a 4-kill win and win the round? So I think here at this point we're going to see the Priestess. The reason why the Priestess is picked mostly just for that Chinatown support. Priestess is not particularly good against Opera Singer, because you just dash up to you go through the portal. Even though you get stunned, you continue to catch up very, very quickly because of how fast the Opera Singer dashes. So we know Priestess is not very good against Opera, but Balmer here for Doe as well. They really just want to get a tie here, and Balmer is a good last pick for securing a tie. They can put him in a really good kiting area like Hotel, and he'll usually be able to kite quite well in that position. So now does Kakiri actually play the Ivy? Ivy would be very good against this comp here, no, because Novelist has a hard time farming the book against the Ivy, because you don't want to look at the Ivy, obviously, and you need that to farm your book. Ivy has ability plays that can catch up to Priestess very easily by teleporting after with the Ghost. You can cancel the portal with the Scare. You can get to the Novelist Coffin quickly with the Ghost. So Ivy is in general just very good against this comp. This comp is definitely built to counter the Opera Singer. So does he take the risk of playing Ivy? Ivy, again, would be a better hunter for getting a win here than an Opera Singer, and better against this comp. I just think that Kakiri definitely prefers the Opera Singer instead.
Yeah. I mean, Novelist is it's just so hard for Novelist to go up against the Shadow Ivy, right? Simply because you gotta watch, you gotta look at the hunter, and that's sort of the point. You don't want to look at the Shadow because you built up that stack. But here feels almost like an Ivy trap. Like, hey, we're drafting this composition, super good against Sangria, super good against OS, but at the same time, we just want to say we're open to you picking Ivy here with our composition, and we're pretty confident that you will not choose Ivy. Regardless, you're gonna force your way out, because that's who Kakiri is. Super proud hunter, especially with his achievements. 4K, a lot of 4Ks, high rate of 4K eliminations. He's gonna persist on the Opera Singer here, and I don't know. Do you think this is just pride or confidence here? Because you said it, Ivy would be so much better in countering this composition.
Yeah, I think it must be that
confidence,
he's just not
pride.
Well, I think it's confidence, and also Ivy's not a hunter that he's maybe comfortable with, so he just prefers the Opera Singer. And sometimes we see that in these situations where one hunter prefers Opera instead of Ivy, and that makes it easier on the survivors, because then they can really just counter comp one of those characters. And in this case, they're going to counter comp the Opera Singer. So it looks like Kakiri choosing to spawn on the right side. That's going to be into the Novelist. It's actually going to make it so the Embalmer is in a safer location here. And he has a few options, though. He can actually chase any of these survivors. He could go to middle and chase Priestess, considering that Priestess, as we know, is not very good against the Opera Singer. Novelist as well is a pretty good kiter against Opera. So I think the Novelist here is definitely not your most optimal target, although it is the closest. So I'm very interested to see if he actually chases that or goes for the Priestess instead.
Yeah, I mean, go for the weakling, right? Last game, for those of you who have just joined in, ZETA was the one who got the first chase and didn't really do exactly well with the Antiquarian. But here, we have one person only with borrowed time. That's the Walling. Everyone else has flywheels, except...
Okay, so we're going to see Kakiri's going to dash towards middle. Yeah, going straight for that Priestess, as we talked about here. And good rotation from Dou, able to avoid being spotted by the opera singer so far. Looks like Nan is in the area. That is not a target that Kakiri can chase. So he's just going to rotate away. Finally seeing the Priestess in the distance here, and has found his ideal chase target at this point. Priestess is going to have that portal set up to transition away here. Does have the pallet for speed boost as well, so nice little setup there for the Survivor. But the switch back into the shadow, cutting off the Survivor.
Wow.
And Wildling needs to be careful he doesn't give a free hit, but actually just going to leave the Wildling straight up here and go for that Priestess.
I thought that was going to be a free hit too, right? Because he could just swing by across and just get that hit. Wally wouldn't be able to avoid it, right? But it's okay. At least he's locking in. He's like, yeah, I just want to lock in one Survivor first. What a wait, what a play! The flywheel negating that hit. Silver Tzu still kiting really, really well. Still has one portal to work with. Kakiri just needs to be really careful not to lose target, not to waste too much time here anymore. He's gonna be teleport down here. Silver Tzu just trying to rotate around the palace that he has placed. No, Silver Tzu. He has to go back. Kakiri just doubling back, and he's gonna get that first down. 1.5 minutes in, Eli.
Yeah, he's able to get that first down. Still a pretty good early game kite. Probably going to be enough for a tie. Well, technically it is enough for a tie, but the question is going to be, can Kakiri actually turn it into a win from this spot? We know these opera singers play these late games so well and can easily create a lot of injuries and create a strong end game here. It looks like 3 survivors again. Yeah, no borrowed time. 3. We call this the suicide build here. 3 builds just going straight in for kiting, max kiting builds. Looks like we're going to see the Wildling come in for the first rescuers. He does have Tide Turner to work with. There's the push all the way up to the chair. And trying to go for a Terror Shock here. Can he get this hit? No, it's going to be a basic hit. Nice rescue from the Wildling, and Priestess will go down pretty quickly after, but they do get that Tide Turner effect. And Priestess also getting the coffin as well here, so can use that to resurrect after this chair.
Wow, that's such a play, by the way. Like the timing as well, just not getting hit after the rescue and just enabling that coffin to be utilized, right? So I guess Kakiri has no choice right now but to change to teleport. But honestly, the closest cipher is also on top of Chen. Are you just gonna teleport to where Chen is? Yeah, that's really hard because oh my god! Almost getting stunned with a switcheroo, but he's gonna persist onto the Priestess. A global portal! That's very risky, Eli. I don't think she'll be able to make it.
No, she's not gonna. I guess you might as well try, because if you think about it, well, I don't know. Maybe it might have been worth it just to kite. I mean, Priestess had flywheel. Priestess had this that really strong pallet. Priestess had a portal to work with, so she could have easily kited in this hotel area for a while, or for at least for a bit. But trying to go for the global portal. Yeah, just not the right decision here, unfortunately, and that's going to cause her to go down a lot quicker than she would have liked.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a problem as well. You see the Novelist using the skill just to stop Kakiri from dashing forward a little bit longer, right? But unfortunately, that strategy did not play off. If it did, that would be amazing. That would be genius. But unfortunately, it didn't. Unfortunately, that's going to be 3v1 at the moment. 3v1 with only 2 ciphers being done at the point and no decoders with a Wildling as well. It's very slow, right, Eli? So 3v1 here with a Wildling. Ciphers are going to be super slow especially if one of them's getting chased. Still looking for the next target though. I mean, who does he technically want to find here?
Well, he wants to find the Embalmer since it's the easiest target. Embalmer does not have Coffin anymore, and he does miss a dash though. So those survivors doing a good job of just avoiding the Hunter here, but nobody is decoding at this point. That's going to be the biggest problem. Finally, we see Novelist get onto a cipher machine, but they're just losing out a lot of time to decode here. Wildling will get found out here. The board's on cooldown for 6 seconds. He needs to kite out until it comes back here. Is he able to do so? 3, 2, 1. He gets it back just in time, but I think he's still going to be knocked off the board, maybe, if Kakiri can get this hit. No, he gets the speed boost to get away, and that's going to save the Wildling there.
Wow, what a play. Nan avoiding death. You can see his life flash before his life there, but now Chen's gonna be the target. Novelist has a flywheel to work with. Oh my god, what a calculation. He anticipated the flywheel, waited half a second later and got that hit onto Chen. So right here, this last cipher is gonna be canned, but I don't think it really matters, Eli, because the 2 ciphers have a lot of progress.
It's interesting because the problem is a lot of these survivors don't have borrowed time. So even if you get to the end game here, Kakiri can still 3-kill from this spot. The question is, can he? I think he definitely can 3-kill this. The question is going to be, can he 4-kill in this position? Most likely no, unless he misses a dash, so that's not gonna be very good. But he's gonna go for the Wildling here. Wildling just gets off the board. If he can kill the Wildling and share on the last cipher before the board's back, he could win. But they have another cipher machine already here.
Yeah, same situation, right? But of course, the Wildling cipher has the most progress. We know this. 81% versus 53%, but you got to be really careful because they're just gonna heal up. They're gonna take this to the long battle, and Kakiri, quite honestly, you don't have a trump card to use anymore. You're fully committed into teleport. Fortunately for him, right, the two ciphers are pretty close to each other, considering he can dash. So that's the good thing. But now he's finally gonna commit to the Wildling after his board is off cooldown. So does this make sense? Like, shouldn't he be committing way earlier than this?
Yeah,
right? When he was off cooldown.
I guess the idea is that the board is only going to last a few more seconds because he's already used it multiple times, so the energy on the board is a lot lower. And we're going to see the Wildling get down, but the cipher machine's going to be ready. They're going to be able to pop for the end game here. The fact that the borrowed time survivor, the 1 out of 3 borrowed time survivor, was the one that got down there is absolutely optimal for Dou, but he's still going to go down anyway. And the teleport's available. Nobody to the exit gate yet. We're going to see Dou survivors. They're going to split the gates here. That means they can get one out the gate. Out each of the gates here, but Kakiri can easily teleport, and actually he's gonna have to leave the gate. There's the teleport onto Chen. Does he see his trail here? Does see the trail of the Embalmer, and Embalmer has nothing to work with, only a flywheel here.
Oh my god, this is so hard. He's not even gonna teleport back, right? He's not even gonna teleport back.
Novelist.
Yeah, Novelist is gonna be the next, but Wildling is gonna be rescued behind the scenes, so wow, Dou might be able to make this 2-man escape because Kakiri has nothing left in the tank. Well, he has no teleport left.
The only thing is they have not started the other gate yet, so he does have some time to figure out his options. Does he want to go straight for that gate, or does he want to try to look for the Wildling who could be pressuring the rescue here? Looks like he's going to choose to go to the... He does not have Tinnitus yet, so he knows the survivor's not nearby, at least not yet, so he's going to try to push that exit gate here, and he does find the survivor before the gate is open here, and also teleport's gonna be back online in 40 seconds, but he's actually gonna choose to go back. He sees the Wildling. If he's able to find the Wildling,
wrong area. Wrong area.
He didn't see the Wildling. The Wildling was right there, but he didn't see him, and he's gonna be able to make the backdoor rescue now.
Go back to the chair. My goodness, Kakiri. Oh my goodness, this is so hard to see. And he's gonna get Chan, fortunately, but now Nan's on the board again. And not to mention, he's trying to cut Nan off guard here. I mean, the other gate's already open, right? So this is the danger. You chair Chan, and there's a dungeon available for Nan to drop in if he wants to.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be able to get... the Wildling's just gonna stay on the dungeon here. Embalmer will run out.
Wow.
Yeah, the Wildling's gonna make it out the dungeon, and they actually win this round against Axwave here.
What a play. Dou does not play like a team that's in last place in the group, right?
And then if there's a tiebreaker of 3 ways, like one team beat one, another team beat another, another team beat another, then you go off of net wins, which is also a factor as well. So I think even if Dou wins here, Axwave will still be first seed no matter what. The question for Dou is, can they get into 4th instead of being 5th? I think that's going to be the big thing here for them.
If they lost the next 2 games, like in a really bad manner.
Yeah, Eli, you're smiling. What's
9
up?
9 times 10 is 90. That's easy. 10 multiples of 10 are the easiest. 9 times 10 is just 90. But
no way.
It's easy.
Yeah, Eli, you're smiling. This mechanic into this. Yeah, Eli, you're smiling. What's
9
up?
9 times 10 is 90. That's easy. 10 multiples of 10 are the easiest. 9 times 10 is just 90. But
no way.
Why am I creating a fanfic? It's not it's a video I saw on YouTube before. I don't even know. It's like some YouTuber made a video skit about it. It was pretty funny, but I don't know. Anyways, Girl math is like I paid with cash instead of cards, so basically it was free. Oh, okay, that makes no sense. What? I don't
That's
even
the
get
whole
that.
point. That's the whole point. It makes doesn't make any sense, but it makes sense at the same time.
But that doesn't even make. But that how does that logic? What?
Dude, it's like, for example, okay, the example I gave yesterday was chicken rice. If you go and buy chicken rice, but someone else paid it for you, it's basically free.
Well, yeah. If someone buys you something, you're not paying for it.
Okay,
I mean,
then
like,
another example would
it's free
be
for you, not for the other person. What?
yeah, but it's free. It's basically free.
So it's
like, the
basically
whole thing is free.
it's basically just like the most illogical thing that I've ever heard in my entire life. That's what
Okay, then
Gromath
for
is.
example, if you go into a cab, the cab bill is $20. You give her $50, and you get $30 back. You basically gain the $30. You earn $30.
No, you didn't. You just got cash. You just got your.
Dude, that's
change.
girl
What?
math. You're not supposed to
That's not
understand.
even math. That's just like that's just like not logical.
You're just supposed to. No, you're supposed to just accept it. It's called girl math. That's why you're not. Are you a girl?
No, I don't care if I'm a girl. That doesn't even make sense. 7 times 13 is 70 plus 21, which is 91. 13
Yep,
times
91,
7 is
you're right.
91. Yep.
Girl
Girl math is
paying-
always paying more for free shipping.
Yes,
What does that even mean?
Yes.
Oh, it's like when you pay more, so you get the free shipping, but even if it's stuff you don't need, just so you can get the free shipping. Kind of like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Whatever.
Girl
dude.
math.
So it's like okay, so it's like if you have, it's like okay, you're spending $80, but you get free shipping if you spend $100 or more, right? So you just add something random to your cart that you don't even care about, just so you can get free shipping. That's girl math.
I guess.
Okay, whatever. Anyways, we're gonna see. Let's get into our match here. We actually see Opera Singer. Oh my God, Opera Singer in round 1 here from Hajime, and actually, it looks like ACT was expecting that here. Chojo, they have the Gardener and the Novelist, which are very effective characters against the Opera Singer. Also, a Mechanic, not very good against Opera, but I guess they just wanted to have that in case it was something like Hollow Blue. But Hajime, yeah, favoring the Opera here for the first round. So ACT, with the exception of Mechanic, has a good team comp for going against the Opera.
Yeah, and I think we have yet to see the Opera Singer on Hajime, if my memory serves me right. So this is gonna be his
Girl
debut-
math is
debut-
not even math. What are you guys talking about? They said I'm not the math king because I don't know girl math. That's not even real math. What the heck? Anyways.
Calm down.
Oh, wait.
Don't
Here's
feel
a good
attacked.
summary. Girl math is basically you making excuses to make yourself feel better about spending money. That's all I needed to hear. That is a perfect explanation. So now I get it. Thank you for explaining that. If someone said that originally, I would have gotten it. Before I didn't get it, but anyways, okay. But so it's just illogical. It's basically just illogical thinking to make yourself feel better about wasting money. Got it. Okay, got it. Great. Okay, Jojo, take us through the match. Go ahead.
Alright, so we are seeing the Tetris spawn from the Survivor side, and Hunter will be spawning near under the bridge area, so don't think he's gonna be hitting for the first officer at the center. He does have someone at the hotel area, so could be potential first chase coming into this matchup here, guys. So let's not wait any longer because we will be seeing Hajime debut Opera Singer here in the global group stages. We are seeing him with the trump card detention as well as the abnormal build, very aggressive, and ACT side we do see only 1 borrowed time. So this is gonna be BO1 first half at Chinatown between ACT Survivors versus RD's Hunter. My name is Chocho and joining me is Eli O, and we'll be bringing you
Okay.
and we
Dun, dun, dun.
and you go ahead. Come on.
Okay. Looks like he's gonna go ahead and not go into hotel. Jimmy's gonna go ahead and rotate towards the far side of the map here, looking for a target. Not able to see one just yet. It is XY in the distance, though, the Mechanic. So he really wants to find that first, as Mechanic, as we know, just a very weak hider against the Opera. But if Mechanic has the bot in play, which I'm not sure we've seen that drop yet or not, but does finally see XY here in this corner.
Finally, and we'll start the chase here, coming into the 45-second mark into the match. Now, he's already placed on his bot, I believe, so we'll have quite a number of things to work with, but missing that pallet stun will be crucial here.
I thought that was going to actually register, but not able to get that stun there, unfortunately. Hajime getting an early hit onto this Mechanic. Now Mechanic in a very bad kiting area here. XY not well positioned. Where we get the pulse, but he switches into the pallet. XY reading that switch there, getting the stun there. Beautiful usage of the game sense, I guess, to get that stun, and we're gonna see him continue to kite in this area. Has this pallet to work with. Hajime missing the dash as well, and this Mechanic kite continues even longer here. Already off to a very good start, and if the bot's in play, it's gonna be a winning position with how good this kite is going for XY.
Yeah, and now I think the hit will register with this charge attack. Good baiting of the flywheel as well. So Hajime will be able to chair, but looking at the ciphers, almost 3 full ciphers, and none of the ciphers nearby will allow him the opportunity to abnormal them as well. So Hajime in a pretty tough situation to potentially come back from.
Yeah, and the bot is in play, so bot's gonna get some decoding here. The cipher's a lot of progress. Can 11 pop the cipher before they abnormal? No, he's gonna go back, so the cipher is gonna get popped here. Yet, bot is yet to touch a cipher. That's the only problem. This survivor needs to wait until the bot at least gets to the cipher machine, which is now there. So now he can come in for this rescue. And they're already onto the last 2 ciphers. And it's even a gardener, so there's no risk of a terror shock. Just able to get a free save with Tide Turner Mech. Can continue to push that cipher machine here. And the survivors of ACT on track for a 4 survivor endgame, although Mech does not have borrowed time. Obviously, that's the only downside. And that could ultimately backfire in the long run here, but they do have a very well-positioned late game here with the bot decoding, with one more Tide Turner to come in for the rescue. If the bot can decode, double decode with another survivor plus a Tide Turner rescue, they will definitely have enough time for a 4 survivor endgame here. But the question is really just going to be, do we see that cipher machine ready in time?
Yeah, he needs to go abnormal the center cipher to bring him some time here. Yeah, he gotta do it. He gotta do it. And now,
he cancels it. It doesn't reset the cooldown, but it does allow for a free rescue. So the abnormal stays in play, so he can still use it. But it means the mechanic actually gets away a lot farther, and he even miss it. Oh no, he didn't miss a dash, but it means the mechanic can get farther away here. Maybe even hide away from the hunter here. Is mechanic able to hide? Does Hajime see the survivor here? I think he did not see him. He saw the wrong survivor, which is the officer. It looks like mechanic continue to hide. The last cipher machine 50% of the way done. If officer's the one getting chased in the end game, the survivors can 3 escape because officer has BT. But it looks like he's going to change targets here to Zen, the Novelist, at this point. Novelist is going to continue to try to farm a book here. Not even able to get the hit at this pallet. Hajime is completely lost at this point.
Alright, able to swap around, getting that speed boost. Able to vault over, but seems like the hit will still register onto Zen here. Now they are pushing for that 6 cipher. Gogo is doing that as well as the bot, I believe. So a double decoding situation still happening on that 6 cipher. I think ACD Survivor still have a pretty good upper hand, and Mechanic has also been healed up here. So things are looking pretty good for ACD Survivors to potentially get that 3 escape, if not 4, coming to this matchup.
So just so everybody knows, if you use a survivor ability or some sort of ability that cancels an abnormal animation, the abnormal won't take place, but the hunter doesn't lose the trait. It doesn't go into cooldown, so the abnormal trait is still available. So even if you cancel it, they can just abnormal it again. But what that did is it wasted time for the mechanic to go and hide away and get a free rescue. That's why that was important. We're going to see Hajime rotating towards the middle area here, but missing another dash here. Not able to get that. The Cypher machines are winding down. ACT looking for a 4 survivor endgame at this point. Novelist, though, does not have BT, so he's going to want to try to chase this Novelist. He's going to get the down. Cypher machine is going to be primed on the chair. We should see a rescue here. And on that rescue... Oh, no, they're going to go for the pop. I feel like maybe saving would have been good, but no, they're going to go for the pop here. That's fine. They can just start to rush the exit gates here, and 11 can pressure because he has 2 pocket watches. And so, yeah, ACT looking for a 3 survivor escape at this point.
Yeah, but 11 is kind of being forced here. He does have a watch to work with, but if the hit still registers, then it's going to be a tough situation to come back from. Yeah, so let's see if Hajime is able to potentially tie things out against ACT survivors here. Now, nobody's coming for the rescue on Zen. 11 will receive the attention of the hunter here. Gogo is not gonna go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Continue to dash around in this area. Will we... I would think that maybe another survivor might want to pressure the save, but 11, he's going to wait out the pocket watch here. It's going to be a cooldown for 15 seconds, and now this is actually going to be a tied game instead of a 3 escape. I really thought they were going to be able to get a 3 escape there, but they did fall a little bit short. Still okay. Star was able to get a tie. Yeah, just like that, ACT off to a good start here.
Yeah, very good start. And of course, yeah, RD, I think, concerning these 2 teams.
All right, we do see the overall containment time there. For the mechanic, it only says 69 seconds, but mechanic did a lot of time. Was able to waste a lot of time against an officer. That's not easy to do. Plus, having the bot in play for more decoding, getting a key pallet stun to waste time, and on top of that, able to hide away until the second.
The reason, right, why these hunters coming into Chinatown, they are not picking the Hula Blue and Goatman. We've seen this from ACT purchasing RD as well. Maybe they just don't really fare very well here. So Aka, if the situation really comes to it, I think he might be looking into either the opera singer, which he is not performing that well on that. He's only got a 2k previously, or he's just gonna bank it all in the Hula Blue, which he has been consistently getting a 4k matchup.
I like those odds. Bring the Hullabaloo out, because this is not a good team comp if he's going to bring out Goatman. We've seen how well Novelist can kite out the Goatman as well as the Aeroplanist. At least you got to bring out the big guns. It's already, your back's kind of against the wall here in round number 1. You don't want Wolves to cancel out the BO3. Just bring it out and then recuperate in round number 2, because I think their survivors could also last a little, or at least deny Chong'ai the 4k. At least maybe they kind of figure stuff out. But again, it's not us. We're not the choosy ones. It'll be the hunters that are choosy with their hunter picks at least.
Yeah, and also we need to remember we saw the stats from these Wolf survivors, right? XMX, right? Is at 100% escape rate.
Oh yeah.
So if you want to get that 4k here against this survivor team here, is just gonna be a huge challenge. Not gonna be easy at all, as we see the Ivy picked here. Then none of us predicted here. Yeah.
I mean, this does counter Novelist. Novelist can't stare at Ivy, or else he'll get corrupted and get like attracted to the Ivy. But I mean, you could actually kite away from it with the Acrobat and the Aeroplanist. So Akka really has to have godlike reaction times, or godlike multitasking if he wants to make this work. And also, Chocho, this is a huge map, so distance could become a factor, and Wolves just need that one survivor out. So they're kind of in the place to dictate how this match is going to go. We see a similar spawn, the L spawn here. Let's see where Akka's going to choose to spawn the Ivy.
Yeah, this spawn is actually quite interesting, because usually against the Ivy, you want to spawn far away from each other. So allowing the Ivy to spawn center could be also an option here for the side of Wolf survivors. But no, we are seeing a very standard spawn. Let's see if it's going to work out for them. As we head into this matchup, Ivy, potential first chase here could be the Acrobat or the Aeroplanist. They are two nearby characters, and kiting characters coming to this matchup as we have the coaches do a handshake and look into the persona. We should be seeing a standard build for the Ivy, but as for the survivors, are they geared up for this Ivy?
Kyvy is gonna have a insolence blink detention here, and we do see 2 tide turners. Got a full kiting build on the Novelist, so he might take first chase. And you see a bit of borrowed time onto just the Gravekeeper and the Acrobat, of course.
Let's see if Akka is able to get that 4-point lead here, 5-point lead here against the opponents here, as he hits his shadow towards the hotel area, unable to spot up anybody, as his main body hits towards the center where the airplane is initially spawned.
Yeah, so this is the setup that does burn a lot of Ivy players, and it is very crucial. I mean, you do have the goes for the scare right away. It's very crucial for you to get the optimal first chase here, just to snowball everything. He does have insolence, so he can get that second skill get that second skill faster, but it's gonna be hard going up against 487. He's actually a masterful
another spray.
60.
This is gonna be important.
And
able to get that spray onto him, attracting him one more time.
Oh my god!
Your greed, Akka, your greed, allowing Novelist to use his skill there, giving that speed boost, unable to get that hit. Your greed to do another spray, Akka, is gonna hurt you in the end, as we see 487 effectively kiting out this Ivy.
We've seen a lot of hunters, actually, their greed not paying off here. He's gonna go for a blink hit here, so that was quite expensive. You already got the 100%, so could have got that hit and then use the blink to down Novelist, but right now it seems like 487 is gonna reroute his kiting and just stay away from these ciphers. So Cypher's looking quite heavy. He's gonna have to start putting down his what's that? Sorry, yeah.
Ashrakan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ashrakan on the cipher, preventing the ciphers from easily decoded by this group of survivors. Now we're looking at the cipher. One of them is almost gonna pop here with 487. Still has a flywheel, no book to work with though. So this should be okay, as we see another spray Oh, sprays on cooldown. 92. He's almost there.
Oh
And he
man,
misses
for
another
it's,
bomb.
yeah, he's just pulling so much distance, and this is where you feel that Chinatown is just a really big map for Ivy to get that much presence. See, now changing elevations as well. He's gonna try to go for that spray here, but the Novelist doing a great job. 487 still at 23% corruption, still doing an amazing kite here, and Aka unable to stop this cipher rush from happening. Two other ciphers are moving along well, Chocho.
Yeah, everything is just going so well for the side of Wolf Survivors. Another spray would work here. Let's see, 47. This is going to be a crucial one for Aka to potentially down for the first time. Missing the spray. My goodness.
Yeah, this will go on for a long time, and now
Flywheels.
Novelist flywheels just for him to get a little bit, not much corruption here. Gravekeeper has 47, while Novelist still sitting at 16 while they're about to work on their last cipher. Aka still unable to get one survivor onto a rocket chair.
Yeah, Wolf Survivors really have the upper hand coming into this. Aka, I'm not too sure how he can move on from here to potentially get that 4K. The max he can do here is just to get as many survivors as possible and not give them a 5-point lead. Yesterday we saw an 18-1, I believe. So
Yeah.
let's see how Wolf Survivors is going to be kiting this out. Are able to get 100%.
Okay.
And finally, a down after 4 ciphers.
That's a 3-minute kite, by the way. But then again, you know, Aka is the Ivy, you know, setting up the Ostracons and like moving around in the shadow form. So I think it's still okay, but it's really hard for him to actually get a 4-man elimination. He could try as the tension. He can try to tie this one out, but the survivors are put in such a good spot. Aka now is forced to just I would say like try to defend this chair for as long as he can, but that last cipher at 46 gets the push, tries to get a bit of the corruption here, but he's gonna try and go for the rescue before the half, able to get it, and 100% on the Gravekeeper, double down.
Yeah, I do feel that this is a great move coming from Aka, but question is whether this double down is really gonna be a huge factor for them to potentially turn things around. Now he's gonna be teleporting towards the cipher as DKing is gonna be jumping away with that. Another scream and he will be down, so he gotta play this really carefully as he blinks through flywheels and still gets the hit regardless. Unable to flywheel the 100% though.
Yeah, so injuries are stacking up, but his original target, the Novelist, is out of sight, out of mind. Jelly is actually healing up 487. Let's see if he's going to be able to catch up, able to actually get the Ostracon over there at the hotel area. He's going to leave this spot here and try to chase after the two. So at least the Novelist is still injured. So now they're focusing their attention on trying to heal each other up, which does buy a little bit of time. Jelly at the second story, while Acrobat just really hiding away from the clutches of Aka.
Yeah, so things are still looking very optimistic for Wolves. They are actually quite injured in this matchup. We can see Aka trying and attempting to go for that map control, cipher control, but would it make a huge difference here now? XMX will be at 99.
Wow.
As he safely gets into the shovel form.
Yeah, so that was a clutch shovel, I would have to say, on Gravekeeper's side. But now Aka's still scrambling, still wanting to down another survivor here. Gets the Gravekeeper though, so at least they were still able to save up the exit path. I think Aka forced to chair the Gravekeeper just to add a little bit of pressure, but at this point they got their options spread out here. 2 ciphers still remain. One just needs to pop, and they push for that endgame for at least just 1 survivor for Wolves to win this first round, I mean.
Yeah, and we did see DKing the Acrobat, removing the Ostracon before he continues to decode that cipher. We're seeing that being pushed very well as DKing also sensed that Aka is nearby. Gonna be using the Ostracon, teleporting over and getting that hit onto one of the last ciphers. So Aka really prolonging this matchup, and we'll see if Wolves will be able to survive this, because the longer this match prolongs, right, the less items they have to work with.
Yeah, and they just spent the Tide Turner. Aka's not even chasing after the Gravekeeper that was just saved, so no more Tide Turners on deck for them. Injuries are piling up. He did try to go after the Novelist. Now XMX is going to be the target here, but he knows... Oh, is he going to even try to attempt? No, he's actually going to go towards the hotel area and try to see if anyone's going to try to pop this cipher here, but that's just a free rescue. He's going to try to go back and forth here. He's checking if anyone is moving the cipher in that side of the map, but we continue on the chase here, Chocho.
Yeah, and I think one good thing about this is that all the ciphers are quite spread out. It's just that it takes a lot of time to remove those ostracons, and it's just so hard against Aka at this point in time. But I do still feel that Wolf Survivors can potentially bounce back from this as we see them healing each other up.
I think this is still, I mean, Aka's still put in a bad spot here. It's already 7 minutes in the game. He hasn't eliminated anyone yet, so he's really spreading out his attention. And like you said, all these ciphers are pretty spread out. You can only keep teleporting so many times, but the numbers game will eventually catch up on you. So let's see if he's going to try to hunker down onto XMX to at least get him out of the game. It seems like he's going to keep teleporting back and forth here, not fully committing to any survivor just yet. Jelly able to take out an Ostracon area just so they can push the hotel cipher.
Yeah, and able to swap their positions a little bit. Jelly is the only full health survivor here, so he needs to be careful not to give a free hit. We are seeing all ciphers on the map has been touched, and the 7th cipher is being pushed by, I believe, Decaying. Sorry, that's XMX, sorry. So yeah, they're pushing 2 ciphers at the same time, so this kind of forces the situation for Aka to only to have the attention on only one of them.
Yeah, that's going to be tough because slowly but surely they're playing a really conservative game here because they're really managing their resources. Well, I mean, the corruption percentage very well. And yeah, every time Aka keeps changing, these ciphers keep moving closer and closer, inching their way to be completed. And hasn't sent anyone out just yet. Gotta love the never say die attitude of Aka, but at this point, it seems like they have his number here and how well they're able to actually just get his attention, move away, open up a cipher, and rinse and repeat.
Yeah, it's a 1v4 situation that Aka has to face here. So many Ostracons initially, but now we are kind of drained down to, I think, 4 or 5 on the map. So actually, Wolves are doing a good job, slow but surely, that they're trying to get those ciphers to pop.
Right.
But it has almost been 9 minutes into this matchup, and ciphers still looking very optimal because Novelist is pushing that last cipher, but getting the attention of the hunter once again, it will be on a standstill.
Okay, Aka might be fully committed to actually going after 487, but this allows Jelly to try and push for the cipher here. So that is about to be prime Chocho, and 487 doing a great job, able to actually move and play around these pallets, gets the down, able to make the pop happen, but unfortunately no borrowed time for the Novelist here.
No borrowed time, that's right. So Cypher, they're just gonna prime. Decaying is also trying to prime a 6 Cypher.
Wow.
And they're also trying to prime a 7 Cypher.
they're just covering all grounds. They're being thorough about this, guys. But this is kind of tough to see. Aka still on the back foot here. He still has to be able to defend properly here. They're playing with the borrowed time here, but able to actually farm off a hit onto the Acrobat. Now with 3-person endgame, does not have any teleport, will have to go towards this exit gate that XMX is opening up. So at least he's able to get it. Oh, but he's still got a shovel to use.
Yeah, and Jelly is opening the other side of the map, so things are looking very good for Wolves to potentially just go for that one escape here as Aka trying to shift attention to the other side. But as of now, things are still looking very good. We do have that Ostracon at 24 seconds before you can teleport over again. So Jelly, trying to push for this again.
Okay.
Is he gonna teleport over Aka?
Okay, XMX trying to push as well. Aka's trying to make it on foot as well with the ethereal form here, but XMX has to stop pushing the exit gate. Main body is here. We're going to teleport right back to catch anyone here, but they still got their jetpacks. So now just a really back and forth battle here for the exit gates, but they have definitely fulfilled their win condition if they're able to just get one survivor out. XMX is down. This is his last chair, I believe. So now once he gets chaired, this allows them to open up that exit gate for them to tie out this game.
Yeah, so able to tie things out, as you mentioned, and now we're seeing Wolves leading in BO1 with a 7-2. What a great...
The things are one of the first domino pieces to fall down was that greedy spray he got. He got the scare already, but he didn't immediately hit 487. He wanted to go for another one, but the Novelist already had a book ready, so it prolonged the chase even more to have him down at like the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, and usually against an IV matchup, you don't really see a lot of containment time because majority of the time it's just a shadow form that is like moving around the map.
Yeah.
But look at this.
With this perfumer, I believe the hunter had to use a blink trait on him just to get the first hit. It wasn't a blink down, just to make sure that he won't have access to the perfume skills. So, okay, picking him up. At least, yeah, you take out the Explorer, but you bring out the Novelist, and we've seen amazing Novelist plays up against the Goat Man.
Wow, a lot of characters that are definitely not what we always see in a game number 1. But leave it up to MRC, leave it up to Xiao Di and the coach. Like, this is the lineup that works for them. And Peter's got to be like, okay, I haven't really played against this kind of lineup. That's probably going to throw him a little bit off. But Peter, the ability to adapt to this lineup is going to play a key role.
Yep.
And honestly, if he's going to play the Hullabaloo, I can imagine that Perfumer's going to be a little bit of a problem. Gravekeeper is going to be a hell lot of problem, and the Knight as well. But Novelist, the switcheroo in this map is also just insane. But ultimately, yeah, I would say Peter, his best bet would probably be to chase Xiao Di first, Perfumer. You know, get the black and white marks on first. Use the red to just stop him. And that way the perfume won't be even
a factor.
A factor, yeah.
Yeah. I like that train of thought.
Yeah. Honestly, I thought that they would pick the seer first. Like the third pick would be a seer.
Yeah.
It's useful.
I think it's very flexible as well, and it's not just like a one shot. Like if you get hit or injured as Vera, you have to heal up. Just so your perfumes could come online. At least with Seer, you can build up the Owl Rage. You can be able to use it on anyone that needs it. So, yeah, like you called it, Nell, is going to be a Hullabaloo, a Hullu Peter. We keep meaning to forget Peter Baloo. There, thank you. Peter Baloo. Yeah, Peter Baloo.
That sounds like Jungle Book.
God. That's true.
That's true.
And Baloo.
Oh no!
I do want to give a shout out to Just a Girl. She is going to be driving soon, so please take care. I don't know if she'll be watching us, but do take care in driving.
Please do.
Hopefully, our chaotic commentary won't distract you from the road.
Yeah.
But yeah,
she listens to us. She listens to us like a podcast. She has this screen in her car watching COA. But please do be careful, right?
Yes.
Keep your eyes on the road. And even when we shout, like, "Oh my God, the terror shop!" Please,
please. Where? And we're like, just a girl. Take a left, just a girl. I'm kidding. Like we pretend like we're Google Maps.
Yeah, please don't do the GPS impersonation. At the junction, turn left. Right. Oh my God, it's one way. No. Or
we activate, "Hey Siri," and then like we turn on her Apple CarPlay or something.
That's gonna be funny. Hey Siri, show me the nearest
McDonald's.
Exit. Oh my God. Oh God. But hey, the coaches have shook their hands. Oh my goodness, this is so funny, guys. When I said "Hey Siri," my iPhone activated. So
of course it would. Oh gosh, I have to check my phone. But anyway, we have Warp, Insolence, and Detention. Not Detention, but Trump Card. While we do have a Tide Turner.
All right, Peter Baloo coming to the middle, trying to look for the first target. The double surprise is already up, is gonna miss. So Love Lad, pretty good, just dodging that first hit. Oh, but he's gonna get hit by the red bomb. Doesn't really matter. He's already in Shovel Underground with the pallet put down. He's gonna force the pallet break by Peter. So chasing after a Gravekeeper, it's super hard based on experience.
And also based on MVP status of Love Left. Look, he already made his way, but nice double surprise to just punish him out of that shovel form. So now he's going to use this pallet to his full advantage. I do like that he just went straight for the shovel form and not try to risk it, because we've seen a lot of Gravekeepers get canceled out. Gonna get... Oh, just as I say that, and
that's so fast.
Oh, that was so fast. I'm sorry. I think Caster's cursed. And now Peter, rescuer down.
Where's the love? Love Left said as he sat on the chair. But I think it's still okay. He still has one more shovel to work with after the rescue if he can find that opening. But ultimately, that's why they have another secondary rescue, right? That's really reliable. But for this rescue, they're going to send out Xiao Di, the perfumer, instead. So double rescue coming in.
Oh, Love Left's got to feel the love with his team, but now getting the rescue. Oh my gosh, he's gonna actually try to go for Xiao Di here. Did get that silence, but if he loses sight of the Gravekeeper, wow, punishes him. Goes for the pallet slam.
What a pallet slam into the face of Peter. Peter's like, God, I'm just trying to get a hit onto you. But now he's gonna shift his Vision.
Yikes.
His attention back to Lovelet. Lovelet is just 2 marks away, 1 mark away. That's the white mark we're talking about. Lovelet, that's gonna be it. He's just gonna die next to the chair that he was initially chaired.
Why, thank you. All right, I didn't have to walk too far to chair you. That's what Peter's saying. So looking around, he's gonna try and to see if anyone's in this area. I guess they gotta know that he does not have abnormal. Huasi, the knight, is gonna try to go for a silence here. Guess is wrong, and now he's gonna pay for it. Wow. Okay, so now the knight, unfortunately, this is gonna be a very risky save for him to go for. Uh-oh.
Oh my god, 1 more white mark and knight's gonna go down, and that's what Peter wants. Look at that. Last effort being popped. That's gonna be a double down. Lovelet trying to get the hell out of there, just going to the corner to die at the very least. That's just 1 mark away. That's the black mark, and that's gonna hit. And now he's just gonna go all the way far away from the ciphers. Podge, ciphers, because of that double skirmish, right? Double pursuit to rescue. Ciphers are only 2 of them is done. Novelist is like, guys, we kind of need to decode.
It's like I'm doing the only homework here. And he immediately switches to teleport. Didn't even use the warp at all because of how well he was able to play that mid-game here. So now Nanako has to be very careful to not give him any more hits here. Nanako being the novelist. 1 more mark, and he's going to silence him away. Oh, God, he locked him away from using his book.
Wow, just 1 more black mark, and that's going to be the down for Nanako. What a snipe by the double surprise. Peter's gonna get Nanako down, and this is kind of like a bad news because there's 73% on this cipher, but Peter's not gonna chair in the vicinity. He's gonna actually chair at where Huasi is. Oh my god.
No.
Mercy.
Yeah, Huasi now trying to go for a lock. Oh, he gets it right this time, but no, it just continues on, but to get the rescue going. But he's already used up his self-heal, so if Huasi falls here, he's going to need to get picked up. The double surprise is ready for him, and now gets knocked down. Now he's back to going back after Nanako.
That's so smart. That is so smart. Just bring him to where the injured knight is, because he's like, yeah, he's probably gonna chair near the fourth cipher, right? Because of how much progress there is. But now Nanako just trying to buy so much more time. He needs to be able to do the switcheroo here. Right? Oh, the beautiful flywheel. Trying to avoid that white mark. Oh, and the pallet slam. Beautiful Nanako. That's MRC right there fighting back.
Let's see, just 1 more mark now. It's going to be the white mark to get him, and now he downs him. This buys so much time for him to actually go for that chair because he knows exit path was already expended. Perfumer is actually going to be healing up, but this is the second time the novelist is on this rocket chair. So Shaudi has to make a move here, and it seems like they're going to try to push the cipher while trying to go for this rescue, but it seems too far off for Shaudi to get close.
This is very hard. Shaudi does not have flywheel, right? That's only 1 perfume to work with, and it's being silenced as well. He's just waiting for Shaudi to perfume back.
Oh my!
But by doing that, Nanako will not be rescued, so it's going to be a 2v1. One of them is injured. No last cipher. Peter is in position to get that 4K, Poch.
He is, and Huasi again, the punching bag of this hullabaloo, constantly trading resource after resource here, but knows that his exit path is already spent. Now all he has to do is down Perfumer, and that's going to be a 5-point game.
Oh, Shaudi recognizing the danger that comes, right? The Spidey sense coming in from far away. He's already far gone, out of sight, out of mind. No, unfortunately, Peter knows where he is, because the double surprise is going to point the direction of where the survivor is, right? So trying to look for Shaudi. Shaudi is pretty healthy, still has 1 more perfume to work with, and that's expensive perfume, but he still has 1 more to use.
It's duty free, so
it is. But Huasi has no exit path, so that's gonna be a problem here.
Yeah. Honestly, once he's able to down Shaudi, he can go for the chair, and then I think that'll be GG's because the dungeon's not even nearby where Huasi is at. So unfortunately, Nell, we did predict that Huasi's ranking is his format, his escape rate is gonna go down here, because he is going to get sent back out to the game. But
exactly,
got a lock onto the Perfumer, but no, still able to use the perfume here. Waiting for the teleport. Oh no, decides to just drop down here. Just needs that white mark and will be injuring the Perfumer.
Yeah, Shaudi's just trying to fight for his life, but Peter is just so good. Peter Baloo. This guy, look, Shouty's just like, okay, just take me. Just take me into your arms. Send me back to the manor. And this is the problem, right, Poch? Because they went for the double rescue in the early games.
Yeah.
It doesn't really make a lot of sense because ultimately maybe there's a game plan. But playing against Peter, if you don't rush ciphers, he's gonna have a really good time at the end, right?
Yeah.
2 people going to rescue the cipher. Only 2 ciphers were done. So how are you gonna pressure Peter if you don't pressure the cipher while going for the rescue, right? You gotta have a support coming in, otherwise it might be a double down. We get that, but if you're gonna play in this manner, you could bring out other characters. You know what I mean? Like you could have a toy merchant. I think that would help a little bit more. Like try, is that it?
I know Ish Libidish. That's I love you, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not German. Yeah.
But anyway,
Trevor Noah did a good job with it though. So that's how I know it. But bringing your attention back to the band picks, right here we can see 4 fine gentlemen right there. We can see the aeroplanist, the acrobat, the
Fine
first
gentlemen.
officer, and novelist. Yeah, everyone suited up, right? Novelist, the most gentleman of them all. So there you go. Super meta right now, right? Especially the switcheroo, you can see it. But of course, running into an Ivy would be an absolute nightmare. But fortunately, it's global ban, so it's fine, I guess. Here.
Also, someone in chat pointed out that they did ban out the Dream Witch of Miko Melody. So I think that's why his smile kind of faded. Like, darn it, I wanted to bring out the Dream Witch here, but unable to do so. He does have access to the opera singer, which we have been seeing a lot of in Lakeside. So he can opt for that one. But note that round number 3 usually goes survivor sided. So he's going to have to prepare himself for that.
Yeah, I mean, take away the hullabaloo, take away the Ivy, take away the Dream Witch. They know what's up with MK Melody. Melody.
Yeah,
Melody,
Miko
right?
Melody.
So, well, I guess opera singer makes sense here.
Yep.
The dashes are fast. I mean, it's a pretty big map, but honestly, the same can be said for the survivors challenges, right? Because they got to travel a pretty good distance in order to make it to rescue. So I guess the aeroplanist is gonna be a little bit more useful here. First officer though, as long as it doesn't get caught
Right.
while activating the pocket watch, I think the rescue should be going pretty well. Right here, Zeta going up against MRC survivors. It's a tough call, and honestly I'm quite surprised that we haven't yet seen like characters like Embalmer being priority pick.
I guess they just don't want to go for that tie. They want to just go for 4-man escape or just that, all or nothing type characters. And MRC set themselves up with a really good draft here. This draft lineup I can honestly see this in round number 1. They were able to save the first officer. They have the aeroplanist, they have the acrobat, and the novelist as well. So I'd say MRC did a great job, but what's put in paper and what's put into practice could be different. So let's see if Miko Melody can have the right formula here with a blink, trump card, and detention, while over on the survivor side, 2 tide turners. We got a full kiting build on Nanako, and we got some borrowed time on all 3, Huasi, Xiaodi, and Love Left. So hopefully that'll be a factor here now. Miko Melody making his way towards the big boat here. Huasi's already dropped down to the dungeons. Oh, sorry, the basement. So quite the interesting play here, because usually they opt to go up to 2nd floor. This could buy some time for the survivors to work on some ciphers here, and I love the hiding strat.
I love it too. Yeah, that's always my first choice, right? Hide, and when you can't hide, it's okay. Get one hit, then you start hiding.
Oh no! Oh no!
Melody, check the
knows.
locker.
He knows.
Oh no! Bye, goodbye. I'm gonna jet away. No,
He's in the corner! Oh my goodness! Oh no, Odell!
It's like, help me. I don't want to go. If it fails, right, I think MRC is going to be like, yeah, just sell him.
And hey, Huasi is the person that has been 2nd place or 1st place when it comes to escape rate, right? So the fact that unfortunately he tried going for a risky play here is gonna hopefully pay off, because now he's transitioning away. Miko Melody through the pallet with the terror shock.
Yeah, putting himself in a pretty tight corner there, right? Putting the pallets is gonna spell certain doom. It's not a really strong pallet position here, but
Yeah.
hey, he's gonna be able to down Huasi without even using the blink. So that's gonna be something good. Love Left is already in vicinity. He's gonna try and pocket pretty early. I mean, it's pretty respectable, right? The height didn't go as long as hoped, but against an opera singer, I think it's pretty respectable. That's a 2.5 side first time bot. Love Left, gonna get hit, gonna make that rescue, but right now, getting out of this vicinity is going to be a problem.
Oh, tried to go for a double down, but he actually got confused. Okay, so now Huasi able to actually move on along here away from the shore area. Note that the blink is online, able to actually get it for the last effort to pop. So yeah, Miko Melody doing a great job staying away from the range of that pocket watch, just so the hypnotize won't be in his effect. But Nell, Cypher progress is looking kind of okay. They haven't touched their last Cypher yet, but it's okay because Airplanist has a rebound kite left.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, Xiaodi has a tight turner to work with. You can see he's already in position to try and go for the rescue. Well, maybe with one bomb, they'll be able to help bring him closer, right, to the chair. And not to mention, Huasi still has a jetpack to work with. So they gotta make this rescue happen because there's no fifth cipher yet.
Wow. Getting the silence is really big. So Huasi is gonna use the vault here just to establish that Windows speed boost, but like you said, he does have a jetpack to work with.
Let's go. He can use the jetpack to transition to the shack, actually. He's not using it. He should transition to the shack. That's such a strong kiting area. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. He's tried his best. And quite honestly, if MRC can get a draw here, it's still okay, I guess.
Yeah, true. So Miko Melody has to be careful. He's got a chair right away and move on to the next cipher here. Trump card is still, I mean, it can be used. I think, yeah, because Blink has already been expended early on. Let's see, is he going to chase Xiao Di? Xiao Di is injured. So
he is, but that's an acrobat you're talking about. Still has 2 bombs to work with. This is a pretty strong area to kite.
Wow!
And using the bomb, gonna rotate.
Oh my!
Again! Oh no! The terror shock! What a play by Melody right there. Xiaodi's like, really? Really now? Yeah, but it's okay, right? Because he still has a bomb to work with and a pallet that's also important. So right now the ciphers is already at 75%. It's super fine because Novelist has a flywheel to work with, but he has to be really careful though, because when the cipher pops, Nanako does not have borrowed time.
Yeah, at least he's at full health, right? So he can actually eat a hit, and the overextension here might... is he actually gonna go a little too far? This is gonna allow the Novelist to cover some ground for the rescue. Miko Melody might actually leave it up to backdoor rescue. Oh my god, they get the rescue without Miko Melody actually knowing about it. Now borrowed time on the first off... on Acrobat could be in effect. Wow.
What a play. And he's forcing, like, Nanako's opening the gate as we're speaking, right? Because he knows he wants to get Xiaodi no matter what. He can go for a tie at this point. I think Melody is pretty much just setting himself up for a tie. Xiaodi still has 1 white bomb to work with, but Melody also has a blink to work with. So honestly, I feel like here, the terror shot coming in, it's not gonna matter. He knows that the both gates should be open. Teleporting just to check. And once he realizes the gate's open, he's just gonna go back. Chair and get that 2-man. That's the game plan now, I guess.
True. I have to say, a tie game is still all good, and we might be staring at our first overtime of the day, folks. So, gotta give it up to MRC survivors.
Because this map is super bad for AXIZ.
Yeah,
he cannot play. He cannot play the disciple here, and quite honestly, this map is just too big. I'm just kidding. Sorry, Karo, but dishwasher, the special power, activate. You throw dishes to the hunter.
Elang, yes, this is still a draw streak right now. So it's either XC to break it to 3-1, or the survivors of ZETA to break it 3-1, or 4K or 4-man elimination. But this is very much in tune with might be going overtime if ever.
It does. But hey, let's see. The appearance of Weeping Clown. Let's go. Weeping Clown is so underrated, right? It's actually so good in providing assistance. It's like my favorite kind of Uber in IDV.
Uber shit.
Like, yeah, it's like, do you want to get on board? You don't have any money? It's fine. I'll take you anyway. You know,
just 5 stars, please.
Just 5 stars. Yeah, I expect a 5 star, son. I expect a 5 star, son. Which hand? Which hand? which hand? I mean, which is your dominant hand? If you get the equalizer.
That's actually a movie I haven't seen in a while.
Leave me a 5 star. but yeah, I mean, I love Weeping Clown simply because he can stun the hunter. He can bring the survivors along for a ride, and not to mention with a click, he can propel himself a little bit further forward, right? So that can escape some projectiles if possible. So that's a really good character to have. But at the same time, kind of worried, like, what can XC play here? I mean, is he gonna commit to Dream Witch? They're leaving it up open for him.
Yeah, that could be something. Or Night Watch. Oh, sorry.
Oh, Night Watch. Yeah, that's pretty good too.
Man, I'm always gonna bring up that Night Watch meta was just so short-lived, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, Night Watch, never heard of him. We go to the next character. I think it was the most prevalent we saw in Night Watch was IVC 2023 when Kugo was able to 4K with Night Watch in hospital. That was actually really insane.
Yeah, it is. Or he could go with the clown.
That's true. Clown in Lakeside. We've been seeing a lot of that. But exactly, get the parts, be able to dash around. But does XC, is he gonna bank on the clown, or is man? I'm thinking also maybe the play for XC is to tie it out, go to overtime so they have map advantage, and then you could play to XC's strengths.
Unless
I'm listening.
If he gets an amazing start, so he doesn't really need to play for a tie. And I think with a clown you can do exactly that.
Ooh,
right? You know what I mean? Because they're trying to do the mobility strat. Like you can see Aeroplanist, you can see Mercenary, you can see Weeping Clown. With a clown with a smiley face, you can catch up to all of these characters. It negates their movement, right? But I guess Axie is just gonna go with the Dream Witch here. So
yeah,
I guess that works too because they don't really have any healings going on. There's no psychologist as well, so it's safe to play this.
Yeah, I think they just have to rely on their knowledge of how to kite out Dream Witches. The fact that they don't have healing plays heavily into how they're going to play out the late game. So I think that XC might bank on just trying to get the victory here and now for his team. But we just have to wait and see because, like you said, Nell, this is a big map. And it's going to be hard to get your followers or your main body all in one area, or at least to chase down a couple of survivors here because they just separate and just go for corner areas of this map. But it seems like
who's still considering?
Yeah,
actually, Novelist was overlapped. Yeah. Oh. Okay.
No big boat. Okay.
Well, let's see. Novelist wants to be the first chase, I guess. I mean, in the house, that's okay. But I hope that ZETA does not regret the decision of letting XC play Dream Witch because it's a big map, but it is a character that XC is comfortable playing, right?
For sure.
I think being comfortable is more important at this point for XC because he wasn't comfortable with the gold.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. Let's hope they don't regret this because we're gonna see Blink. Okay, not going for the patroller build, so kind of going aggressive with the on start. So I like it, catching them off guard. But they do have 3 tide turners, and not a semi-kiting build on Dolisu, but.
Alrighty, Tomi making her appearance in this map, trying to go to where Dolisu is at the shack. And with the Blink, you can expect a super aggressive play just to try and close distance. Dolisu is going to be Leech XC. He knows what he's doing, right? He's just leeching first, and it's fine because Dolisu's going to be exiting that area because of the leech. And now with this hit, wait a minute, what's going on? Yeah,
the switch up, the stun, and Dolisu going back to the palleted areas next to the shack. Again, he kind of brought a semi-kiting build, but he's already used his window boost. So he's going to have to keep kiting for as long as he can. if he's able to prolong this kite and force out the blink, wow, just waiting behind the shack, but now able to force out a leech follower. So, good start for Dolisu. He's gonna have to force the main body to leech him once again.
Yeah, the moment that they realize he doesn't have patroller, I think that's gonna be pretty easy to kite. Like they're like, oh yeah, there's no patroller. It's definitely a blink. Let's just make distance. That's gonna be a problem, right? Because now, look at Zeta. They're just making distance. It's okay.
Yeah.
Once the leeches closes in, it's fine. Then we'll circle back and have the pallets ready for then. So you can see that Dolisu's buying so much time. It's not particularly like the best kite. Like he's not really doing. It's just the understanding of the game. It's like, okay, he's here. I'm just gonna go here, and like he burned enough time. Look at that.
Yeah,
Three ciphers almost done.
And I'm sure that Zeta, like you pointed out, do have an inkling that there's no patroller but a blink, because he was able to use the patroller to stop that ciphers from like priming. But we do have 2 already done and 1 at 64. Shinami's already here. Gonna use the elbow pad just to create a bit of distance here. We only have 1 leech follower on the map and a main follower. So Shinami gonna have to eat that hit, and now the rescue happens, and the last effort pops as well.
Wow, and he can use this to catch Shinami off guard too. This is where he can make good use of the blink, but the dash is gonna happen. But fortunately, it's the leech that's gonna be executed as well. All of a sudden, Zeta's cipher just stops.
Halted. Yeah, we're still stuck at 64%. I think we did see... Oh, they're moving the leech.
Weeping
Okay,
Cloud,
so
are you gonna try it? Are you gonna try it?
Let's see. Hametu is in the area. Exi realizing this. It's like, oh yeah, there's a dangerous threat here. Let me chase him out first before I go for a chair. Hametu will have to go for a rescue. They do have tide turners to cycle around, and Novelist, being the kiter of this team, is so close to building a book.
It is. But at the same time, you gotta be really scared of what's going on here, because the third cipher is being controlled by XC at the moment, and right now they gotta waste. Look at how much distance you gotta cover. Look at everyone; they're spread out. That's good, but when it comes to rescuing and doing the ciphers, that's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, so it seems like Kazuneko using the jetpacks just for him to close the distance here before the expiry of Dolisu. Goes for the save, and now Dolisu has to be very careful in this shack area. He's already built up a book, and this provides him a little bit of time. If he's just stuck in this area, the blink could happen. No, just gonna break that pallet right away just so he doesn't have to deal with that mind game.
Yeah, he probably knows, right? He probably knows that that's what's up. But now, oh wait, he's gonna do the switcheroo. He's gonna buy time, but he has a blink to work with. Let's see if he's gonna use it. He's gonna use it.
Forced it out, which is good, and it's also on the follower of Dolisu, so he's gonna, well, he doesn't actually need to have it anymore because it's gonna get eliminated. But like you said, it allows them to actually pop this 70% cipher, and now they're gonna have the one last cipher to worry about.
Yeah. They're already working on the 6th cipher as well, and the 7th cipher.
Wow.
They know that in order to counter Dreamwitch at the late game, they gotta have 2 ciphers ready.
Yes.
And Shinami is gonna be the one to take that kite. But XC is gonna leech Shinami, and this is where things get super interesting. Because 1 hit is all he needs. If Shinami goes down, then XC is free to pressure the remaining, one of the 2 remaining ciphers.
True. So Shinami has to have a really good kite here towards the late game. Ciphers are moving, but not as fast as you wanted. And unfortunately, Shinami does fall. At least he falls to a leech follower. Now XC has to be able to rotate his main body just to leech Mercenary. So Hametu's here, but he has a tide turner as well. So they're playing this really well, because that last cipher looks like it's about to be primed now.
It's about to be prime, and Hametu, not to mention, he's still not giving up. He's still trying to use the rocket. Boom! Oh my god, the rocket launcher out of nowhere. XC is prepared for that, but so is Zeta. Look, the cipher is almost primed.
Oh, okay. XC definitely had to do that pickup right then and there, because the cipher is already primed. Hametu.
Hit first?
Maybe
hit first? Oh. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. And
he
lost!
He did!
He lost!
Oh my god, he was able to actually go for the instant rescue, and now pulling distance. Mercenary does have an anti-curse, so it could potentially be a 3-survivor endgame here. They're going to force out a borrowed time recovery from the survivors.
if he can hit Shinami here without using the blink, that would be good as well.
Right.
Simply because he still has trump card to work with late game, right? So a teleport into a leech into a teleport, that can work late game too. But now with the perfume, he's like, when did this mercenary?
No, it's
not
the
perfume.
effect.
That's the effect. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, but now he's just buying time. He's like, I want to get that down without expanding my blink, and try and get more leeches up, because right now only one leech is up. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's what's really tough. So yeah, he's trying to get the hit on the main follower, so at least he has the leech just in case. But at this point, it's kind of like a stalemate until the main body kind of moves. So they're not gonna force the last cipher just yet until we see a hit on Shinami, able to get that hit, not going for the pop just yet. Oh, they go for it already, just as he pulls distance. At least he was able to hit with the main body.
Exactly. He needs to get this down as soon as possible, get Shinami down as soon as possible, and then go with a teleport. Honestly, XC can just go for the teleport here if he really wants to aim. But I feel like he's just, considering how bad Dream Witch is in this map, I think it's okay. He just wants to get that draw, but no! Shinami? Yeah. Wait a minute. This is not going to happen, right? I think that's safe. ZETA also wants this draw.
They do. Oh my god, the blink though, and now just going for the teleport to the main body, but the exit gate is already open. Kazuneko, Hametu able to make the escape happen, Shinami being the sacrificial lamb. And there you have it. Overtime once again. Get your pencils out, folks, because we got ourselves a bit of a pop quiz.
Exactly.
How is this tie going to be determined?
Yeah, exactly. How is it going to be determined? And we're going to have our first lap surprise. And Thought, you were just telling me how crazy it was yesterday, how RD won with just a 1 second difference.
1 second. And RD is the underdog up against ACOM is going to be great. So Seer Antiquarian getting banned out. So good pickup of the first officer. I really like this. So at least they're able to use this to kind of safeguard a safe rescuer for any for a rescue or a rebound rescue.
Yeah, that's a very important pick, right? Because it's a small map, so first officer works super well here. Just pick up the pocket watch and you're good to go. You can just zigzag in, come in, close in the distance, get that rescue to happen. And that is only because Hetian allowed it to be picked, because he was prioritizing Antiquarian and Seer. But I don't think Omni was going to go for Antiquarian either way. But it just shows that, like, Hetian's like, it's okay, just get off the way.
Gardener pickup here. I would say the bubble is actually could be the difference maker in a lot of situations, but you have to really time that bubble very well. Sometimes the best players really know how to play with the cooldowns of that and know when to stop moving to build that bubble shield up. So Hetian has to be very careful. So the last ban is going to be on the prisoner side, so not forcing any fast decoding to happen. So what will be the last pickup on Omni's side?
What's the last pickup? That's a very good question. I mean, maybe a little bit of mobility, because here, they're going to go with the tanky characters. Okay. So I guess it's fine. Being tanky is always very welcome here, right? Especially if you're really good in kiting. Like I can't kite that first hit, but I'm able to kite that second and third hit. So that's gonna be a really important factor with the bubbles as well. So Omni, so far, if you notice one thing about Omni, it's always like a support utility sort of build. You don't see a lot of fight back characters. Coordinator just one of them, but other than that, it's always about self-preservation.
True, and not really forcing any team fights here. So Hetian doesn't have to even consider bringing the excitement or like looking behind his shoulder. I guess the one thing he has to look out for if Lays would like break the rocket chairs, but that's gonna be a little tough. By the way, I think I saw someone familiar in the chat. I think we saw NTT, so shout outs to him, my guy. Long time no see, NTT.
NTT. Yeah, he's doing a watch party in his region as well in Vietnam.
Oh, let's go. Oh, nice.
Let's
okay.
Go.
So shout out to NTT. Shout out to NTT's viewers. Hello, if we're in NTT's
Hello. Xin chào mọi người.
Hey, let's go.
All right. But Hetian still contemplating what he could be playing here. Opera Singer here would be amazing, honestly. Especially if he can farm off the survivors. Or even a Shadow. I think that would be really great, because none of them can actually escape. But yeah, going with the fast and aggressive Sangra will be good here.
Yeah.
It's always Goatman or Hullabaloo, and then Opera Singer in this game number 2. So Opera Singer up against this lineup, I sort of like it because most of them are just walking targets.
Yeah. I guess Novelist could perform really well up against the Opera Singer, but getting the book and using the book effectively is going to be really tough, especially since Opera Singer just dashes so well in between the shadow forms, right? So we're going to see a T-shaped spawn here with the first officer actually getting red carpet. Center is going to go psychologist, and the back exit area is going to be by the Novelist, which is where we're going to have the first chase.
Everyone is actually a really good target, but I guess psychologist would be a really hard chase, especially since he's in the middle of the map. It's fine not to chase off him first. I think going after the Novelist would be good. Just get rid of the book first. And the matter of the fact is, Novelist is really a good decoder in the first half of the cipher.
Right.
He decodes faster in the first half, so getting
Interesting.
rid of him first is good.
Yeah, he brought excitement, trump card, and detention to start things out here. So this first chase needs to be godlike. I guess he wants to go after Novelist because Novelist can go for those pallet stuns or those.
All right, Hetian coming in for the rush, trying to get that first survivor. Fluff is in the vicinity, and obviously we know, okay, what was that teleport back into his shadow? Maybe a little bit of misclick going on here, but he's going to go with the psychologist here. Aqua just waiting by the mirror. Oh, wait, Hetian, that's a misdirection going in. His real target is actually Lays.
Lays all the way back here, gets the pallet stun. So now... and also with that bubble, but now we see him actually teleport towards the next shadow. I would say a little too fast for Hetian, a little too fast for us to be able to recall here. So now the bubble, is it going to expire anytime soon? Not yet. Wow. So just allowing himself to have a free vault of that window.
Yeah, soon. I mean, 56 seconds, that was it. Lays is going to get that first hit. Still has a flywheel to work with though, Posh.
So flywheel could... Oh, actually, it seems like we are going to go towards the back exit side and no blink for him to actually blink down this pallet. So it seems like Lace doing a great job. Ciphers are moving by pretty well.
Yeah, pretty well so far. Lace trying to build up that bubble. He has a little bit of seconds left. Oh no, unfortunately, that's not gonna buy enough time. But pretty respectable kite so far. 1.5 minutes in, and 3 ciphers almost done.
Great start for the survivors, I would say. I think Hetian was kind of struggling at the start which area to actually go towards, which one to commit to. But now it seems like the psychologist is here in this area. Aqua, hopefully we'll be able to get a clean rescue here while using Tide Turner. Can eat that first hit. That's totally fine. Gardener now having that Tide Turner, allowing her to pull some distance away from the back exit.
Yeah, just trying to get away from the ciphers as much as possible. Dying in the cemetery would actually be pretty good because no one's there. You can see one is actually in the vicinity with a Tide Turner, probably gearing up towards the second rescue going on here. And yeah, Psychologist gonna get that heal up, helping the injured teammate. And right now, Juan just tiptoeing in the vicinity, probably close enough to give Tinnitus, just to keep Hetian at the spot.
Yeah, I think that they were able to rotate the hunter away from the ciphers that want to be moved. So yeah, Hetian's kind of forced to stay here. I don't know if they're gonna go for... Oh yeah, there's a rescue attempt that is happening.
They should. Oh,
able to
rescue.
get it. Yeah, so Lace doing an amazing job. So Hetian kind of scrambling to get back in this matchup. He's actually chasing Lace at this point. So sorry, Lace. Yeah, exactly. I thought it was the first officer, but I was bamboozled. So can he actually get Lace down? Juan is here though.
Ooh, the dash. Will he be able to make it to the pallet? Oh, he's gonna activate that bubble, but it's okay. Just put down the pallet, and then first officer is gonna try and block Juan. Beautiful first block, but Hetian is really fast to catch up to where Lace is, and there's no pallets here to work with, Podge.
Wow.
So this is a danger area. Lace should probably be gearing up towards kiting in this area. That's the only last 2 pallets here left. Hetian being pressured by Omni, actually.
Yeah.
Lace doing an amazing job this game.
Ooh, okay, so now that's going to be the down. Unfortunately, no borrowed time and no other rescues can be attempted because this is the last chair. So last cipher is already good as primed here, but we're still sitting at 76%, which makes me think Hutien, unfortunately, bringing the excitement didn't really give it enough impact here. They're double decoding the center cipher, and now they are going to be scrambling for the exit doors here. They haven't... Oh, goes for the switch. But that just allows him to go towards this area. So the kite needs to be impeccable for this one to get pushed, Mel.
Yeah, they're already starting a 6 cipher elsewhere, right? Psychologist, Aqua is just starting a new cipher. It's very unfortunate, right? Because that last cipher is near where the hunter is. After baiting the pocket watch, Hutien teleporting back knows where the next cipher is. He's probably going to spot out Aqua very, very soon. And Fluff really shouldn't be dying here. The back and forth going on. Hutien just trying to keep pressuring the survivors until they make a mistake. Juan has no more watch. He's going to use the watch pretty early.
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to use the watch while he's in the area here. This hit would definitely be a down situation for Juan. Able to drop down the pallet. This allows them to prime that cipher all the way at the top broken area. Note Psychologist can come for a rescue, so they're playing themselves to a really solid end game here with at least they can go for a tie.
This is really hard. Aqua does not have borrowed time, so if this happens, he rescues. He really needs to get out of here. Hutien, wait, Hutien, no, Psychologists have
my God.
Have no borrowed time.
Wow. They just go for that pop, and what an investment here, going straight for Psychologist, and now everyone's trying to rush towards the exit gate. He still hasn't used the trump card, Nell, so this could actually play very well on Hutien's side. Juan, though, forcing the tinnitus. If he gets spotted out here early, this is going to be really tough for Omni to come back from.
How does Hutien know? How does Hutien know? That hunter's instinct. He's gonna try and force. He's gonna try and hit the first officer here, Juan, trying to fight for his life. But Hutien, the hunter instinct's just telling him to go back and guard the cipher. It's okay because the gate's open in the front. He probably needs to switch to teleport now.
Oh, it's switching to teleport. Can he get it out? It seems like they're able to actually get the escape. The tie game for Team Omni.
Let's go, Omni. What a clutch play. No hesitation. That chair, right?
Yeah.
But here, Omni was like reverse psychology. So Hutien like, oh, no, actually, no one's going to go and rescue.
So right, it's kind of like, how much mind games are we really going to do? Or do we just want to play the basic standards of going up against the Opera? We've Puppeteer, we've Embalmer, and we just have, so much more characters to counter to.
Yeah, so as we said, as we've, looking into the ban pick phase, right, we do see the mechanic getting picked up here. Very tiable, and also it becomes a 1v5 situation heading into BO2. And a double decoding team comp. The last time, or at least recently, we saw this was, I believe, the RD matchup towards the BO3 overtime second half, where they really needed the fast decoding against that Dreamish to beat the time. So coming into this mix here, Kuro, how are you liking this team comp?
It's interesting as well, because now it just means that all survivors needs to be able to contain early game, right? And up against Opera or Ivies, might be a little bit hard here for survivors to actually pull it off, but maybe we're going to be able to see some sort of harass from that Novelist to, be able to perform and buy time for Mechanic to decode even more with that doll.
Yeah, I could definitely potentially see the problem when it comes to sustaining in a kite. Could be a huge problem, as Bronto, we are still waiting for his pick here. Novelist has been pretty popular, especially in GR side, GR's AK, unable to break that out. But for Bronto, he will be picking up the Dreamish instead of the Opera Singer, which we initially thought he will go for.
It's a bit surprising here too, but I do hope from Bronto's side that we bring Patroller on Dreamish, because for the last 2 games it's always been Dreamish on Blink, and that Dreamish has not been seeing too much successes too. So with this game coming up forward, potentially speaking, look, if you just bring Patroller, double Patroller on towards any of the containers, you will be able to get them down really fast.
Yeah, let's see, because we've seen the Patroller heading into this matchup. I'm hoping to see that as well, because the insolence does play a part when it comes to able to leash the survivors instantly afterwards. But Yeah, it's just a very difficult matchup for AWG here as we head into this matchup here. Cypher Rush is going to be a huge problem. Now, spawn locations, we have the mechanic spawn at the red carpet, Prisoner right smack at the center, and Novelist in the middle broken area. Dream Witch, where could she spawn, and potential first chases?
This is pretty bad as well because the issue is they probably want the Dream Witch to spawn top left just so, you know, it's harder chases and Mech can rotate. But with this spawn location, Mech cannot really hide her doll because Dream Witch can just immediately turn towards her left hand side, straight towards red carpet and chase after that Mech. So right now it's really just the rotation might not be easy for Mech, and I don't even think Mech can place her doll down and hide it in time too.
Yeah, another strategy that the mechanic could go for here is to use the bot to body block. You know, it gives her a little bit more sustain only if the Dream Witch hits the bot. If not, it's just gonna be a free presence going for this. Now, Bronto will be bringing a Trump Card Detention, Patroller, and a full hiding build on both the decoders, and standard builds for the other two. This is gonna be Red Church BO2. First up between AWG's Hunter versus ITZY Survivors. My name is Jojo and joining me is Crusher Gaming, and we'll be bringing
Dream Witch is directly turning towards where that mechanic is. Well, as we see here, right, no mech stall being dropped down here, and that's the Cypher Machine actually locked at the fourth Cypher Machine, the fourth corner. That's where the mech stall is. The question is, does Bronto want to go after it? No, it doesn't seem like we're going to do so, as that leech is actually not placed near the boss at all.
Yeah, I want to really lock in on this first hit. So, Dahai able to kite it out and will be interrupting his team Cyphers a little bit. Zen in the corner area, but able to kite it out as of now, unable to do the effective sandwich situation. It seems like Bronto is a little bit struggling with the positioning.
Depends on... Well, it seems like we're going to get this first hit. No, not just yet. Beautiful curl there from the side of Mech, as that's going to be a leech hit there instantly towards her too. We did manage to get rid of leech here as well, but look, we still do have a patroller here left to use, and the main leech now will follow towards the Dream Witch's main body. So this down could potentially just be here within the next 15 seconds.
As we see the patroller for the first time, this hit should automatically register onto Dahai. He has a flywheel to work with, though, able to dodge out the first one, but doesn't have any pellets to work with, so the second bite inevitable here as he sees the hit. We'll be seeing the chair very soon as we look at the ciphers.
But good news now is Prisoner is alive and well and kicking. Middle Cypher Machine will be popped there instantly to allow Mech to rotate in and to utilize the two pallets inside. Now then, the doll is at red carpet too, so we could potentially speaking just connect towards the red carpet from Prisoner side and rush the Cypher Machine even faster. As Wilding, purple mark there being picked up instantly. We do have, you know, borrowed time on both rescuers right now, but more or less the 3 Cypher Machines done. It's a little bit slow for Dream Witch when it comes to a first chase.
Yeah, as Dahai will not be able to hit safely into a kiting area. We'll just eat a hit and run towards the back broken area because the Cypher has already been popped by Xian initially at the start of the match. Now Clover will be decoding the one at the sandbags. Is he able to leech onto anybody here?
We have wanted order on Wilding, but it seems like for Brontel, he thinks that Wilding is way too far away, so we decided not to do that right now. It's a little bit of a loss here, as we do see Xian nearby as the Novelist, but potentially speaking, do we want to maybe rescue instantly since there's no main leech nearby, or it seems like we just want to maybe find someone to leech her instantly. But like, look how fast the Cypher Machine is with that Prisoner and Mech stall decoding.
Yeah, and now pressuring the bot Cypher. And Xian able to get a backdoor rescue, so unable to body block, unfortunately. So Mechanic's Kite, we might be see the end of it here unless Fox come for this harassment. Fox is nearby though, at Red Church. At the shack area.
It seems he is. I guess well, it's still gonna be a bit hard because you can leech on towards Fox here, and then maybe using your main leech. Using a main leech, you can kind of block the pushback from Wilding since you can only push one back. But right now, we're going to play a little bit more of a mind game. That's going to be the main leech coming back as well. Meanwhile, we have leech on towards the mechanic. And it seems like we pushed the wrong one. That's kind of the issue there when it comes to harassing up against the Dream Witch. As the second one there will be a crash down straight towards Shack.
Yeah, Mechanic will be eliminated from this matchup, so it becomes a 1v3 situation. Unable to pick up the bot as well. So Clover still trying to push that last cipher. We are almost primed for the end game, and all of them have borrowed time except for the Prisoner. So how could ITZY Survivors play this end game?
It might be a little bit hard here, but it seems like for Brontel right now, we don't really have any more leeches on the on the hunter side. We could potentially change for Blink, but right now Clover is going to be the first one that gets towards the XK, so we can rush it. Potentially speaking, ITZY can pop here instantly while Waddling is on the board. So what this just means is maybe we can rush ourselves straight towards the other exit gate, depending on how fast this game goes.
Yeah, and Bronto really wants to pressure that front gate as Clover also sees the leash at the red carpet area will be rotating towards safety as Zien is also near the front gate. Fox trying to create pressure at the back gate. Seems to be a very difficult situation coming from Bronto's side. Unable to catch anybody. ITZY Survivors really playing this out well.
But not only that as well, right? That's going to be the Patroller drop down there instantly as Novelist will be bit. But like even with that in mind, that Blink going down here is not bad, but the exit gate has already been opened. Fox will have his board ready in the next 15 seconds. And with this, even if you do have a leech on him, you won't be able to stop him to get out at all.
That's the case as we see Bronto finally leeching onto Zien. Will be cheering him. Fox still in the vicinity. His board is ready now as he hits on top of it. This should guarantee that tie game that ITZY needs in this game. And yes, with that, what a great performance coming from ITZY Survivors.
That double decoding team comp did help him out quite a lot, but I feel like from Bronto's side, maybe if we get rid of that mech stall just by, dropping the leech nearby, maybe is endgame too. So with this, it might be a tough call from AWG side.
Yeah, as we see the mechanic looking like a 49 seconds of containment time, but that was enough. We need to remember that she rotated from red carpet to back broken and back to the back gate area. So that was a actually pretty lengthy and long kite coming from Tahai, and also 80% of decoding progress from the bot. Pretty impressive if you ask me. Definitely did her part here coming into this matchup here. And securing that tie for ITZY, that's exactly what ITZY needs here. And it seems to be that ITZY, in fact, will be taking a 2-0 win if...
we won't be playing the Dream Witch. And with that, Novelist being chosen out for AK. Novelist has been one of the survivors that AK loves to play recently, but has not gotten too much wins because of that Goldman round 1 excitement. Now here becoming the next ban, we're getting rid of as much rescuers here as possible, as finally that is going to be the Professor. Since Ivy is banned, why not? Do we want to go Goldman here, preferably speaking, or will we go someone else? As the Forager will be banned, the final last pick here has to be a Rescuer. Wildling is not a bad pick, especially with his harass potentials, especially with his body block potential inside that cage too. So right now it'll be the Seer picked up instead, which we're able to recycle at round 3. However, there's no decoding debuff on any of these survivors and all. And not only that too, that Novelist might be really risky to go up against a Goldman if he is being chosen here. So from the survivor side and from Hasha's side, abnormal is a must. And not only that too, we have to get them down within 90 seconds, else it'll be a huge deficit from the side of GR. Iron on that Seer, Ata on Professor, Harsh on Puppeteer, and AK with the Novelist. We're finally going to be able to see him to play that Novelist once again. And with that Novelist being chosen out, it does really show how much GR adores AK2. He hasn't really gotten that much, good performances on him, but we're able to see it out here once again.
Yeah, and maybe this time around it is time for AK to bounce right back, maybe with 120 seconds of containment time, telling us a different story, that he's a changed person. He's changed for the better, he's kiting better with the Novelist. So GR, I believe they are geared up for this. I do love this team comp. But question is what Hasha is going to be picking here, right? You mentioned the Goatman. So, yeah, it is open. But...
right? I mean, as Chada said as well, they want to see a Leo. Potentially speaking, a Leo wouldn't be bad here too. We could go for a lot of unconventional pick if Hasha wants, but I guess it's still going to be Goatman because we need that 4-man.
Yeah, definitely playing it very seriously coming from Hasha. Let's see, ultimately, who will triumph in this match, in this potential last half, right? If GR wins this again, they get at least a 1 escape, then it's a 2-0. If FL Hasha is able to get a 4K, this will prolong to a BO3. But even in a BO3, it will be a very hard match to turn things around, unless a 10-0 happens for Team FL.
Yeah, and like, map like this as well. Look, we have a Seer who is an owl who can farm owls. We have a Novelist here. Look, you could potentially bring excitement up against the Novelist. However, you cannot forget Dash, it's just this map is just way too resourceful for the survivors as well. So if you use that excitement into wrong area, it might just be a double-edged sword.
Double-edged sword you mentioned. So let's see, as we hit into the small locations here, we are seeing the alright, Puppeteer within the sandbags area. Hunter will be spawning at the corner near front gate with Novelist as well as Professor. Nope, changing his mind, he will be spawning right below Seer and Puppeteer. Kuro, how are you liking these small locations and any first chase?
I think spawning top right here towards factory rooms isn't bad. If we did bring excitement here on Hasha's side, I do think Novelist should be first chase here no matter what. But once again, right, they did ban out Ivy just so this team comp can come out to be played up against the Goldmine, and we will have to see how well this team comp can do. I mean, it's a different map, but the same team, well, the same survivor that is used up against the Goldmine. Hopefully we'll be able to see more of a better performance on the Novelist, but once again, AK is going to have to prove Dash.
Yeah, and let's see, we will be seeing a trump card detention as well as a peeper on Hasha. As for survivor side, we are seeing a full kiting build on Seer and tight turners on Puppeteer as well as the Novelist. So we'll be heading into Arms Factory, potentially the last half, BO2 second half between GR Survivors versus FL's Hunter. My name is Chocho and joining me is Crucial Gaming, and we'll be bringing you the live commentary of this match. It seems like the matches has started, and unfortunately we aren't able to see what's really happening. Kuro, maybe are you able to see something?
No, it's frozen on my side too.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. With that, well, we're being blocked here from the.
Oh yeah, I definitely can. Can we hear anything? Maybe yeah, maybe the professor's getting chased here. I'm not sure. Maybe the Novelist. Actually, you know what? Maybe it's the Novelist. AK is getting chased here. Yeah, with this peeper, I'm not too sure how strong the chasing would be for Hasha's side.
It's more or less when it's just about who we really want for that first chase as well, right? Because like even that. Well, we just move on in towards the match as what is happening here. We're gonna go straight towards middle though. Trump card detention with Max Sadis, by the way, so 9% faster chirp progress as Iron running in straight towards where that goal one is. We want that first chase no matter what. We don't even have the L ready just yet. A very bold move from the side of our Seer.
Yeah, so Iron really just standing there trying to absorb the owl, but then again, peepers, we are seeing it now. Let's see if it's gonna affect Iron. Iron does not have the bird to work with just yet. It is not back. Is this an instant down situation we're seeing from Iron? Alright, the bird's back.
We do still. We didn't really get straight towards the other side as Iron here. Iron has 70% owl, by the way, and he still hasn't used his owl just yet. So with this, it's a brilliant containment on his side. 80% owl, 90% owl. It's going to be around 100% in 2-1. The owl will come out on time as Iron here. That's going to be our second owl already on our hands to use as we finally managed to actually break that cage as well. So with that in mind, then we won't be able to vault over that, but it's still only just a chip damage.
Yeah, and the bird once again on Seer. Cyrus are looking very healthy. Really need to get that one full hit onto Iron. He does have a flywheel to work with as well, so it shouldn't be a fast down. Iron preemptively putting that owl. Let's see if he's able to get towards a safe hiding area. And he does.
Okay, that's good news then, but I mean, he's still just one chip damage. Then we could potentially flywheel the next hit here depending on how well the game goes. But once again, we need to look at the bottom left hand side of our screen. Around 40%, 50% L already. Beautiful flywheel here on the side of that Seer, but he will still go down inevitably. 3 Cypher machines are now currently done on this map. Now we see Heart nearby as the main rescuer of this team, and Basement is also within our nearby vicinity. However, we could really just sell here if we wanted to.
Yeah, definitely. We only see one borrowed time, right, from GR Survivors, so we will be seeing them going straight for it. Heart on the Puppeteer, waiting for the rescue. We don't see Hasha placing the cage, so Seer just locked in here, unable to get out. But the hit Seer just.
I think it's fine. It's currently Puppeteer downstairs here, but if we don't really want to chase after this here, you might actually lose him, which is one of the issues when it comes to one-hit double hit. That's a beautiful flywheel on that Puppeteer. We cannot use our Lewis just yet, and that's going to be a brilliant hit, barely enough on time before that cage dissipated.
Yeah, I mean, we see them, you know, committing to this, right, GR Survivors, but Heart able to get a double down, and they are both near the basement. Now looking at this, Cypher progress is looking very good. We'll be seeing the 4th one pop soon as well. question is who is coming for the rescue and whether they can get the last one to pop as well.
Probably Novelist should be the one that's coming in, but wanted order on Novelist a little bit unfortunate. He is someone with Tightener, so we're gonna have to see whether or not we can do a really good switcheroo with that storybook. We don't really know where the Seer is, so he could self-heal with that flywheel too pretty decently fast. As now we're giving Tinnitus here on the side of Seer. He is going to maybe try rotate out as AK right now. Distance creating here, very nicely done by our Goatman, but the hit will have to register here no matter what.
Yeah. AK though, I mean, with that wanted order, you would think that he might be denied of this rescue, but able to inch very close over and get that safe rescue. But now, Puppeteer will see that hit. Novelist still has a wanted order as the Hunter teleports towards the Cypher. AC, still full health. I don't think it's gonna be instant out.
It's also the Professor that we're talking about here, so slow attack. We do have a Shell Shock used to use ASAC left until the next one, and that's going to be a brilliant stun here on the side of a Professor, getting rid of that cage as well, forcing the Cypher machine to be open, and just not giving two cares about the world. As once again, a little bit unfortunate, but we did miss that dash back.
Well, but finally getting the first hit onto him. We are seeing the servers healing each other up, which is the correct play rather than forcing another Cypher, as we see. AC still able to dodge it out. Can he survive this cage? Oh, I think he will.
Oh wow, that's so much time, boss. Not only that, so we do have one more cage left on our hands to use, but Shell Shock is ready in like around 30 seconds as we didn't even get hit on towards the Professor. Once again, that's so much nice line games played, but now the cage disappears one more time as we drop down a block there and no more rage on our hands to use. This Goldman is tired as we're able to block a chip damage, and once again 50 stacks of resentment right now. It just isn't enough.
My goodness, so much plays coming from Archer as he still survives. I think that was the fourth cage or something. Really impressive kite coming from AC as we see Aka coming in.
But Iron is just nearby. Iron's your mini fan here for the Goldman, but the Goldman might just be a little bit too shy as we want to get away from that Seer. Seer's looking right now. We've our third owl ready on the hands to use, and 3 owls alongside with 40% extra on the side of this regeneration. We're going to try chase after Seer here though once again. We're not going to be shy anymore as we want to get rid of this mini stalker. Right now though, Cypher Machine currently at 95%. Seer is back once again.
My goodness, the harassment coming from a Seer, guys, a Seer. So, we are seeing the Cypher still being pushed just so close yet so far, 95%. Professor able to use that shell as well. So this will help the Cypher pop. But
it's primed.
Yeah. 2 prime Cyphers.
Ooh, okay. I mean, if look, Seer has 4 owls. He used 2, he now has 2. He can give 1 towards the Professor later on, right after he pops open the Cypher Machine, or we can just play around here. But from the side of GR, can't really play around for long. It's gonna be around 100 resentment by the time we actually pop, so we're gonna have to see how this goes. Oh.
Yeah, and yeah, the Cypher pops, and you know what? Seer can be generous. He can give it to AK here as he tries to force open the gate. Seer, is he spectating? He is spectating. He's able to switch over. AK, can he survive? The bird support here would be very crucial as we see it. He missed the first swing and the second.
Goldman is just too tired to be angry by this point. Gio has been playing around with this Goldman, and Hasha seems really tired. We do have resentment on our hands to use, but it's just another novel ready on the side of this Novelist. AK, we switched back just on time as well. That's a moving speed. Once again, one more pallet here to play around. Can we drop down the pallet here or not? It's AK once again on this map. It's recalling back towards IVS, but this time it's a different hunter, but it's the same survivor here. Seer's looking once again, and look who's nearby. It's that puppeteer here. Gior doesn't care anymore. It's going to be the Seer and the Professor healing each other, and we're gonna aim for that 4-man escape as Puppeteer really wants to skate open.
Love the energy. 4-man or no man coming from GR Survivors. We're seeing Hart getting the first hit as of now using the puppet. We'll tank half of it as we see AK still trying to self-heal as Seer is healed up already. Professor also healing up. How can they play this endgame? There is no tight turners or anything to work with. They're just gonna...
Ooh, that's a nice hit down though. Bosh! Look, Novelist has almost a book ready. He's like around 1% until he can use it, so we can potentially here switch around, allow Seer to maybe stalk for a little bit longer, and once again, we're going to aim for that 4-man escape one more time.
Yes, love the energy. Iron, let's see how much of his 5th bird that he has in his hand. That's gonna be important. As we see, Seer has the wanted order. AK trying to come for the back door, but Hasha is in the vicinity. Ata also here. Let's see if he's able to give a shout or able to stun the hunter here.
Rescue! Backdoor rescue! Backdoor
Seer,
rescue! Seer!
Oh my goodness, Seer is just gonna follow the hunter around here as we see Novelist on the bottom left, still trying to escape. Seer, this is important if he's gonna have a next owl.
Wait, we're not. Camera senpai has to give the camera towards Seer here because we want to know how much LT he has. We didn't use a mini shell talk there. Oh my lord, that is straight on towards here. We're all kind of rotating out here as much as we can, but if AK wants to, he can switch around here with the hunter since he, well actually no, he does have a flywheel to use, but right now, no more resentment on the hands to use. A stun on the hunter. Hasha is tired. Go to sleep. We're going to be able to get a 4-man escape here from the side of Jur. As he here once again proving himself wrong. 6 out number 6, and that's why he's the first Seer.
First Seer, absolutely. That was the
with that game as well. It's more or less the backdoor rescue on Novelist too. Brilliantly done from the side of survivors. As we see the containment time here, by the way, 128, 183, 153, and 95.
Yeah, today's match number 3 and 4 feels like more of.
Sorry, it's the LRT, MRT. The public transport there is just amazing.
The tram.
Yeah, the tram.
They don't stun you.
Yeah. And the roads are really good as well. So so they can just walk wherever they go. So so that's why when it's hot, things can get really hot. And I think the complaints are like the weather.
Yeah, especially Chocho, since she's 11 feet tall, she's closer to the sun. So it's extra hot up there when she's standing.
It is. It is. It's super hot. And just to give you a context of how hot it is here, Hotch, if I wear sleeveless shirts, you can see 2 tones of color.
Oh.
One from the elbow up and one from the elbow down.
Wow. Okay.
2 tones of color.
That's kind of same here in the Philippines. Just the sun is just making us. Yeah, we're getting free tan lines from the sun. Especially like if I take out my watch and then you see like there's actually a tan line there. It's pretty hot. But anyway, sorry, we digress. Hopefully y'all are doing okay in chat. Let us know your thoughts on the weather. But it seems like we got a barmaid, novelist, mercenary, and patient on the side of those survivors.
They're inviting Pepe to play the Shadow.
The Shadow. Yeah.
Right? It's like an open invitation, like open house. Hey, let's come play the Shadow. We know you want to counter Novelist, so that's a good one. Yeah. And quite honestly, this comp, apart from
Pepe's like, I decline your invitation. I want to go with Ivy.
I mean, Ivy's also really good. Just to catch up to survivors really fast. And you can see what happened in the last game, right? Ivy, the control is great by Yan, but ultimately it's really hard to catch up to survivors. You gotta rely a lot on teleporting onto the Con and bringing the survivors back. But for Opera Singer, you don't have that problem. You just fast and aggressive. Get that person down, chair close to a cipher that's being done by another survivor, and you already apply pressure.
I think that's the game plan here. And it seems like he's going to spawn near first stop where the barmaid is at. And a lot of these survivors, I guess it's just a patient that can pull that distance. But yeah, you said it's an all gas, no brakes type of hunter that just keeps go from the get-go here. Sorry, rhymes.
Power Rangers.
Go Power Rangers, chat.
Shout out to Schmitty.
Even the way
Hell ride, and that's what Pepe wants to do. Bring them on for a hell ride. Just going straight for the first stop. Chen is in the vicinity. That's the barmaid you're talking about. Oh no, this is such a bad corner for the barmaid. But it's kind of okay. If you get hit, you can take the roller coaster and you can go to the second stop while drinking the Dublin. So that's gonna buy a bit of time. Chen is gonna get hit. Drink the Dublin. Good. Take the roller coaster. Go to the second stop. It will buy time for your heals to come online. We gotta be really careful though. Oh wait, missing that. Missing that dash. Pepe.
Oh, and look at that. They actually also pressed the stop here. So now has to go all the way to third stop, where a full heal is going to happen. And unfortunately, Pepe still on the back foot in this match. Nan is forced away from this Cypher, while the barmaid can make another drink, a healing drink here, as they are able to actually make her way from first stop to third stop here. Great kite.
Yeah, great kite by Melly. By the barmaid, right? Chan just doing an amazing job so far. Even if he gets hit here, he can still use the Dublin to prolong his kite. But it's gotta be really careful though. Chan!
Whoa!
What was that? Okay, drink the Dublin the second time. No, he's not gonna drink actually. He knows that Pepe has a blink ready. Maybe that's why he's like, yeah, I'm not gonna waste it anyway.
Yeah, pretty smart, I'd have to say. And conservative. Maybe he's gonna use it and get some OB from either the Novelist or the Mercenary. It's gonna be hard though, but still, at least you didn't waste the drink on like him downing you instantly. So Nan has already rotated for this rescue. We do see that Cyphers are moving on all right, but we see the teleport onto Nan, but now has to eat that hit for the rescue.
Yeah, take that hit, and Chan's just gonna be like, yeah, just take me. Right, I just want to bring you all the way to the ends of the earth, so to speak. Right, he just doesn't want Pepe to disrupt the ciphers. I think they know that only 2 ciphers have been done. Right, so this is a very, very important turn point. Right, they gotta get more progress onto the ciphers, and to do that, they have to bring Pepe away from the closest cipher. Nan is actually in this vicinity, but I don't know if that's going to be enough, because Pepe can easily nume all the way back to where Nan is, and that's going to stop one of the decodings.
Yeah, and it seems like able to actually use the patient's hook here, but unfortunately we don't see a tide turner. So now some body block.
Drink.
He's gonna use the drink, when Silverchair needs to be able to try to body block.
Whoa!
Can't get the block, but drops the pallet. So this forces Chen into a good spot here. I don't know if he's gonna make it towards this pallet. Flywheel,
nice. Just a little bit more. Silver water block at a timely time. Chan's gonna be fully up, and while all of that's happening, the third cipher has been popped. Fourth cipher, a lot of progress. Chan needs to make sure that he gets this kite to work. He's still trying to make rotations in this area. Look at him playing around. What a dangerous maneuver going on. Just take that one hit, run over. There's still a pallet ready for him to vault through. And he's just waiting for the cooldowns.
Look at that, able to actually prolong this chase, and now Silverchair is up. He's still playing around this area. He needs to find the pallet. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it. I thought he'd be hugging this area, but this is the last chair of the barmaid. Unfortunately, couldn't kite it out until borrowed time. But we're on our last cipher now. It's looking like it could be a tie here for the survivors, but not if Pepe has anything to say about it.
Exactly, this is very hard to say, because 2 ciphers have not a lot of progress on it. So Pepe, with the teleport, he is able to apply more pressure, not to mention the chase potential. The chase power is also much stronger. But against ZETA, yeah, that's going to counter him a bit. They're even going to open up a 7th cipher just to be safe. But the problem is, with 2 survivors that are injured, how are you going to make this last long enough? Like, the second kite has to be amazing.
Yeah, it does. Luckily, the patient does have some hooks to work with, and unfortunately, some pallets were broken. Tries to go for a bounce. Nice. The window, but he gets hit through the window. So that chase is going to be cut short. Novelist does have Tide Turner, and Mercenary does have a perfume bottle, which can help a little bit.
This is hard. This is hard. This is almost definitely going to be a double down situation, right? Fortunately, both of them do have borrowed time. Yeah. So even if Mercenary goes down, as long as he can rescue before the Cypher's Prime, he can definitely make that rescue happen. So right now, just coming in with both items, I think it's going to be a 3-man late game pop.
Could be. So Mercenary can get the stable rescue. Pepe able to get the hit onto the... Wow!
Perfume!
Yeah, my goodness. Able to get the perfume. So now fully stocked with items here. Both of them have borrowed time. Wait for the pop to happen. He still has teleport though, Nell.
He does have teleport. The question is, how fast can he get Silverchair down a second time after he gets gets him down here.
Yeah,
you know?
true.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow, still dodging, honestly. Silver pop.
nice.
Start running.
Okay.
No items to work with. One more hook to work
One
with.
more hook.
Oh no!
Oh,
The
what a
fourth
great
station!
spot. This is a good spot for the hook. He has to go all the way around. The exit gate is already opening here, Nell. So Silverchin needs the kite for as long as he can here before Pepe can try and go for a down. He's going to go for the down here. Is he going to teleport right away?
He's gonna teleport, I think. Teleport?
Oh,
Oh, yeah, a little bit
Good
of
check.
hesitation there, but it's okay. I think he can get this because there's 2 survivors, right? So he can. Oh
Whoa.
wow, that was a very, very aggressive one.
Oh.
But I think it's okay. I think he's just gonna go. Oh wait, he's trying to find someone that's
Yeah.
trying to rescue Nan.
Oh my
Might be
God.
caught off guard here.
Nan does have 2 elbow pads to work with and delayed damage if he does get hit. He's gonna have to use that elbow pad. Exit gate is about to open.
Pepe.
This does leave. Oh wait, Patient doesn't have.
He can run out. He can run out.
He has to. Oh my God, Nell. This is gonna be so clutch if he is able to get it. Can he
Is he-
down the mercenary
He
type?
can. I think he can. Oh my
Oh.
God.
The
Wait,
body
wait, wait, wait.
blocks, The pallets. Oh my God, ZETA. Oh,
ZETA.
Novelist able to get
Whoa!
the book.
What a play by Do! Ooh, Novelist. That was genius. That was so genius, by the way. He thought that, their positioning. But ultimately, you got to give it up to Chen. What a play by Do Wu. Right there. Like from the very beginning until the middle to the late game, it was all on point. You cannot even criticize anything. The first hit into a Dublin, into the roller coaster.
Gonna bring that out, or if he's gonna bring out, let's say, like a disciple, right?
Oh, that's how the forward sounds like, I imagine. You know, and we love to see a forward, right? That means the OB coming out and forcing team fights. Maybe this is where Do really wants to force out a team fight. Get a 3-man escape, and the embalmer will be their safety net.
Right, maybe. Shout outs to everyone that's still up at like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Melly. It's almost 2 a.m. where Melly's at. Or Mika Chen and Lan, it's at 12 p.m. Olive Smash at 1:45 p.m. Percy saying hola in the chat. Hello.
Hola.
Yes.
Hola. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, Hammy, it's at 12:46 a.m. Jeez. If it's getting kind of late, we still have the VODs, but we appreciate each and every one of you that's burning the midnight oil here. And happy Easter Sunday, folks.
Yeah, for all those of you who are celebrating, we are happy that you'll be joining us today. That's going to be the first match of the day for those of you who are tuning in. It's TE versus Do. We're currently at game number 3, second half. If this is supposedly the last game, if it's not a tie. Right? But if it's a tie, we're gonna see 2 more extra games, and if it's still a tie, we're gonna ask Carol what happens after that.
You single out Caro. Okay, so final picks here. We have the Airplanist, Forward, Novelist, and the Embalmer. I'd say the drafting of TE, they really saved a lot of the meta characters in their matchup. So let's see how those survivors will try to make this synergize, because they do have a lot of stun potential. When it comes to rescue, they might force the Airplanist to bring that role, and the Embalmer can at least self-rescue, so it's still okay.
Yeah. You can see that the forward is still flexing his muscles there in a sleeping bunny costume.
Best costume for
Best costume. Honestly, best cute costume, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that even more than Hermes shoes. So.
True, and the carrot also. That's he's holding a carrot instead of a football, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, eat your veggies is what he's saying when he's dashing towards the hunter. But it does open up the question, right? Does Pepe commit to the
Ivy?
To the Ivy, because it does counter.
Ooh. Oh, this is actually really good. I like this.
Wax Artist, Eli's best character since 2022.
Since I think 1935, he's been loving Wax Artist ever since the conception.
this guy, he's a vampire, right? So, but yeah, I mean, Wax Artist definitely counters this lineup to a certain extent. The chase, it's a good shutdown hunter, right? It's a good hunter to shut down this lineup. Like, they brought a forward that's gonna slow down the coding a little bit. And not to mention Novelists, even the switcheroo. If you get the wax level up to 75% and above, that switcheroo is gonna stun the Novelist in response. So let's see where Pepe wants the wax artist to start off. I can imagine a cross. No, actually the top left would be ideal.
Yeah.
Top
I guess
right.
top right. Okay, interesting. I guess he just wants close quarters. He wants to be able to start the team fight right away. Like you said, the chase is one thing that he is kind of weakened in, but it counters a lot of stun potential from the forward, the Novelist, or any aeroplanist that can go for any pallet stuns. We've seen actually Pepe use the wax artist very well. So in this scenario, though, I think a tie is possible, but the question is, can Pepe shut down, shut things down and actually go for more than just a tie with this warp, trump card, detention, wax artist, while we see just one tide turner on Silverchair, while everyone else has pretty much a kiting build and a borrowed time build.
All right, ring the bells, because right now the ice cream man looking for the first target to find. That's the wax artist I'm talking about. Silverchair is already away, because away from sight, away from mind. But Pepe is not gonna give up that tinnitus, that blood trail that's gonna be up and about. He can spot Silverchair now. Aeroplanist, that's gonna be a pretty hard target to chase. Pepe noticing that it's the aeroplanist. Will he commit? I think he's committed. 2 more jetpacks to work with. Actually, make that 1 more. Silverchair trying to buy time, but unfortunately, not a lot of distance gain with his true usage.
Not much, but oh wow, even through the window. Incredible. And going for the stun.
What?
He wasn't able to get it.
No. Oh
wow. That at least he went unscathed. Oh no, he didn't. He actually got hit. So wow, the over support here, and this is what Pepe wants. He wants to force team fights. He's switching targets already. I think he blocked out the window and now forcing CZY to spend the rest of his football here. So it seems like Silverchair. Oh, my God! Out here. He tried to decode.
And the thing is, though, responding to this quick changes, right? Because now the coffin's on forward, and Pepe is like, okay, I'm gonna go back to Silverchair now.
Oh man, this Embalmer's like, guys, I haven't recorded your faces. Like, I gotta keep changing it up.
Stop.
Stop
giving free presents. Stop giving free presents. This is a wax artist you're talking about. I mean, the idea is there, but wax artists don't give him action.
Yeah,
he's scary when he unlocks.
Yeah. Then there you go, able to get the down here, and unfortunately ciphers are looking kind of okay. You'd kind of want to be in the 3 cipher finish mark, but they've only completed 2 ciphers at the most. First chair is already done, and unfortunately the aeroplanist does have that tide turner, so they're forced to no tide turner rescue here now. They didn't bring any more tide turners aside from the aeroplanist.
Against a wax artist, this is gonna be really hard, because it's almost always going to be a double down, like an instant down.
True.
Especially when this comes in. Getting that hit. Okay,
adding injuries on the board, but Novelist. Oh my God! And now we see that the forward was in the mix as well. Objectives are not being pushed, and it just seems like Pepe is in a really good spot, because now he knows all the survivors are here. No one's pushing any ciphers.
No one is, and they're just so committed to keeping the survivors up. And this is why, my God, Wax Artist is actually a superb choice here. Everyone left and right going down, and Bomber going down, no coffin. Those communication has failed. And now Chen's gonna go into the basement with only 2 ciphers done, everyone else injured. Ford has the coffin. They slip up.
Yeah, a really sticky situation. Discombobulation when it comes to the communication. Wow, that rhymes. I can't believe I just said 3 words that rhyme. Anyway, situation, discombobulation, and communicate. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, Nell, I just breaking down how things go. The start, I think it started with the forward going for that stun, right? That's what Wax Artist wants. He wants to get stunned. You're gonna get waxed as well. They're forced to kind of heal up and try to recuperate everything. And the one thing they can do now is just heal up and try to push ciphers. But Pepe, just gonna capitalize on this basement chair. I don't think anyone's safe enough to go for the rescue, because the one person with a tide turner is injured.
Yeah, they cannot. They're just gonna give the Nidus just to keep him here. And that's the thing, Chen will be a victim. He'll be the scapegoat for Dou to try and come back in this situation, right? Hey, I didn't do anything wrong. I wasn't one decoding nearby when Pepe was chasing the forward, because that's exactly what happened. Super Chu was he was half health injured. Why are you still in the vicinity decoding when forward is obviously still kiting away from Pepe nearby? So I think one thing leads to another. They have to reset. Chen's going to be the scapegoat to reset. And 2 ciphers are going to be pushed now. But with a Wax Artist Max presence, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, because he can control the ciphers. And 2 ciphers remaining. He's already locked with ZETA that only has less than a quarter of a ball left. He's watching, and alright, he's gonna go for the teleport here just to catch Nan, who has not seen that much action yet. But Nan, the novelist, will unfortunately be facing a full presence Wax Artist that can go for the wax trick here. Oh god.
Wax.
The corner.
Boom,
Boom, boom. Oh, switch! But we do see he's capped the wax. And he's also waxed off the area here. So Nan doing a good job so far. Unfortunately, time is not on his side because he has to kite a little longer for these ciphers to actually prime. Would you see that he's getting a book? Oh, able to get the pallet slam. Okay.
Nan's kite is so important here because he's actually making up for the team deficit, right?
Yes.
But he's finally gonna go down, and that's totally fine because right now, Dou, I think they're able to recover a little bit from that. The last cipher is gonna be popped.
It's gonna be.
Yeah, but it's gonna be a basement play again.
So what's the play here now? Both ciphers are primed. Are they gonna go for
one has to go for rescue? I think one has to go for the rescue. Otherwise, if you pop now, but it's gonna be a 3K for sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, this person doesn't have the tide. Oh, and now hot wax trick, and he's so far able to actually. Oh man, he's gonna go for another.
Keep using it.
Go for another hot wax trick. Able.
Oh my god! Pepe.
Wow.
Share this, and that's it. TE is going to move on.
Just like that.
Oh my god, the basement play was so crucial. And honestly, it's just Pepe made no mistakes this game. Yeah, he can teleport, but honestly, why? And you don't need to do this risky plays.
It's about sending a message. But yeah, you're right.
Sending a message.
He can just okay, 3 survivor elimination, and he moves on. Sorry, Nell, you're wrapping stuff up here.
Yeah, I'm just saying that because of this result, Pepe getting a 3-man elimination, that's going to be TE reset anymore. It's a full presence Wax Artist, and how are you gonna kite that?
It's really tough to see if you're a survivor main, but if you're a Wax Artist player or if you're a hunter main, yeah, that's kind of what you want to see in your matches. And Meow does play more conservatively in round 2 and 3. So that would be a lot of pressure on Meow's side. So hopefully the survivors can steer the ship in the right direction in this matchup, allowing themselves to pick up the Embalmer, Coordinator, and the Florian to start things out. But I mean, Alex in Chinatown, he still has access to Opera Singer and Ivy.
Still trying to look at chat and figuring out what face card is, but thank you so much for the explanation by Dark.
I'm so sorry, Neil. I really thought it was.
Dark ZJK saying it's like a credit card, but it's like your face because you look good. So it's like saying you're pretty or handsome enough to buy something.
Oh my god! I think I'm in debt. I don't know. I don't know if I don't know how much
overdraft
credit.
I'm in overdraft, by the way.
Mine has not been approved. It's been declined. Oh no. Okay. We get it. Thank you for explaining. I appreciate you guys.
Exactly. Thank you so much, man. Ivy would also work here too, but that's a fire investigator, so now he has to think. Novelist. Okay. Sangria.
Yeah.
Probably Sangria.
Sangria, the safety choice. If not, I would definitely have to see a Wax Artist after we saw the Wax Artist with Painter coming on in here. I think Quan used the Painter and got MVP with this character. But we
have face cards
to pick out a Hullabaloo for round 1. We have seen him play it, but that'll be Novelist and Anti-Current here. First 2 bans instantly alongside Wish, the Seer, and Coordinator already being picked up by the survivors.
And it looks like we're going to see the Priestess as the follow-up band here again. Maybe looking to play that Clerk. We've seen him use that character quite a bit on Red Church, and that would be ACT's best route, in my opinion. I really don't see the need to go with anything else here in this spot.
Yeah, but it seems like it'll be Novelist and Antiquarian banned here. First, however, right before we go on towards ban pick, just for last game as well, with that coordinator gun pick, I'd say from the ACT side, it was more of a safe play from their side, and let's hear from XMX.
Still has Embalmer available, but actually going to be Novelist as the last pick, so they are preparing for that Goatman here, and I don't know if we'll see an Excitement build. We have seen a lot of these Goatmans go Excitement into a Novelist pick, since Novelist is a character that's pretty effective in kiting out Goatman for a couple of reasons. One is that you're able to you can simply just use the switch to get switch with the Goatman and get a speed boost and potentially kite out the cage that way. But also you can switch the Goatman into a pallet, get a pallet stun, and avoid break the cage and escape from the cage that way. So that's what we see Excitement typically used to counter that, but that also means you don't get to bring a trait like Abnormal, which means that the Cypher Rush will be better for the survivors. So is that going to be an option here for this GG Hunter or not? We'll have to find out in a moment.
But even wish, I don't think Goldman being chosen out here would be a great idea for Solom as well, though, because everyone is pretty tanky with being able to take so much hits, especially with the fact that you do have an Aeroplanist as well, who deals 20% extra stun time when there's a survivor nearby. However, for Solom here, it seems like we're going to go with a different route as we want to get that Goldman out. There's a potential that we'll chase after Aeroplanist first, because of his slow pallet dropping when there's no survivors nearby, and with that cage debuff too from all interaction, probably would allow Solom to gain the upper hand here when it comes to pallet mind game.
All right, so getting into our first match here again, Wolves versus GG, one of the most intense matches we're going to see so far in this tournament. This is the last match of the last day of group stage. This match will be determining. Every other group has now secured which teams will be in playoffs. These teams are both already secured, but they will be fighting for a first seed. The winner of this match will be the first seed in their group here. So getting into our spawns, it looks like we're going to see Puppeteer in middle, two-story Grave up near Corner House, Novelist in middle, and the Airplanist over near the Fake Gate area, with the Goatman's actually going to spawn over at S Pallet. So this means that he does have chase into that Airplanist if he chooses to do so. We do know that Airplanist, though, a pretty effective kiter against the Goatman. You can kite out the cages quite effectively using those jetpacks. You also have the hover and flywheel to work with as well. Most likely we'll see that getting utilized. And here you go. The two coaches will shake hands. We're going to get into our first round.
It's quite hard here because Goldman is at quite a nice decent spawn as we saw earlier as well, so like it's pretty easy chases on the side of him. We're gonna move on though towards the persona traits, as this will be throwing attention alongside with Abnormal here. He said no excitement on the side of our Goldman. It's gonna be a double tie turner with double ninja reflex, no borrow time on the Aeroplanist, neither the Novelist. So this will be the final matchup of COA Group Stages Day 10 between Wolves.
All right, so it looks like we're going to see Shaman's going to go straight for that Aeroplanist here, as we talked about, and that looks like it's going to be his ideal target at this point. Jelly trying to break as much line of sight as possible, trying to delay that first cage, trying to get to that corner house, but just running to the hunter a little bit there. We're going to see that first cage. There's the switch. Will he use the jetpack early on here? We're going to see the first jetpack getting utilized. Finally able to avoid the hit, but I think, does manage to kite the cage just as it expires there. So good first cage kite here from Jelly. Kite continues here. There's a swing, try to go for that chip hit. Does get the chip hit, but I think that's perfectly fine for the Airplane, as long as he can force out at least two more cages here. And is going to go straight up the stairs here, trying to position himself in a good area to kite out this cage. He's going to go through here again, come up falling behind, dropping down, going to go back through again. Will we see the jetpack? Finally seeing the jetpack getting utilized, and kites out the cage yet again here. Has to use the flying jetpack, but still gets the hit in that first chip. Actually does end up mattering here.
It's okay though, because it's still Aeroplanes that we're talking about. We're just missing one more hit left on our hands to use, so I'm not being able to get that hit right over the polish, but it's still okay for now. Jetpack one left on our hands to use, but it seems like it's going to be the cages expiring really soon, as well as Jelly. We're able to get straight towards the other side, and now two pallets on our hands to use. There's no terror shock because this Aeroplanist has knee-jerk reflex ready.
And this is the power of Goatman, though. Even with all these cages getting kited out. He's actually gonna go into basement. Now there is a Gravekeeper, which means they can rescue that, but it does mean that Shauma does get the basement chair here, and it's still a very good first kite. It just it does mean that, okay, what I was going to say is Goatman is so good because even we could kite all those cages, you still have another cage to work with. That's how fast the resentment comes back. Even if you miss your cage, the resentment usually is another cage is usually almost always going to be available after that. We're going to see the Gravekeeper come in for this rescue, but already a good early start here for Wolves. It's going to be a free rescue here in the basement as well. Airplane is just going to want to take this time to get out of basement. Gravekeeper will go ahead and wait that out. We're going to see Puppeteer finishing off the Cypher Machine of the Grave, and the Novelist will start on a new one here. So they will be onto their last two ciphers pretty soon, but Airplane is going to do their best to just die away from the basement and die away from the Cypher Machine, so there's no opportunity for an abnormal.
But it's still a very smart play here from Aeroplanist as well by running in towards the basement, in which the first abnormal did not have any chance into coming out. So with that right now, XMX still currently at full health. We're currently starting the 4th and the 5th Cypher Machine here. Puppeteer having that wanted order, XMX should be able to get this rescue on time, but there's just too much resentment here on the side of time. We might have to force ourselves out of that shovel in order to actually come in for the rescue.
Yeah, I wonder if they're even going to commit to the save. Looks like no, they really want to get off this rescue here and force the Goatman to use more resentment. And does take the hit for the Aeroplanist, but he does already have another cage to work with, so he's going to be able to use this next one pretty soon here. But the tram is in the vicinity, looking at the Cypher progress here, but the tram does actually leave, it looks like. He's going to go and put that cage to get the end of the pallet.
Okay. Yeah, you can't get on the tram there no matter what, because the moment you get on the tram, all what it takes is for Goatman one cage and you're going to be forced off the tram instantly. So like from Jelly there, there's really nowhere else we can go.
Yeah, well, I just mean it is about wasting time, because no matter what, you're going to go down to a cage here, so you can't take the tram, waste a little bit of extra time, and that's kind of the goal in this situation. But the last Cypher Machine, yeah, already 38%, so Survivor's in a pretty good position, and only one injury on the board. It's definitely optimal for them, but again, still some time here for Shama to get at this last Cypher. Still has a normal still as his trait, so let's see what he's able to do with that.
In this case scenario then, we're currently trying to heal as much as we can, but with 47 here being nearby as the Novelist, it's not too bad for him since he can switch traits really fast. But right now, we're going to go straight towards that 43% Cypher Machine. We could have normally once again, just in case as Tram comes nearby to aim for a little bit more of assistance here to buy a tiny bit more time. But it's a Puppeteer we're talking about. Even if you want to get him down really fast, it just doesn't seem right.
Alright, we're going to see the Puppeteer going to break that first cage. The second one's still waiting here, going to break the second cage. He's going to be forced to use a third one here. And even if he does use... No, actually, he's just going to take the chip hit onto this Puppeteer. And does have the cage switch right away. Does he get the puppet off? He does get the puppet off to absorb that hit. But just like that, because it's full presence, the resentment already back again. And he can use another cage here to down this Puppeteer.
An instant down, however, we cannot forget 47 is currently the one decoding the Cypher Machine. He gets a 10% decoding boost when the Cypher is below 50%. So right after this rescue from Gravekeeper, I feel like GK will be the one going back towards trying to decode, and then Novelist coming in for that guarantee rescue. However, for now, Cypher Machine currently at 36%, Abnormal still on our hands to use as well. More or less, it's just we need to guarantee it before half rescuers, or else it's going to be really bad. Gravekeeper once again does a cage use, but with this hit, it seems like we didn't break the cage on time, and you know, we don't have enough resentment ready on our hands to use, so thankfully Gravekeeper should still be able to perform the rescue.
Yeah, it does see the rescue here. Gravekeeper is going to go ahead and use that shovel. Puppeteer does have the chip to work with. There's the switch. Puppeteer is going to use that ability to make it through the pallet here. Last Cypher Machine, 81% of the way done. Puppeteer does have borrowed time here, so this is a good survivor for Wolves to have kiting in the end game. Shama also doesn't know if he has borrowed time. He may think that he just has broken and tied, because he never did go for a rescue, I don't believe. So yeah, with the Cypher Machine being primed, they can afford to go for a basic hit here and pop it. But Shama may know now that he has borrowed time, since they're not just popping right away.
But then in this case scenario here, it's a little bit unfortunate, but I just feel like with that hit down, you can't really go straight towards Graveyard anymore, so the Puppeteer being forced straight towards the other side. Even if you use a little Lewis here, he would go down instantly, and we used that mini flywheelers of ours a little bit too early as well. Teleport is ready on our hands to use, but at least XMX is nearby just in case that teleport does connect.
Yeah, we're going to see that share there with the trait still available. Teleporting onto the exit gate here, where the Novelist is going to be the one taking the kite. Has a book to work with here. Detention in the air. Does need to use a cage though to get this detention hit. There's the flywheel through the cage. There's the switch. Novelist going to use that switch. Going to go back again, trying to kite out this cage as much as possible, but finally does expire, forcing him to use yet another one. He actually tried to block him in there, but wasn't able to get it. Novelist is going to break the cage yet again. 487 doing an excellent job in this area. The goal from at this point is just waste as much time as possible for the other survivors to get the rescue and get out that exit gate. We're going to finally see the switch in the down, but with no cages available and no trait, this does mean that we're going to see a tied first round here.
If that's the case, that's such a strong advantage point here for Wolves, especially with the fact that Toei's goalman is also really strong on this map. So with this pick here, Wolves did get their advantage point, especially when it comes to picking
An effect in this match was definitely the big difference maker there. You see the overall containment time from the airplane's 94 seconds, which is very hard to do against a Goatman. The Ivy and the Hullabaloo next.
Okay, so we're gonna go with that Novelist here, it seems. We might want to, well, this counters both this Novelist counters both Ann and Bonbon, especially with when Ann throws out that cat as well, and with Bonbon's when he tries to get that chip damage on towards you. But Explorer Ban there is very, very, very normal from the side of Sam, as he said before to us too. The Explorer has to be in permaband no matter what for him.
All right, getting into our next band here. Will he go for more counters to Ann, such as a Prospector? We've seen that be a very common round 3 character, especially for countering that Ann. Also a good character against Bonbon as well. Actually, it's going to be Psychologist. Pretty standard band 3-hit character. Can waste a lot of time. Very good for getting ties on the survivor side and wasting a lot of time in the early game.
But with the Acrobat here being chosen, then a lot of containment from the side of the survivors. We definitely cannot play Priestess here, but there's an anti-current that we can potentially pick out when it comes to disarming the Ann, or even pushing back during her mid-jumps as well. It is still hard, yes, but she can still serve as a very nice, decent mid-kite harass character. But from the side of Sam, let's just see here. Last band here will be Mechanic, as we don't want any Cypher Machine decoding progress, or just any ciphers in general.
Right, looking into our last pick here from Wolves. Looks like they're going to go with the Painter here as their final choice. So Painter, a little bit of a less common character, but we have seen Painter being utilized here and there throughout a lot of this event. So looks like that's going to be their final option. Painter, a good character against the... can be good at wasting time against Bonbon. Can be good against Ann in some spots, but it's a bit challenging sometimes. But yeah, looks like that's gonna be their final character as well. Painter chair time is also very effective. It forces the hunter to stay near the chair at all times. The rescuer at any point can just come in for a rescue. There's no after half that the hunter has to worry about. So looks like we're gonna see the Nagito Merc as well, which Crow, I don't know if you know, that is the thrower rank Merc skin. So if you want to throw in rank, you go Nagito Merc, and it looks like it will be the end here from Shama.
Well, we're going to have to see how well XMX actually rescues for this game as well. A lot of pressure then towards this mercenary. We're going to have to see how he actually handles it. But once again, we cannot forget, it's still quite a nice team comp here to counter an Ann. And also at the same time, even if you do get a Painter down on time as well, even if you do want to run excitement on this Ann, that just means your first chase has to be really, really, really good. For Wolves here, a tie game is all what they need. For Sion, a win is definitely the most crucial part of it all.
All right, so let's see how this match is going to play out again. Shama looking for a 3 survivor elimination, whereas the survivors of Wolves looking for at least a tie in this spot, just to make it so Chongai can go for a tie on his end. It looks like it's going to be the Ann spawning near the corner of the map, locking off the prisoner cipher, but spawning into the mercenary. So if anything, this is a pretty optimal spawn for the survivors of Wolves at this point in time, considering that there is not an easy chase target within the vicinity.
But Ann, that spawn location just allowing the other survivors here to get really far away. Mercenary being in front, you can't really chase after Mercenary, so at least the rotations will be really good from the survivor side. Mercy, if there is a Cypher Machine spawning right outside of that shack area, we can start decoding instantly here. But for the Personas, it'll be a double flywheel on the survivor side. It seems like we want to counter a Bonbon, but it's okay though. It's distance moving survivors, it's okay. Painter with that knee-jerk reflex alongside with Titaner on the Mercenary. And with excitement, with Instant's attention, no trump card here. This will be GG versus Wolves for our final match of first half for game 3.
All right, looks like we're going to see the Ann going towards the middle area. Probably not going to waste much time onto this this mercenary here. And yeah, he does not have a trump card. It's that insolence with excitement. So that means his late game control of the map will not be particularly good. We see the rotation of 487 going straight for this factory area, already locating to the strongest kiting area on the map.
But with this first cut, then it's going to be only used to catch up towards this Novelist, and in that case scenario here, we're going to have to burst it instantly. Now for Novelist side, if we really want to try get that palette, then it might just not be possible here, depending on how 487 actually plays this too. Will he be able to predict that it's an and with excitement, or maybe we want to actually play really aggressively here?
Looks like we're going to see the next cats are available. He's trying to maybe force him to use that book before using the cats, because as soon as he uses the cats, we will see the book switch. But the excitement there, what? Can he still get the hit? He needs to still register this hit, and no, he's going to waste, he's going to waste excitement here, and probably not get the hit because of the flywheel, and that's going to keep the kite alive even longer here. Painter also in the vicinity looking to get the face of the hunter so he can get that painting, and switches into the pallet, and into the pallet stun. What a series of events here for 487.
It's so unfortunate for that catwalk from Simon as well, because if we got that on, it would have been an instant hit. But right now, we can't forget there's someone behind the pallet right now. We're going to be able to drop that down on time. Painter has Painter ready, but we don't want to use it just yet, as that Novelist around a 40% regeneration rate. Even if we take a hit here, it doesn't matter. The Cypher machines are way too fast.
Yeah, this is just a very good start. We're going to see that jump here. Painter, he tried to, he's going to cancel and get the hit there onto the Novelist, but finally getting that first hit. I guess the one upside is one of the Cypher machines is a bit slow here. He's not going to look into the painting. I don't think he's going to try to force him to look into the painting, and he does look into the painting, and because of that, he misses the cats. Now, he does have the cross, but he may just cancel. I don't know if it's... Oh, he's just going to switch anyway, so it doesn't even matter. And he's going to continue to reform that book. This is why you see Novelists really start to become such a strong character in the meta. And even Painter has another painting for even more support in this area.
This is so bad for Simon, especially that excitement pick there. That's going to be another cat miss as well, with 487 taking up that cat though, but he does have quite a long distance away from this answer. As long as he runs in a straight line, that cat will be fully nullified here once again. We cannot regenerate books, but there's 3 pallets nearby for us to use, and with us playing pallet mind games, yes, excitement is ready, but no, Painter has no painting left, so that excitement is going to be deemed worthless now, as it's currently 2 minutes and 40 seconds in towards our game.
Yeah, finally getting the first down, but the Cyphers are very far along at this point. They have more than 3 Cyphers worth of progress at this point, and that excitement just not having any usefulness at any point. If you had something like Warp or Blink, maybe that kill could have been a lot quicker, but the excitement just having no optimal effect. Mercenary coming up for the rescue. The best chance for Shama at this point, if he could double hit the Mercenary on the rescue, he could definitely create a good position for himself. But if Mercenary makes a clean rescue here, there's a good chance Survivors will have their Cypher machines ready for endgame after the Tide Turner effect.
Oh, nice elbow pad on towards his way in. We could potentially get no damage rescue here, and that's what we did. That's an instant hit on towards the Mercenary. It's okay, we might be able to get a double hit here, but that's an elbow pad out just to prevent it too. Now then, last Cypher machine 27%. We don't have a book ready just yet, but also excitement forced on him to use might be able to guarantee us the tie here. But the mind games from 487 is just buying way too much time. That's buying the second cat rescue here, but excitement has to be popped, and the cat once again will be missed. I thought the cat here, but at least it's a very fast catch up. But look how much time this Novelist has bought. It's like 10 seconds extra after that tie turn time, and look, last Cypher machine at 61.
Yeah, last Cypher machine is almost done here. By the time they go in for that rescue, it will be primed. All of these Survivors with borrowed time as well. You see why borrowed time is very crucial in a regular situation, a round 3 situation where we have normal hunters and not completely broken hunters. It looks like we're going to see the Mercenary trying to just avoid getting hit here. It's going to be Jelly, the Acrobat, coming in for the safe. Cypher machine is already going to be primed here. Wolves will most likely get a 3 Survivor escape out of this, just because there's no teleport, there's no endgame control here.
Not only that as well, Mercenaries already at the exit gate here, so the exit gate decoding progress is going to be so fast. Can you even get 487 down on time? Is there dungeon nearby is another question in our hands as well. We just have to see later when Sam turns this camera here, but at least going down straight towards the corner, 487 has done a beautiful kite this game. So much cash misses, and with that beautiful flywheel too, we're able to contain for even longer. There's a dungeon right in front of us too. Does 487 want to maybe try aim for dungeon right now? We've only 50% of our pages here, but with that 3-man escape, we'll guarantee a victory here, at least for Wolves. We can give an early congratulations, as 487 will be offering himself towards the cash, as he's the most faithful one from the Wolves Survivor side.
Yeah, well, that is going to be a 3 Survivor escape here for Wolves, definitely positioning themselves well. Yeah, I definitely could do that. It would be probably one of the more riskier things he could do, but with this sort of lead, it definitely is possible. For round number 3 of the GG Survivors, looking for a 4 escape here against Wolves. Strong Eye, if anything else, would result in a Wolves victory. Here we see the Seer and Novelist as the first 2 bands.
We saw an ear-to-ear grin there would be the right way to say it from Chongai's side. But of course, that Novelist Ban is definitely a permanent ban here no matter what. The moment we move on towards this game, because he's just way too strong, especially after his recent buffs too. His distance increase from swaps is from 11 meters now to 13 meters, and especially on a small map like this, where pallets are very accessible, you don't really want that to happen.
Right, so getting into our first two survivors for the side of GG. What are they going to go for? They have to play survivors. One of the ways to go for 4 escapes is play survivors with recharging abilities that help you kite in the end game, or you play characters that can use items up, and you can pick up items from chests with an item swap play to help with end game kites. Those are the 2 types of survivors we typically see. We also sometimes see heavy harassers as well. That's another way to go about it. So there's quite a few ways to go about going for a 4 escape, but it's definitely not easy to do at all. Looks like Forge, that harassment character, will be the first choice here. And waiting on the second one.
Hit there, forcing another survivor to come for the rescue now. Survivor progress is extremely slow. This is looking towards a potential 4K, but Novelist is able to flywheel to safety.
Their lives. And
yeah, they are. They're trying their best. They're like you said, with the way this was drafted, they're really trying to clean up the tombstones.
As well. Misses the flywheel here. Kindoliso switch. He gets the switch into the pallet. Excitement's put on the wrong side. Oh, and he ends up burning the excitement there. That's
Lastly, just yet. So there is still an opportunity here. Well, he's able to negate that and gets that pallet slam as well. So this creates some airplanes is pushing the situation for ACT. You mentioned how can they come back from this, and let's see what ACT responds to this.
He does have a book, so he's gonna make the save. But I mean, what are we gonna do here? Cypher's Prime, flywheel, okay. But the survivor's not going to the Cypher machine. The airplane's actually leaving. Interesting. Wow, nice move from the Novelist, really staying alive here. That's the Prime Cypher, I believe, if I'm not mistaken here. But I mean, it's already over. Zeta's already secured a win. Peter's eliminated 2 survivors. Another missed hit there from Zen Shen, whatever, Novelist switch. And can he... Wow, kites out another cage. He will finally go down here. Excellent job.
So that's going to give opening to Kakiri to get that hit. A little bit premature. Oh, nice.
Minute here, but like you said, the Cypher progress looking real good. Goes for the excitement right away. Goes for the spin. And now flywheel. Oh my god, it might be a stuffed rescue. Not quite. He goes for the chair.
Yeah, I mean, Raul is pretty good here. Oh my god, the switcheroo into the pallet. What a play. Aeroplane is like, goodbye. Nice his chance with the white mark hit just now, actually. Nice! The pallet, Rowley. What is going on? The hunted becomes the hunter at this point. Not a single injury yet. And, okay, sorry. That's going to be an injury right there.
Caster curse.
Yeah, but he's still doing pretty good. He's still doing...
See if they can get at least 2 people out. Oh, he's get a stun as well, Nell.
My god. Did he try to flywheel his damage?
Before they go in, there's the switch. There's the switch back. There's the switch again. No use for the excitement just yet. He's gonna want to use the book here. He's gonna want to conserve it. Let's see if he's... Oh, actually gets stuck for a second. Does that give him enough time to make it to the window? It does give him enough time to make it to the window here, and he's actually gonna be able to kite out the first cats, but he needs to make sure he positions in a good area here at this pallet. There's the pallet drop. There is a mind game here. There's the switch to avoid the cats.
Oh!
And that's exactly what we're talking about. Let's see if he's going to try to curve jump here. Nope, it looks like he's just... he's really trying to curve jump. This finally gets it, and there is no pallet here. Flywheel, does he have it? He does have flywheel. Able to juke the first hit. He can flywheel to this next pallet. There's the flywheel, able to avoid the swing, and this kite continues along here. And the switch again, able to kite it out yet again. Excellent job from this Novelist. Dodges the first hit of the cats. Mind game with the pallet. Excellent job from the Novelist. But he is going to finally take a first hit with this jump, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, finally the first hit after 1 minute 30 seconds into the match. And this is why this is RD's MVP player from their previous matchup against ZZ. Now, Pinpin trying to still kite it out here. I think he will be down here.
I think he's cooked.
Yeah, he's cooked, you're right.
Finally gonna get knocked.
Let's see if Pippin's able to absorb the third book.
Yeah, he was able to use the book to extend this, but he's gonna have the cats back online in a few seconds here. And the Cyphers unfortunately are not ready. They could have been on if it was on a regular rescue, but he does cancel the ability here. Yeah, the puppeteer just because he was stunned couldn't switch to the puppet form. I mean, this novel is still doing an excellent job kiting this out. They just don't have the last cipher because of that stuffed rescue. That's just so unfortunate. And XZ is actually forced to use the warp just to down this. Although
Okay,
two would be better in terms of...
2 would be better, but 1 kill at the very least. Sasori, coming for the rescue. Is he able to deny this rescue? Nope.
He may not even... Oh, that's smart. He's just going to freeze him. He's not even going to go for the hit or...
Tie, and Sasori able to get the dungeon. FT, man, as a non-professional team, them able to go thus far into the global stages, winning against a professional team like
没はありませんが、板の読み合い。
暗印もギリ
暗印
ギリない
はどうだ。いたーって成功。暗印はさらに溜まりました。
大きい。
裏から心理学者の救助。
Cannot forget that we have a book here to use. I was going to use it, but that's going to be excitement pop out here instantly as we're going to be able to at least cancel one of the cages, but that's a first hit registered pretty early on. Around 75% storybook.
Center. Good rotations and good cipher progress on the side of the survivors. Oh, wow.
successfully, and now Novelist will see the free hit coming into this.
Oh, they swap away
nice.
AC. Okay, AK. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. With a bit of a switcheroo here, continuing to get it, but yeah, he's gonna... AC unfortunately has no more items to work with. AK though, does have a bit of book to work with. He is playing with fire here since he is in this cage. He has to make sure this rebound kite works. Just enough for them to pop a little bit of cipher, is able to actually get a big pallet stun here. And now he's the flywheel, able to actually make it away and gets another pallet slam. AK with a highlight of pallet slams here.
For a potential, but a warp. Is he gonna place the painting preemptively? It seems like he will.
Able to get the stun, and the painting is there for him to work.
Cypher's 95. Novelist will go for that switch. And...
A little bit hard here to play around with. That's the flywheel coming out, but the cage isn't anticipated here. He now can go look for an item for himself. He's decoding a new cipher machine because we barely any resentment left on our hands to use. Yes, Novelist may be a chip down, but we definitely see.
Now we see. Yeah, now we see. We're gonna get the hit onto the embalm. He doesn't even make it to the window, I don't think. Does he?
Oh!
He does not make it.
I mean, to be fair, we did waste quite a lot of time.
We did waste a lot of time. Excellent job from Lace.
Yeah,
great job from Lace to waste time in basement there, but Aka's still able to get the down. We're gonna see the coffin getting utilized first here as well.
Oh
wow. Trapped in a bit of a weak pallet, so he's able to get that first hit. He's not going to get this pallet stun either. Aqua's going to take a second hit right away here because of that. Oh, he that platform and we'll just knock him straight off of the coaster. Akka getting another fast down here onto the Novelist. Novelist is going to get that switch into the pallet stun here, so that's going to...
Did break that battlefield from the Revelation on the side of Akka, but it's okay, we can still double dash it.
The chance here for Omni is if Mercenary can self-heal in time and get the...
within 2 games.
We are going to see the jump onto the Novelist and the down there from Lays there. And he gets the elbow pad canceled on the...
The locker here that we do see a sticker on the ground, so Akka knows this already himself too.
Not happening here, but then again, we have Pin Novelist getting a wanted order, so kind of forced to come for this rescue early on. So this is gonna increase a lot of pressure in here.
Oh my god, he flywheeled. That was a very costly... Oh my god, he's gonna go for a double down. Go! And just like that, Peter, his 4K streak has been struck down by RD
as well. So we'll be able to get this regardless.
Flywheels through just for him to cancel out the cage, gets the rescue, and also gets the body block in the process. So now we're gonna get a window recording in this area. Nanako has to be very careful. We see the Seer Owl recording him as well. He will have access to that in just a bit, but he's doing pretty healthy right now. I think he's gonna try to bait out a trait, which he thinks might be Blink, but little does he know it's excitement. So Nanako just raw kiting MZ so far, making the ciphers almost reach that 50% mark. Unfortunately, unable to block this window, still holding on to this pallet as well, starving him of presence. Gonna go for that switch just so he has access to that window once again.
My goodness, he can play 1 year with this like 2 window and 1 pallet area.
Yeah.
Nanako really not giving a single opportunity, not even giving the distance for a basic attack. That's how bad this is right now. And Seer is spectating. Let's see if a basic hit will be registered here. They don't know it's not a blink here.
Wow, and the charged up attack gets predicted there, and at least he gets a little bit of presence. Yeah, because they're still forcing the cipher and now able to actually get... And Nanako taking things away from the graveyard cipher. We do see that the pallet break recording was there. Nanako goes for a flywheel, still unscathed. He's going to get recorded here for some pallet drops. but we do see that his book might be ready for him to use. You just have to wait for the proper position for him to use it.
Oh my goodness, and another pallet stun!
They're prime right now, so Nanako recording another book here. And MZ still playing things very conservatively, but look at that. Nanako just hiding behind these pallets, trying to go for a prime though. They could actually just pop it because Nanako does not have
just pop. Giving so much room for that 4 escape here. Now Nanako will be switching over and will get that speed boost at the same time. Now blocking the gate from opening. Now that is a key pick coming from.
And that's gonna save the wildling there.
Wow, what a play. Nan avoiding death. You can see his life flash before his life there, but now Chan's gonna be the target. Novelist has a flywheel to work with. Oh my god, what?
And Novelist is gonna continue to try to farm a book here, not even able to get the hit at this pallet. Jimmy is completely lost at this point.
Alright, able to swap around, getting that speed boost, able to vault over, but seems like the hit will still register onto Zen here. Now they are pushing for that 6 cipher. Gogo is doing and able to get that spray onto him, attracting him one more time.
Oh my god! Just a really big map for Ivy to get that much presence. See, now changing elevations as well. He's gonna try to go for that spray here, but the Novelist doing a great job. 487 still at 23% corruption, still doing an amazing kite here, and Aka unable to stop this cipher rush from happening. 2 other ciphers are moving along well, Chocho.
Yeah, everything is just going so well for the side of Wolf Survivors. Another spray would work here. Let's see, 487, this is going to be a crucial one for Aka to potentially down for the first time. My goodness.
Yeah, this will go on for a long time.
Because Novelist is pushing that last cipher, but
yeah,
getting the attention of the Hunter once again, it will be on a standstill.
Okay, Aka might be fully committed to actually going after 487, but this allows Jelly to try and push for the cipher here. So that is about to be prime, Chocho, and 487 doing a great job, able to actually move and play around these pallets. It's like I'm doing the only homework here. And he immediately switches to teleport. Didn't even use the warp at all because of how well he was able to play that mid-game here. So now Nanako has to be very careful to not give him any more hits here. Nanako being the Novelist. One more mark, and he's going to silence him away. Oh god, he locked him away from using his book.
Wow, just one more black mark, and that's going to be the down for Nanako. What a here. Oh, the beautiful flywheel. Trying to avoid that white mark. Oh, and the pallet slam. Beautiful Nanako. That's
gonna go a little too far. This is gonna allow the Novelist to cover some ground for the rescue. Miko Melody might actually leave it up to backdoor rescue. Oh my god, they get the rescue without Miko. There he is next to the shack. Again, he kind of brought a semi-kiting build, but he's already used his window boost. So he's going to have to keep kiting for as long as he can. If he's able to prolong this kite and force out the blink. Wow, just waiting behind the shack, but now able to force out a leech follower. So, good start for Dolisu. He's going to have to force the main body to leech him once again.
Yeah, the moment that they realize he doesn't have Patroller, I think that's gonna be pretty easy to kite. Like they're oh yeah, there's no Patroller. It's definitely a blink. Let's just make distance. That's gonna be a problem, right? Because now look at Zeta. They're just making distance. It's okay. Yeah. Once the leeches closes in, it's fine. Then we'll circle back and have the pallets ready for then. So you can see that Dolisu's buying so much time. It's not particularly like the best kite. Like he's not really doing. It's just that's what's up. But now, oh wait, he's gonna do the switcheroo. He's gonna buy time, but he has a blink to work with. Let's see if he's gonna use it.
Blink for the exit doors here. They haven't. Oh, goes for the switch, but that just allows him to go towards the
mech style decoding.
Yeah, and now pressuring the bot cipher, and Zen able to get a backdoor rescue. So
we'll have to register here no matter what.
Yeah. AK though, I mean, with that wanted order, you would think that he might be denied of this rescue, but able to, and you know what, Seer can be generous. He can give it to AK here as he tries to force open the gate. Seer, is he spectating? He is spectating. He's able to switch over. AK, can he survive? The bird support here would be very crucial as we see it. He missed the first swing and the second.
Goman is just too tired to be angry by this point. Gior has been playing around with this Goman, and Hasha seems really tired. We do have resentment on our hands to use, but it's just another novel ready on the side of this novelist. AK, we switched back just on time as well. That's a move and speed once again. One more pallet here to play around. Can we drop down the pallet here or not? It's AK once again on this map. It's recalling back towards IVS, but this time it's a different hunter, but it's the same survivor here. Seer's looking once again, and look who's nearby. It's that puppeteer.
Door, but Hasha is in the vicinity. Ata also here. Let's see if he's able to give a shout or able to stun the hunter here.
Rescue. But we're all kind of rotating out here as much as we can, but if AK wants to, he can switch around here with the hunter since he, well, actually, no, he does have a flywheel to use, but right now, no more resentment on the hands to use. A stun on the hunter. Hasha is tired. Go to
wait. The pallets? Oh my god, ZETA!
ZETA!
Novelist! Able to get
Whoa!
the book!
What the
Back here. Oh god.
IOX.
The corner.
Boom!
Oh, switch! But
Nice.
we do see he's capped a little longer for these ciphers to actually prime. We do see that he's getting a book. Oh, able to get the pallet slam. Okay.
Exegate here where the Novelist is going to be the one taking the kite. Has a book to work with here. Detention in the air. Does need to use a cage though to get this detention hit. There's the flywheel through the cage. There's the switch. Novelist going to use that switch. Going to go back again, trying to kite out this cage as much as possible, but finally does expire, forcing him to use yet another one. He actually tried to block him in there, but wasn't able to get it. Novelist is going to break the cage yet again. 487 doing an excellent job in this area. The goal from at this point is just waste as much time as possible for the other survivors to get the rescue and get out that exit gate. Waste excitement here and probably not get the hit because of the flywheel, and that's going to keep the kite alive even longer here. Painter also in the vicinity looking to get the face of the hunter so he can get that painting, and switches into the pallet and into the pallet stun. What a series of events here for 487.
It's so unfortunate for that catwalk from Simon as well, because if we got that on, it would have been an instant hit, but right now we can't forget there's someone behind the pallet right now. We're going to be able to drop that down on time. Painter has Painter ready, but we don't need to use it just yet, as that Novelist around a 40% regeneration rate. Even if we take a hit here, it doesn't matter. The Cypher machines are way too fast.
Yeah, this is just a very good start. We're going to see that jump here. Painter, he tried to, he's going to cross, but he may just cancel. I don't know if it's, he's just going to switch anyway, so it doesn't even matter. And he's going to continue to reform that book. This is why you see Novelists really start to become such a strong character in the meta. And even Painter has another painting for even more support in this area.
This is so bad for Simon, especially that excitement pick there. That's going to be another cat miss as well with 487 taking up that cat though, but he does have quite a long distance away from this answer. As long as he's running in a straight line, that cat will be fully nullified here once again. We cannot regenerate books, but there's 3 pallets nearby for us to use, and with us playing pallet mind games, yes, excitement is ready, but no, Painter has no painting left, so that excitement is going to be deemed worthless now, as it's currently 2 minutes and 40 seconds in towards it. 27%, we don't have a book ready just yet, but also excitement for Simon to use might be able to guarantee us the tie here, but the mind games from 487 is just buying way too much time. That's buying the second cat rescue here, but the excitement has to be popped, and the cat once again will be missed. I thought the cat here, but at least it's a very fast 487 has done a beautiful kite this game. So much cash misses, and with that beautiful flywheel too, we're able to contain for even longer. There's a dungeon right in front of us too. Does 487 want to maybe try aim for a dungeon right now? We've only 50% of our pages here, but with that 3-man escape, we'll guarantee a victory here, at least for Wolves. We can give an early congratulations, as 487 will be offering himself towards the cash, as he's the most faithful one from the